PKA 576 with our guest Tavarish, aka Freddie. Taylor?
This episode of PKA brought to you by Lucy Blue Chew. The remaining hats you can still get. I think there's still some hats from our Christmas collection, maybe.
Are we still selling those?
We might be. I think everything might be sold out. And then Lock and Load back in stock. Derek did us well, and he's got 20,000 more bottles in there. So go ahead and check out Lock.
Not anymore.
Yeah.
Oh, you're right. They're going through
stupid amount sold. I don't know how many.
Like rough math, if you guys actually really do want to get some Lock and Load, you need to order not this week but next week, or it's going to be gone probably at this rate. Yeah,
start coming like a man by yourself. Your cum pills.
We'll circle back to the Lock and Load.
Loads, losers.
I've become like I don't know, an ejaculate aficionado.
It was at least
Welcome to the show, Freddie.
Anyway, we have lots of different types back here. Here's my 75 collection. That one's real near and dear to my heart.
That's great. You have your come by year already. Ooh, an 08, and it's just like rancid.
I don't know about cars at all. Is that a Corvette?
Back here?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a Lamborghini. That's a Lamborghini Gallardo. It's like one of their cheaper ones. Like it's a kind of an entry level, but it's a convertible. It has a bunch of stuff done to it.
Entry level.
Yeah, I mean,
Porsche back there on the rack. Like, what else you got going on?
Oh, so yeah. Well, let me see if you guys.
The black one, is that a Corvette?
Looks like
the white one.
I do have a Corvette somewhere back there.
Muse with assault rifles, Woody.
I'm just fucking at this point.
So there's probably like 20 something cars in here. It's a mess in here. So this is my shop. This is where I do all my work. I got everything from like just old pieces of crap to supercars and stuff like that, but anything and everything that any car lover would want is in here. So I got a Corvette, I got Mercedes, Lamborghini, Ferrari, Toyota Supras, and Lexus, and have some Aston Martins at another shop over there. So I mean, it's really cool. I mean, this is
are many of those your personal cars, or are those ones you're working on mostly?
Oh, all of them are my personal cars.
That's the answer I wanted. That's awesome.
I've had Kyle's opinion on this, but I'd like yours. I have a little thing in my head for the Lotus. Is it the Esprit? What is the very light Lotus? It's almost a go-kart.
So that would be the Elise.
Yeah.
They just made a new one, and that one is called. Oh my God, people are gonna kill me for this because it just completely.
You will be under the shield of Woody's ignorance. They won't notice.
Absolutely
yours.
Not. The Mira, I know it was an E thing because before they had the Evora, but yeah, it's the Amira, and it's really, really cool. It does that same lightweight thing, but it has like a 3.5 V6 that's actually from a Camry, which doesn't really sound all that great, except for the fact that it's like really good power to weight. It's in the middle of the car, so that is really cool. I think you should look at getting one of those if you like that sort of Lotus, ethos, like where light car and not too much power, but it'll there we go. Oh, that looks so good.
They used to have them on eBay for like 35 grand. And can I interrupt? 35 grand is a super interesting price because
it is.
For some people, 35 grand is like an unattainable. How would you ever have that kind of spare cash? For others, like it is the upper limit of an impulse purchase. Like it's
So 35 grand is a lot if you're looking at it through the lens of like 10 or 15 years ago. The average price of a new car is $40,000 right now.
Jeez.
Yeah, it's crazy. And as far as Lotuses, like the Elise, which is like a smaller car than the Amira that you guys just pulled up, that every single one in existence is on eBay for $30,000 to $35,000. And it drives really nicely, but you give up a lot. I mean, it's not very practical. It's really kind of smushed around you, especially if you're a bigger guy like I am.
I weigh 200 pounds. What is it?
I'm looking at this car and I know I can't fit in this car.
Yeah, I hate this one. The other one was cool.
How can you? I don't have any sense of scale, Kyle. What are you using? The tires, maybe?
Just I don't know. This car looks tiny. The garage door, honestly, like I don't know, like putting my car comes up higher. To me, like that. See that rib that's kind of even with the roof of the car. That's about my stern. I keep forgetting what this. Help me, Woody. This thing.
Your
sternum.
It is your sternum, I think.
Yeah. I want to
your solar plex, maybe.
Solar plex. Yeah, that's the worst thing for it. It's like right there. It's right there on me. Like,
the sternum bone connects to the
goddamn go-kart.
It looks like there's like a wall outlet near the left front headlight that's like at the same height of the fucking car.
It is a tiny car. Actually, I have a Lotus up here. You can probably see it like right there. So that is a Lotus Esprit, and those came out in 19. Well, I mean they were out for a million years, but that one's a 1990, and it's essentially the car that was in Pretty Woman. I don't know if you remember that movie. That was like this. So. That's the one that Julia Roberts says, oh, it rides like it's on rails, and Richard Gere can't drive it. So that car I can't fit in like at all. You have to take the roof off. So it's they've always made really, really small cars, but I think the newer ones, they realize that they make people bigger than 5'4". So they actually fit people in there, and those things are awesome. Like the Evora is really good, and the Amira is going to be awesome.
Those are neat. Yeah, I like I don't know shit about cars, but like from that like know nothing perspective, I love how those Lotuses look like they'd be worth like $200,000. Like if I see one of those on the road, I don't really get that it's not a supercar. As someone who doesn't know about cars,
like that's what a midget would drive if he was really wealthy.
Peter Dinklage.
Yeah, exactly.
Dinklage drives.
That's right. Like, so it's interesting because, like, a lot of times, you know, in my life, I'm always surrounded by people that are car enthusiasts, and it's sort of a breath of fresh air to think, you know, with people that, you know, to talk with people that don't really know too much about cars. I mean, I know you guys like cars, and you know, you've talked about it on the podcast before, but like what do you guys like?
I don't
know. They both know a lot more than I do about cars. So
you must not know much at all.
I'm trying to pump your tires.
Like, the electric stuff is really interesting to me, but it's you know, it feels like it's getting so good, so much better. It's acceleratingly getting better faster. Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Acceleratingly is clearly what you were going for.
That's what I was going for. Every day it seems like something new comes.
Zoomingly, yeah.
And I feel like if you get one now, then the one that comes out next year is just so much better. What's the Rivian? That thing looks really.
Oh yeah.
It seems like it does a lot of cool stuff, but it looks shit. That's I take that thing.
Like, I don't get it like you do.
Oh well, I mean, it looks like an old Tacoma.
Freddie, where are you on the looks?
So the Rivian looks good. I think they were trying to do the utilitarian thing where, you know, they're like, people just want a pickup truck that looks like a pickup truck, and they don't want to stand out. Like the Cybertruck is fine, but you can't make a car that looks like that. I know you've had Matt Farah on, and you know, he has very, very specific opinions about stuff, and I seem to share a lot of his sentiments that, like, there are laws that say you can't make a car that looks like this because people exist. Like, what if you hit one of them? So, you know, things like that mean you need a car that looks like a car. And the Rivian is pretty cool. There's a Ford F-150 Lightning that's coming out, and Lightning is like kind of a pun on the EV thing, but it's really cool because now it has a frunk that you can fit things in. And also you have a lot of space in the back, and they put the batteries just where you would put batteries in anything, like right between the frame rails where nothing is in a gas car. So, I mean, they make a lot of sense. They have a lot of torque, you know, they have a lot of towing capacity, but we don't know what's going to happen later on when they actually have to be tested and whatnot, you know?
For listeners that have never lived in, like, with a truck, you really miss the trunk. Like, there is no storage space in a truck, like pretty much at all. You buy jumper cables, and all of a sudden, I don't know what that noise was. You buy jumper cables, and all of a sudden, it's like, what? There is not even a spot. What do they go by the passenger's feet? There's literally zero.
Yeah. So some trucks they mitigate that a little bit because you know, they'll have like some fold out stuff, like the newer Dodge Rams. Like the beds are actually like hollow, so on the sides you can fit tools and things.
Ram
like that.
Boxes.
There you go.
Yeah. In my truck, I bought something aftermarket. It's maybe like a metal giant toolbox that fits under the rear seat. And I can put a first aid kit and some jumper cables and maybe a tow hitch in there. But a stock, like, I want to say like the glove box and the center console is all the storage the truck came with. And You missed the trunk. That's all. You kind of need it. So the front would be really nice.
Yeah. So those are cool. I mean, the EV stuff, the electric vehicle space is interesting to me. I don't have any electric vehicles, and I'm sort of like I need to dip my toe in the water a little bit. I've driven a ton of them, but I don't know, man. Like, it's just something about the imperfection of an internal combustion engine. You know, like the sometimes when it misfires or gives you that like pop on the upshift, it's like there's something about it, man. It feels human. It feels like it has personality. And you feel like you can really not fall in love with it, but you can feel like you can bond with it. And with an electric car, it's missing something. It's more like an appliance, you know?
That exists in the motorcycle world too, which I'm a little more in touch with, where the imperfections, they work so hard to get the vibration out, and then you have one with no vibration. You're like, what is this? Like, this is garbage. It doesn't even have personality. I don't know. My motorcycle's never told me a joke. Its personality is kind of bland, but maybe I would miss it if it was that.
You would miss it if every car was like that and you couldn't get that back, you know? Like, there's why I like when you have a car that has the last of some sort of technology, even if that technology is crap. Like, even if we have all agreed that technology should be on its way out, like if you have the last iteration of, like, let's say some really awful
Ford Pinto.
Exactly.
Rotary engine.
Yeah. I mean, don't get hit in the back of that car, but other than that, you know, it's fine.
I want a car that has that thing with the seat belt that automatically puts it on me again. I miss that.
Oh yeah.
Ooh. I want that.
I remember seeing those, like a friend's parent would have a car like that, and I would, like, in my head be like, these people are fabulously wealthy.
Oh yeah.
Like, it was like a car from like 1980.
Oh, I'm older.
Are you from the future?
Yeah.
I remember the first car that had a digital dashboard, and by the way, it kind of sucked. The speedometer would update like every 4 seconds. It wasn't smooth.
Oh yeah. The frame per second was really really bad.
Yeah,
but it was like, oh my god, it's like an alarm clock.
But I love stuff like that. Like, I have cars that are the last of their generation with a manual transmission. I have the rotary car back there. I have a Mazda RX-7.
Yep.
Okay.
What does rotary car mean?
So a rotary means, you know, like in a regular engine, you have pistons and a crank, and, you know, that has cylinders. So in a rotary engine, instead of it being pistons that go up and down, it's like a Dorito-shaped rotor, and it goes around a housing, and each of those little points of contact create compression, and those are a combustion event. So it's like this, essentially a spinning Dorito, just going really, 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 really fast, and that's what creates the combustion. And they make these engines really, really small, so that engine is a 1.3 liter, but it makes a decent amount of power. It makes like 300 horsepower. But there's a lot of downsides. I mean, their longevity is nothing. You can flood them really easily.
Oil?
Yeah, the oil is
They drink a lot. Yeah,
they drink a lot of oil. You have to pre-mix the oil. Yeah, so that's another thing. So
there's a motorcycle with a rotary engine. I forget the name of it. It's not one that you'd probably heard of. Like, I had never heard of it, but it's really interesting. It goes, the RPM is super high, and it drinks a ton of oil. Like, you just pretty much keep oil with you, like what do diesel trucks have that, like, you pour it in with it?
Oh, I mean, you could do like there's some stiction thing, and like it's like some additive. There's DEF, there's DEF fluid.
That's what I was going for. But anyway, this motorcycle is like 2-stroke adjacent to drink so much oil.
Yeah,
but it is cool. The engine
sounds like
was
a pain
not
in the
built
ass.
for a motorcycle, so
it's
like
100% a pain in the ass.
Form factor's bad, but it's different. It's different. Like, I will go deep diving into my knives like I always do. But I like ones with different actions, knives that open from the side, knives that spring out from the front. Yeah, it's neat.
Oh, so just think about it like this: like, if you have a girlfriend that is really cool in this one thing, but like in every other thing, she's just a giant pain in the ass. But you still keep her around because it's like, where, you know, you're not going to find another person like this. So that's sort of how I am with all these.
Head's too good.
Exactly. Yeah, the head game is on point. So, you know, why, you know.
So is that Lambo? I was looking at your channel earlier today. Is that Lambo right behind you the one that you like call around the country for, trying to find the absolute cheapest Lambo you could grab?
Yeah, so that is that's sort of my shtick. So all of my cars are the cheapest, most neglected, stuff like that, because I'm not a guy who goes out and buys anything new. Like, I've never bought a new car in my life. I don't finance anything, so I can't really, all I do is spend my money on cars. So I just buy whatever cheapest, sometimes they're crashed, sometimes they're totaled and whatever, and I rebuild them and I make them into what I would consider like the best version of that car. So this Lamborghini, it has I feel like who's that guy that has all those commercials, and he's like some fake guru, and it's like, here in my garage, my Lamborghini.
Oh yeah.
Billy Mays?
No, not Billy Mays.
Like I was a real guru and a real coke fiend.
Yes. God, I can't remember. I can't remember the name. But yeah, so this Lamborghini has it has a manual transmission, which is actually really rare in these cars, and it has a built engine with twin turbos. It should make like somewhere around 1,300 horsepower. But it's a fun project. I love building them, and I love like making them into something that they weren't supposed to be from the factory.
Woody, your knife that comes out from the middle, is that the CRKT snap?
It is.
Okay.
Yeah. What was I gonna ask?
So I have a question. I have a question for you guys. So I don't want to get into like super geeky, nerdy car talk, because I feel like we have a lot more in common. We're all sort of YouTubers. What is? I've been talking with a lot of my YouTuber friends, and like, we have been seeing, at least in the automotive space, we have been seeing our views pretty much take a nosedive, but the money, like the CPM, has been going up. Have you guys
hate it
been
when
seeing
people
that?
try to discuss business with the show. Our views have not crashed since COVID. They've kind of gone up.
No, crash is a bad word, and I don't want to bring like any business into this. I'm just saying, like, as far as where you think YouTube is going as a platform. I don't mean to discuss any numbers or anything, but like, where do you think the platform is headed? Like, say, the next year or so.
That implies that I think more than I really do. Kyle, you with me on this?
Yeah, I don't put any thought whatsoever into like YouTube as a platform. Really, I think that for a long time they've been trending toward brands and big business and away from small content creators, and that's for a very, very long time, almost a decade now. So that's it, but if that's what it takes for them to turn a profit, then that's what it takes for them to turn a profit, and hopefully.
I thought they were profitable. They've been profitable for many years,
heard
right?
They broke even.
Yeah,
I'm out of date. They used to break even. Say 4 years ago. I know I'd be right.
Yeah, but break even, selling everybody down the river, right? Like, I mean, just the way the homepage works is sort of,
yeah. It's all big business, mainstream media organizations. They promote big.
Yeah.
Like, if you show up like unlogged in, that's what it is. It's like you get Fox, CNN, fucking, this post sponsored by Monsanto. How our peas are saving the planet, like shit like that, where it's all, sponsored content or big Fortune 500 company. I think that's a big reason they got rid of the dislike. Is they don't want those big companies and those big media organizations getting absolutely butt fucked by the common man.
I think that the news organizations, especially the ones that would be branded as liberal, get disliked a ton. And that was my own theory on why they got rid of it. I have no real experience with the non-logged in YouTube, but the logged in YouTube seems to really feed me what I want. And I go through phases where like I'm watching a lot of fitness stuff, or maybe I'm watching a lot of motorcycle stuff lately. And it just like,
sometimes it does a good job with like viewers who like, more plates, more dates, also like, and you're like, I do also like that. Yes. Yes, I do. What more can you show me, TV? You want to find out. But like, sometimes it does do a good job, but like, it's not showing you like the best of the best. Like, for all we know, there's some like 90-year-old grandma or 13-year-old kid out there like, playing the piano really well right now, and they should have became the next Justin Bieber, but we don't do that anymore here.
Yeah, we don't do that anymore here. Exactly. Yeah,
there's a guy. His YouTube channel is C90 Adventures, and he's known for riding a C90, which is this tiny old Honda, really simple thing, and taking trips on it that you wouldn't expect him to take. Guys, I'm making this up a little bit, but he's like circumnavigated America. He goes from like Alaska to fucking Chile or something. Somehow he went from Scotland to Australia on a motorcycle that only goes 45 miles an hour. I'm like, this guy's so badass. Did you want to say something, Kyle?
I just feel like Australia is a continent and there's a lot of water.
Dude, he will take his motorcycle apart, put it in luggage, get on a 18-foot long fishing boat, and say, all right, I know there's rules against motorcycles on these fishing boats, but this is luggage. These are motorcycle parts, not a motorcycle. And you're like, well, I guess he's got us there.
It's still like 300 pounds, though. Like, it's not.
Here's what would have sold it for me. He takes his Ducati apart and rigs the engine up as an outboard.
Oh, yes, that would be more impressive. Nobody's impressed by a motorcycle trip from New York to London.
Or even
like you just get on a plane.
Imagine the bike fully assembled, but there's like a pulley system. He's on the bike, like revving it up and like boating out. Oh, that would be great.
Have you ever seen the guy who rode his bike on Pipeline? So maybe you have seen the people who can literally ride a dirt bike on water.
Yeah,
I've never done anything remotely like it, but they skid across it.
Oh,
but
yeah.
Keep in mind, they don't skid across it a little bit like as a party trick. Like these people can go into the ocean and out there. And this guy rides his motorcycle out into the ocean, and he rides a wave back on a fucking motorcycle. It is out. But this isn't C90 Adventures. My point was about the YouTube algorithm. He this guy hadn't uploaded a video in a year, but he's one of my favorite guys. He does voiceovers and he has a real gift for it. And he finally uploads a video and YouTube is like, oh, don't forget Woody likes this. Here you go. And I watched and enjoyed his video. So
if you showed a person from the 1800s somebody getting on a motorcycle, riding out into the ocean and coming back again, they would worship him as a new god. Like,
right? Dude,
it would just be a new religion.
It'd be so easy to pretend to be God to any like group of people who have never come across technology or a lighter.
So, all right, pause there. I have often thought, like, man, if I went back in time, I would be a genius. And then it's like, well, actually, Woody, do you know how to split atoms? No, I just know about that other people know it. Yeah. Okay. Can you start a fire without tools? Well,
no.
Did I remember to bring my glasses? I don't know.
Yeah, dude, I thought about that too. Yeah. Like, all I would be, because I wouldn't know enough to explain anything, I would just be the guy like, and another thing that's cool, and also this will happen. And they're like, this guy's a fucking asshole. Burn him at the stake.
I'm gonna go to ancient Greece and like, you guys, I've got 20 years computer programming experience.
Fuck, I didn't learn Greek. Like,
yeah. It's like the Joe Rogan bit that's like, what happens if all the smart people leave and we don't know how to make anything? So then it's like you just have all this technology that you like, can you make a toaster? Because I can't,
Yeah. I got a good vibe for what'll be popular on Facebook. Is that useful anymore?
Like, well, I can I know what good SEO is. So
yeah, right.
You just point me to the nearest search engine.
Oh yeah. Aristotle's gonna be blown away by your SEO inputs. He's gonna be like, "You're a monster," as he's like fucking a 9-year-old. It's like, God damn, you're really smart that we forgot about this part of it. Like,
I often think of like what would happen if if the technology that we have was applicable, even 100 years ago. Like if we had Twitter in the times of like in 1930, like would World War II have happened?
I don't know.
Yeah,
people would have been edgier online about it.
I know, but like we're always. I feel like Twitter or social media gets it to a point where it's like we're almost at that tipping point, but we never actually go there because everybody's just fine being here.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, I didn't understand that at all. We tip but we're just here.
Yeah. So let's say like you're always on the edge of fighting, like a fist fight. Like you like getting out and causing a ruckus with somebody else, but we never actually get over that edge of like, all right, hold me back, that sort of thing. We're all already there, but back then we're just like, fuck it, we're going to war. Like we're just gonna kill everybody.
Yeah. Well, World War II in particular, that it might have gone the same way. Like if they bombed Pearl Harbor and there was Twitter, I think everybody else would have been like, duh, nuke them. Maybe not nuke them specifically.
But before we get,
what do you know?
But can I go a little longer? When 9/11 happened, dude, everyone I knew used the same phrase. they're like, let's turn Afghanistan to glass. Let's salt them. They just wanted to drop so much hot shit on it that the sand turned to glass.
Yes.
And
just like in of all places, Afghanistan.
Yeah.
Like nothing to do with any of it.
Well, they did not want to turn over Osama bin Laden. Apparently they may have had him and were like, you have to turn him over, and they gave us the middle finger and we went to war.
Right.
No, he was chilling in Pakistan.
Eventually he was, but he definitely trained in Afghanistan. Like he had presence there.
Trained.
Yeah,
probably.
but we
there's
also
nothing in Afghanistan.
Yeah, we also didn't we pay for that training or something? I'm not 100%.
We did. We gave him the best the CIA of the 80s had to offer.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, he was anti-Russia for a while, and he was a good guy.
That's when he was convenient.
Mm-hmm.
That's all those bastards.
I think he helped out Rambo, if I understand my history.
He did, yeah. There was a documentary.
Yeah.
But I'm thinking like
you're fitting it great, Freddie.
Even if you go back, like let's say not even Pearl Harbor, because Pearl Harbor was pretty far into the war, so the war has already been fought for a few years. Like people didn't know about like what was going on with the concentration camps. You think if that would have gotten out, that would have turned the tide, if we had social media.
They would have been dismissed as conspiracy theorists, maybe. Just a thought, tossing it out there.
Ooh, maybe, yeah.
Right?
Maybe.
Like
people used to be more decent. Like we're awful. I think like as far as like, I don't know, just everyday manners and shit, we used to be better. I think we really are just awful now.
Manners were definitely better in the past. You can't go too far back in the past. There's like a curve there where we hit like peak manners.
But if you hit like 1920s New York, they all seem to dress really well. All the old-timey footage, those women must have been melting in their layers and layers of dresses. Dudes had like what to me looks like a suit and some sort of hat on.
Yeah,
all over the
they
place.
had like a Wednesday hat.
I want one of those watches with the chain, one of those pocket watches. That's a good look.
So I live in Florida, and anytime I go to like St. Augustine, you see all these historical accounts of people that settle the area, and you see these people in like full like ball gowns, and it's Florida in the summer, and there's no AC. AC hasn't been invented yet, so I'm like, did everybody just die? Like, did everybody just always have heat stroke? Because
they smelled terrible.
I would have.
I think air conditioning is one of those things that like got invented, and everybody was just like, what's the point, for like a long time, and then some guy was like, wait, y'all have had air conditioning this whole time? And nobody, yeah, you put a fan on it.
Put a fan on it.
I'm pretty sure that's what I remember.
That's as far back
they
as
had
you
air
want to go in
conditioning
time.
with no fan for a while.
You just have to like walk up to it and inhale, like cool your lungs.
It would be neater if they sold it as like a somehow breath freshener seems like the right term, even though it means something new now.
Like that was like some of the technologies that we take for granted is like the ice machine. Like at least even in prison we had a nice fucking ice machine. But like I see in those old timey movies where you got those kids with the big ass blocks of ice that they're carrying up flights of stairs, and they go around in like a mule wagon with like ice, and then they show like where the ice came from, because in my head, I'm like, well, somewhere around here they're making a lot of ice, huh? No, of course not. They couldn't make ice because it's old timey times. That's the whole point. So they're up north with frozen lakes with these big like lumberjack saws sawing huge cubes of ice and like shipping them down south.
I literally thought you were going to say a tugboat with a big rope bringing icebergs to New York. I was like, that was my idea.
First of all, Woody, that's brilliant.
That is better.
You can get on the ground floor.
Can you imagine the environmentalists if Elon Musk was like, I want my own iceberg, so I'm bringing it to Miami. And it's just like a quadrillion gallons of water being added.
Dude, like an environmentalist in like 1951 would be like, don't drop your plastic on the ground. Throw it in the river. Get it out to sea.
That's right.
Get out of here.
That's where it lives.
Have you guys heard about that big iceberg that's supposedly about to drop and melt or something?
No.
I do not know.
Is it one of those deals where like it's a chunk that's just like the size of Rhode Island or something?
Dude, it's supposed to be catastrophic.
Awesome. I've been waiting for this shit since I was 5. I remember kids.
Yeah.
All right. I was born in 1986. So in 1991, I remember they showed us a video about global warming, and they used pennies as some sort of a metaphor to explain it. And like, I don't remember how it worked because I was 5, but there were stacks of pennies and the water kept getting higher, and then the kids drowned at the end of the
only
video.
way to stop it is for you to give all of us your pennies.
They might have wanted our fucking pennies. I was busy stealing that weird kid's hearing aid, though. I was a dangerous
You're
child.
stealing a hearing aid?
Yeah.
Good God.
Yeah.
What's the
Did you
street
think-
value of a hearing aid?
I don't know.
It went for more than the prosthetic limbs he took.
Did you take it because you thought it would give you like super hearing?
I didn't know what it was. I just thought it looked cool because it was like this is a 1991 hearing aid, so it was big and electronic.
Yeah.
It looked like it would like plug it into my Game Boy and it was gonna like give me super.
It was like your Game Shark. Yeah.
Because like back in those shitty movies in the 80s, they would like take like 2 pieces of common technology and just jam them together and they would work. Like the Ghostbusters 2, when they just take a Nintendo joystick and power the Statue of Liberty, right? So as a kid, I'm like, this will plug into something at home, and I was using it as a ray gun at lunch. I was like pointing it and going pew pew pew. I'm 5, and I got
some poor deaf kid. He can't even hear you pewing.
Yeah.
That was probably really expensive for his parents too.
They got it back.
Eventually,
I mean, they caught me
after
with
he
it.
got smacked at home for not listening.
After he got bored with it.
And the poor kid never did learn long division.
Yeah.
In class.
Woody, what was going on with the big
Dude.
iceberg?
So it's been on the news all over the place. They say the fuse has been blown and the Doomsday Glacier's coming for us all. This is Rolling Stone's headline. New data suggests a massive collapse of the ice shelf in as little as 5 years. We're dealing with an event that no human has ever witnessed. We have no analog for this. Apparently, a giant ice shelf, which I guess is bigger than a glacier, I don't know, is going to raise sea levels by 10 feet in the next 5 years.
Let's go.
Dude, that is
we'll see.
dude, it's so ginormous and earth-changing. I dismiss it. If they said it was going up by 6 inches, I'd be like, actually, that's a bigger deal than people think. By 10 feet, I'm like, oh, that's probably just not true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, what do you got to do? Like, realistically, like, let's say it fits true. What do you do? Like, you just build a 11-foot wall? Like, what happens?
What you do is you see
Science
if
checks
wealthy
out.
people you see if billionaires, politicians continue to keep vacation homes in places like Martha's Vineyard and right there on the water. When they start selling all those, you know it's about to get real.
Where does Bernie Sanders or like where does he have? He has to have like some kind of. He has a lake home, right? Not an ocean home.
I don't know. He's up there in Vermont. I think he's safe from the Vermont.
So
I mean, they got ocean over there too.
I picture him living high up in the woods, but that's probably not true, is it? There's no way that old man lives in the fucking
At
woods.
altitude.
So I guess what it is if the ice shelf collapses, then the rest of the West Antarctic ice sheet slides into the sea.
Cool.
And that's the event.
I hope we get video.
Oh,
I hope there's a movie around it.
We need to. I need a time lapse. I bet it's boring.
Yeah. I hope it happens. I want to see something happen. Al Gore lied to me. That video from kindergarten lied to me. The Day After Tomorrow lied to me. Who next?
The Rolling Stone?
2012 was a big disappointment.
The Rolling Stone, they're like, this is serious. So we titled it Epic Disaster of Preposterous Proportions Coming Your Way. New Marvel movie. Like write it more serious.
Dude, one of the most underrated movies ever, Waterworld. Let's go. Like that was fucking cool, right? Remember Kevin
Well, that
Costner's
wasn't
fucking
At what age did you watch it?
It was a
thing
time.
yeah, it's fucking
Yeah.
bad. I watched it last week.
Dude, there's a line
No.
in that movie that I quote and nobody gets. That he has this woman and her child on the boat, and I forget why she's angry, but she decides to kill Kevin Costner, Kevin, his character, and she gives it a go. It's futile. She's worthless, and he's like, "Killing ain't easy, and I ain't no place to start." And I was just like, "Oh, you're so fucking badass." So I have it 80% right.
No, that was probably like around the time he sold the child for pedophilia for paper. I think it was around that time. I think she was bummed about that.
Yeah.
That
That dude.
right. She might have
was-
been trying to save the kid's life or
Or
future.
asshole.
Yeah.
I remember watching that movie when I was a kid, and I remember seeing like a bunch of really bad reviews about that movie, and I didn't understand why people thought it was a bad movie at all. Like I was like,
remember
this
it
thing is
differently.
awesome.
I remember that it wasn't that they said the movie was bad in my exposure. It was that they said the movie was wildly over budget, that it was delayed. Apparently, filming on the water is super hard to do. And
no shit.
right. So, and it's all union based. And if they don't
yeah.
have lunch on time, then it costs $1 gazillion.
So
if they have to work overtime, Kyle.
So if you've seen the movie, there's this atoll that sort of the opening scene takes place in, or opening 20 minutes or so. It's where like the people are living. They built that in the ocean. There was nowhere to piss or shit. So every time you had to take a bathroom break, they had to drive you back to the fucking mainland. Now, of course, we're hoping that people are just pissing and shitting off the side.
I'm from the ocean. There is everywhere to piss and shit.
I don't. Yeah, but I feel like there's probably like some sort of like environmental guy there, like making sure Kevin Costner doesn't shit over the side of the boat or anything.
Yeah.
In any case, like it kept falling apart. It was the movie ended up being profitable, but at the time, I want to say it was the most expensive movie ever made at like 150 million or something like that. Mm-hmm. It really is a fun little action flick, and it's worth watching. Dennis Hopper does a great job. He the line my dad always quotes is somebody's complaining to Dennis Hopper, even though Dennis Hopper just got one of his eyes fucking blown out of his head, and he goes, mm-hmm. "A single tear rolls down my cheek." Don't fucking complain to me, asshole. Look at this.
There's a yeah. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
You can go. Why don't you go?
Oh, so there's a really interesting sort of documentary. I think it might be on YouTube about how horrible the production of that movie was, like how everybody basically hated their lives. Like that atoll that they had everybody at, there was a storm that rolled in and basically broke everything, so they had to rebuild it from scratch, and it put things back like weeks or months or some kind of ridiculous time frame. People were being, it was a really, really hard production, and they were surprised that it even made it. So they didn't really care what happened afterwards. They were like, okay, the movie's made. I don't care what reviews it gets.
Is that another one of those that Kevin Costner directed? Because I think he directed The Postman. Have you ever seen The Postman?
I've heard about it, but I haven't heard it.
Another movie that I feel is underappreciated.
It's underappreciated as well. It's slow though. It's a lot slower than than Waterworld, which is more actiony. The Postman is post-apocalyptic. Who knows what happened? But the United States has fallen in these sort of like split up little communities, a little bit of electricity, but that's if you live next to a hydroelectric dam and you've rigged up a way or something like that. But we've been set back. And Kevin Costner is like this roaming guy who like stumbles upon an old postal truck. He takes the postman's uniform because it's good clothes, even though it's on like a skeleton. And he grabs the mail sack and he walks into town and he comes up with a scam. He says, the United States has been reformed. There's a new president. His name is, it gives some ridiculous name. It's like Benji Gooberson or something. I can't remember. President Gooberson has sent me firsthand. And he's running the scam. So basically they're giving him a place to stay, they're feeding him, and they're giving him mail to send on to the next town. So he's like, fuck yeah, give it to me. I'll carry it. And everybody, bitches are trying to fuck him. Like, it's great. He's loving this. But people start kind of buying into the whole idea that the United States is back, and there's a local warlord who doesn't care for that sort of thing. And it's a little bit like Fallout, right? Like he's got a whole goddamn army, and they're kind of opposed against one another. And Kevin Costner's made up scam of a new United States gets a following behind it and actually starts snowballing.
And he gets a sense of responsibility. I'm looking for a better word, morality, perhaps, where, he is the good guy and he is the government and he would like this world to be better, if I recall. Yeah. And it's pretty good. But like you said, it's slow. I do remember SNL did a skit on it. I think it might have been Kevin Costner on it. The SNL actor is like, oh my God, just tell it quicker. This feels like the Postman.
It's real fucking slow. But there's a few good actors in it that I always recognize, and I kind of like. I don't know, it has a good ending. I like Kevin Costner though, and not everybody does. Dances with Wolves is another one of my favorites. I grew up watching him. I think my grandma had a crush on Kevin Costner because we watched a lot of his movies.
I watched Dances with Wolves, and maybe you've had this experience where you like something like Dances with Wolves. In my head, check, good movie. Hey, you should see this. You would like it. It's a good movie. So I'm watching it with my friend's mom. Now, my friend's mom is an elementary school teacher.
Oh, dear.
like little kids, and she was just really innocent. You would think she was a virgin in spite of my friend's existence. And she always called us her sweet dumplings and fed us. And that was the environment in his house. Okay. So we watched Dances with Wolves together and we liked her. Like she was really nice to us. And Dances with Wolves is violence. And I'm pretty sure he fucks that Indian chick, right? The one who's actually white.
It would have been a romantic fucking, but yeah.
Yeah. So there's me and Mrs. Stapor watching this sex scene, and it was super awkward. I did not realize, like, dude, the same thing happened when we got, I think it was Rock Band. You don't know how dirty these songs are until your child is like singing about sticky sweet whatever.
Oh yeah. You guys ever been in like in elementary school or middle school or something, and then they bring in a movie that's supposed to be, from the period or depicting the period, and then nobody kind of proofreads that movie, like nobody vets that movie, and it ends up being like some crazy like traumatic experience. I remember I was in, I think it was 6th or 7th grade, and then they were like, hey, we're going to be watching we're talking about the World War II atrocities and all that, and they're like, we're going to watch Saving Private Ryan. And it's like at the end, when it started getting real, and like this dude gets a knife through his chest but really slowly, like that. Oh my god, I looked at that and I'm like, holy crap. like I'm freaking out. And people getting blown up, like, all right, well, that's cool. That was, it was crazy to me, because in your mind you kind of imagine what these things look like, but then like if you see it, you put yourself in that situation, and you're like, as a kid, it just gave me nightmares. Absolutely.
How old were you when they showed Saving Private Ryan?
Oh, I mean, God, when did that movie come out? So this would have been after the movie came out on VHS. So this would have been like
was it
late 90s?
99?
Yeah, something like that. So maybe early to the. I mean, maybe I could have been, I don't know, 12 or 13 or something. Yeah. But it was pretty jarring. And I mean, like I also was fairly desensitized, from the early internet where all the gore stuff, but it's just that, like, it's in my mind, just seared in there, and it hit me in a way that I didn't anticipate, and it just like, that was crazy.
That was a great scene, the one you're talking about. And then like almost the best part of that scene is like the Nazi guy's like walking down after killing him, and he doesn't even like. He's like, the effort it would take me physically, the calories I would burn killing you, the guy on the stairs, would be taking away from the war effort. Goodbye. just leaves. It's like, oh, you're not going to shoot me in the back. There's guns everywhere. There's bombs. Like, no, you're a bitch. See you later.
No, that's the, like, just,
and also
emasculate him. Yeah.
Earlier, that was the guy who wanted to spare him back at the radio station.
Yeah. And he learned.
Yeah, he learned there at the end.
He made a horrible mistake.
He's like, hi, it's me again.
I remember feeling like I got away with something when they would put on movies in school that were like really violent. I remember they put on The Patriot in like 7th grade or so, maybe 6th grade. And like we had to get something. It must have been 6th grade, because we had to get something signed by our parents. Like, you're allowed to watch this. And it like said on there, like, don't worry, this is a educational version. All of the red blood is black now. Like, how they did, how like in Lord of the Rings, Lord of the Rings, the orcs and the Uruk-hai, they bleed black instead of red, because apparently you can get like less of a hammer on you from violent ratings. I don't know. But like watching Mel Gibson chase down that red coat in the river, and by the end it looked like he was one of those like he had been like hogging in like one of those mud competitions, because he was just covered in black and brown, and it's like that's he didn't splash that much. Like, that's that red coat's blood all over.
So how did that work? Like, do they just take did they just manually get the red out? Like, how would they do that back in the 90s?
I have no idea. I just know that any blood splurts, anything, they were either removed or they were like brown or black blood. Yep.
What's really shocking,
I didn't learn anything about the Revolutionary War from that. I didn't learn a goddamn thing. I learned that like it was a tragedy that Heath Ledger died, and like it was, and that those stupid redcoats were easily fooled by posts with like dummies and cloths attached to them, like oh, we have 10 of your officers. Like it was a great movie. It is a good movie, but I didn't learn anything.
What I was going to point out is the fact that you watched it for like educational, historical purposes is absurd. Because
no, it's not. That's
it's
how it went down.
Action movie. It's a Mel Gibson movie. They even throw in
it is a good movie.
girl for him, like out of nowhere. How kind of they have that weird like.
Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure we won that war because of the Tomahawk stuff.
Because of Mel Gibson.
Mel Gibson,
the historian.
And don't you like that they sort of like ham-handed in the slave who's like getting his freedom, and everybody's cool with the slave. They make sure that we know that Mel Gibson is not racist.
I guess I didn't pick up on that.
It's important because it's slave owner times, right? He has, but they even like make sure you know that. Oh, these dark-skinned fellows with Mel, they're free people. These are not his slaves. They're his friends, as a matter of fact. Just so we're clear before we go further.
And they do like the Legolas Gimli thing. Remember, like the kind of racist redhead guy and the ex-slave. Like they kind of had a little bit of banter. And then they do like the Irish guy. And then at the end, he's like, "I'm proud to die next to you. I consider you a brother." Or like really ham-handed exposition.
It's my honor. And it's just like, oh, really? You stopped thinking of a race of people as property over the last 3 weeks.
Yeah, and first of all, if you're going into a battle with someone, you do not want the person next to you already like, I'm so happy to die next to you today. Like, no, you gotta be amped up. You gotta be ready to win. You need to have attitude. You need to have a little bit of panache.
I still had hope.
Yeah, it's like, what the fuck, dude? Go home then. Go home. You're ruining the attitude of everyone.
That's like a 9/11 hijacker. It's like we're gonna all die today. That's fine.
You say that, but when Theoden was standing there on the Pelennor Fields, he did not say, "We're gonna get out of here today. We'll head home tonight and have some sandwiches." It was, it was death.
Yeah,
wait,
but they were chanting death to their foes.
Oh no,
that 300, the other documentary? Did we
That's
mix
not
them
what I
up?
took from it. Do you really think that it's like a threat of death? Like
I think that they meant it in the film to be like they're chanting because they're going to bring death, and obviously every warrior culture forever has always screamed when they run into battle. But like I think you're supposed to take from it from the Hobbit's kind of Mary's kind of forlorn face, like, oh, death, that applies to us too. I'm 3'9" and I'm probably not in a good spot here.
I always read it as that's death down there. Let's go get some death. Like they're whatever it like they don't care. They're ready to die. Like today ends in death was what the chant seemed to me. Like
I can see that too. Definitely.
If I ever go to war, I hope I'm one of the main characters.
Me too.
Yeah. But not like Theoden main. Like
and not
like Jon
Tom
Snow
Hanks main.
Jon Snow main character. That's what you want to be.
I want to be a hot female main character.
Ooh.
Depends on what series.
Not a horror movie. Not a horror movie.
No, they always make it. You can be the Jamie Lee Curtis.
No, hot chicks die in horror movies all the time, especially if they're a little
Sex.
slutty and it's early.
I think Jamie Lee Curtis is like an exception. She slipped
No,
through the
well,
cracks.
she's the main girl trope. She's the final girl
Yeah.
trope. So like that exists in all of them. The girl always makes it. The one who's not slutty. You've got the jock, the stoner. The slutty girl.
The horny jock and the
She's my favorite
unlikable
one.
woman.
Yeah.
And they're always
The
fucking.
dies. The douchey guys die. The nice nerdy guy is the last to either die or live. And the final girl makes it because she is the final girl.
Yeah.
All those movies.
It is so predictable, but it's a good archetype.
That's why Scream was so fucking cool. I was showing Scream to someone the other day. I was like, first of all, keep in mind Drew Barrymore is a huge fucking star because the year is like 2001, and like that this trope has been established for 30 years. And the first thing they do is gut Drew Barrymore and like hang her from a tree by her neck, and you're like, oh shit, what am I watching? They gutted Drew Barrymore 5 minutes into the movie, and not in a pretty way. Like they gut Drew Barrymore 5 minutes into the movie, and so the rest of it is pretty fucking good. I hadn't seen it in forever, but it's good.
So you guys are into sci-fi. Like what? I've been watching this this series on Amazon, The Expanse. Have you guys seen it?
Mm-hmm.
All of it.
I've seen some of it. Yeah, I've seen the first season, some of the second.
Well, I mean, they're in the last season now. They're just putting out new episodes, and I mean, it's it's so good in terms of storytelling and world building. Like you really feel like they have, their own languages and stuff like that. And I'm not usually a sci-fi guy. I'm not into like the Star Trek or Star Wars or anything, but it really is an interesting look into like how humans, even though you're all human, how just like changing locations changes us that much that we have something to fight about.
Yeah.
Which of the three cultures do you pull for?
I don't know. I don't know, because like everybody's kind of shitty at the end. Like everybody's just a shithead at the end, and like everybody.
I think the Martians are fucking slick. I like what they've got going on. They seem really professional. They seem like they're the side who will win at any cost, and like actually has like the infrastructure to do it. And
their resources kind of suck though. They're the Russians.
Yeah.
And it's like depressing to live there. Like they clearly have a huge inferiority complex about how much better Earth is to live than Mars. Like I remember that, just like sideways things like all those fucking greenies, or like, the stupid like insults they make up in those in horror movie.
I love the insults. I love that. They call them like dusters and all that stuff. Yeah. I mean, it's I guess I actually never thought about, Martians being like, I guess the Soviets in like a Cold War, very, very calculating. But then again, I was born in the Soviet Union, so I know that it's as
Really?
much
Where?
as yeah. I was born in the Soviet Union. I was born in Russia. So the reason I look like this is because my dad was from Dominican Republic, and that brought along a lot of interesting
So what
social interactions.
What nationality are your parents? Like,
so my mom's from Russia, my dad's from Dominican Republic. I was born in Russia, essentially Soviet Union, in the late 80s.
So your father was visiting the Soviet Union.
Yeah, so he went to school there, because in Dominican Republic in the 80s there was nothing going on. I mean, nothing. You know what it's like to have so little going on that you're like, I'm going to go to the Soviet Union where I don't know the language and I'm going to take my chances. Like,
okay,
that's what was going on. So then he went to school, met my mom, and then I emerged out of that relationship. But yeah, I mean, I came over here when I was 3. Russian is my first language. My wife is Russian. So
wait, so
awesome.
All right, I'm still super interested in this. Did your parents stay together for a long time? Or like,
they're still together. Yeah.
Oh, I misinterpreted. I emerged from that relationship.
Oh, no. I mean, like, just literally
that happened. And they,
yeah, right. Yeah.
We don't need to delve too deep.
2 ships passed in the night. And I emerged.
No, they're still together. They just visited me a few days ago. Yeah.
Do you ever go back and visit Russia now?
I haven't been back. And it's weird because my mom always thought of Russia as home. And then, she's like, well, you have roots there and all this stuff. I never felt a sense of belonging there. I never felt like I had to go back. My wife, obviously, she grew up there and she has family there as well. But, she knows the place. Like, I left when I was 3. I don't know anything.
Yeah, you don't really get attached to.
Well, wait,
3.
didn't you say that was your first language? Do you still speak it?
Yeah, every day.
Can you write it? Do you know hieroglyphics?
So I can write. I can read it at, say, a 3rd grade level.
Okay.
Writing is probably not, but I can read it.
That's
to
interesting.
If I needed to save my life, I could do it. But I can speak it, and that's what we teach our daughter.
Probably read the signs if you drove or something like that.
Oh yeah, no problem.
You're teaching your daughter Russian as well? That's awesome.
Yeah. I mean, you have to teach her a little bit of everything because she's going to get interaction from everybody. So we also have a nanny that comes in. She talks to her in English and all this stuff. So my dad's Dominican, so he's speaks Spanish. So that's
At 3, you moved out of Russia. Did you say you moved to America? Is that where you moved to?
Yeah, so we moved to New Jersey, where we essentially lived in like low income housing.
I did that too.
Plainfield.
I don't know it.
So Plainfield is near Springfield. It's by, I lived in Elizabeth, New Jersey for most of my life. And Elizabeth is right next to Newark. And I know you know where Newark is.
Yeah. Newark is fucking huge. People don't know, like, because it gets overshadowed by New York. Yeah. But yeah. All right. So I see where Plainfield is. It's right by Newark. That wasn't my area. I was more Morristown, the one by Cherry Hill, and Ocean City.
I've heard some people from Jersey tell me that specifically Elizabeth, New Jersey, is the source of many negative New Jersey stereotypes.
It's not only Elizabeth, it's Elizabeth and Newark, and they are it's not the traditional New Jersey stereotypes. It's like that's where all the ghetto is. Like New Jersey is just the worst place in the world.
You've got to give Patterson, New Jersey, the respect of ghetto.
Patterson is horrible. Oh my good. Yeah, it is.
That's where my wife is from.
Yeah, you don't want to be there at night. Like it's horrible.
I picked one with low standards for standard of living.
Well, well, it saves you money. It's a good good decision.
She's like, this place has AC.
This guy has a shit together.
Your car has 4 wheels that match.
Yeah. So I mean, I left New Jersey and then I came here. I'm in Central Florida, and I've been here for the last 5 years. So
Central Florida, whereabouts?
Around Orlando.
Okay.
Yeah.
I go there sometimes. Lake Wales area. Fly my paramotor.
Oh, you got a paramotor. That's cool. That's like.
Oh
yeah. The is the paramotor the one with the motor in the back?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, the big AC.
It's an AC for the world. He's making everything cooler.
You still pull for the U.S. and the Olympics and everything and all that, right?
So
I'm sure.
I don't.
We're judging
Listen,
you.
We're all judging you right now. We need to make sure that you're aligned with this. I guess. I mean, I'm not. What's interesting is like anytime I talk to my mom, she has the Soviet mentality that will never ever leave her, because like, dude, what they do to people, like there's this concept. It's called nibaltai. And nibaltai means don't talk shit. Like, don't tell anybody that's not in our group what they don't need to know. Like, don't talk about our business. And it's like there was so much propaganda going into schooling and all that, and it was super normal. Like my mom, when she was going into it would have been university, they had war games in high school. So it was like mandatory for everybody. And war games was like they had real like artillery. They would put them into the woods, and they would have tanks just go up and down, like fire real rounds, all that stuff. And just to make sure that, they could handle themselves in case a war broke out. So they had sniper drills. My mom was, she could take apart an AK-47 faster than anybody in the school. Like they would put it, take it apart, put it back together. That's, that was interesting learning about my mom, considering she's like, she doesn't know shit about guns, but she could do this thing with an AK.
If you're forced to learn it, you may as well do it right.
I guess, but it's so weird. Like people talk about American exceptionalism and all that stuff. Like, dude, you have no idea how it is on the other side.
With like all of the rigor and the planning and the
I mean American exceptional. What I mean is like by the indoctrination of American exceptionalism in schools. Like people talk about, kids are taught that America is the best country in the world. It's like you don't know how it is on the other side of this, where they're talking about other countries like they are the enemy. And that really was the case.
I mean, like have you seen those like fitness videos on YouTube out of China where it's just a grade school and it shows them all in like clean matching like Chinese government uniforms, and there's like hiya, hiya, and they're like 8 years old, and you watch that, and then you watch like
I want to go there and give them a fucking awakening. I want to beat up all those 8-year-olds.
Those kids.
Like, you think you're shit?
What do you think?
Like Kramer?
You will believe, and the teacher will go, "See, I told you about the Americans."
You're right.
You are going to be my super squad. All 12 of you. Remember this day.
There's too many of
For the next 8 years, these children are being trained and like shooting pictures of you.
Yeah.
What's the maximum amount of 8-year-olds that think you like could kill you?
Yeah,
like if there are 100
trained in a Chinese grade school.
Whenever I get asked this question, the number of like all these things is just so high. I think because I feel like you can one shot kill a duck or an 8-year-old. Like it always comes down to how.
Yeah, but there's a compounding effect. I mean, like they could overpower you and then suffocate you. They don't have to like eat you to death.
That's what it would take.
Have you seen World War Z?
It would have to be like that scene from The Matrix when all the Agent Smiths just pile on top.
All it takes is one kid to accidentally trip you,
I don't
you're
know.
done.
I need to see an 8-year-old. I get a better vibe for it because I think like if you go a little lower, how many 3-year-olds? Oh, an unlimited amount of 3-year-olds. They are hindered by how much like surface area of me there is to even attack. It's useless.
Yeah, they also don't have the motor function. That's why I'm saying like 8-year-old would have like an awareness around them. So
if an 8-year-old hit me in the thigh as hard as they could, I can beat the shit out of that kid.
Bring it, one.
Yeah, but 100 of them, 100 of them.
Do you know how much better I am at fighting than her?
Zach
Is it 100 times? It would
Zach
have
picks
to be.
the friendliest 8-year-old in the world.
Yeah.
She just found that green thing and she's offering it to us.
Please don't kill me, mister.
Imagine if you punched her in the nose.
Look at that little fuck with her back.
This is not going to age well, and this is not. Oh my God, we need to stop this line of thinking.
Here's a better one. Everybody does the kid one, and every podcast has answered that. You know those wrestlers that compete blind, like they're blind?
Yeah.
And so they like have to have, you didn't know this, Woody? So like there are some high school wrestlers and like college wrestlers who are blind. And so there's a rule that like they always get to like have a hand on you or something like that.
Oh.
And so they know where you are.
Is it a rule or just the way they do it?
I think it's probably just courteous. Those matches would take forever. So many disqualifications for wandering
run around the outside. There are rules against falling.
It's like it's physical Marco Polo.
I would be the world champion at blind wrestling because I'd sneak behind him and push him real hard.
Do you think you could actually? How many blind wrestlers do you think you could take? They get a hand on you. They're strong. They're taking you down.
No.
At wrestling and
unless I'm armed.
Yeah, right. Like I feel like if boxing is allowed, we start to shift things back to my advantage. But if this guy is a trained blind wrestler and I need to wrestle him,
no, you don't have to wrestle him. You're in a gymnasium. He doesn't have a hand on you. Let's say there's 3 of them. My approach is to wear like moccasins, something quiet, and I just try and run past them as fast as I can, getting side strikes. I bring a pocket full. I have a pocket. I have a pocket full of small stones that I stop after I hit them, and while they're trying to collect themselves, I throw it to the other side of the auditorium. Distractions.
I can beat up 2 collegiate blind wrestlers. Here's what I'm gonna do: wear socks, okay, not moccasins, because I'm gonna slip and slide. We're on mats. And I'm going to hit one real hard and run toward the other and get them to fight each other while I crawl away. Okay.
Kyle's
plan works better with 2.
They're not deaf. Are you the other blind guy? All right. Wait, you're the other blind. Where's that fucker we're supposed to be killing? Sliding around in his socks, apparently. It's like blood sport. That's what you'd have to do. You'd have to slide quickly and like get some head kicks in, something.
Head kick?
You have to disable.
Oh, you know what? Bring an air horn.
Hang on. Taylor, have you ever tried to kick something that's as high as a man's head?
Never in my life.
Normal people like us can't do that shit.
In my mind, I can.
In my teenage years, I definitely could. It's been a while since
in my life have I been able to kick someone in the head.
I feel like I would slip backwards and knock myself out.
I feel like I'd pull something.
I feel like I've gotten to the point in my life where that is no longer an option for many reasons. So
I can neither kick anyone in the head nor outrun them. I'm kind of fucked.
But you wouldn't need like you've tailored your life in such a way where you wouldn't really need to do that anymore. Like I'm past the head kicking, running for my life phase.
Well, it's one or the other.
It really
no. I
both
would,
in that order. Yeah.
I've talked about my plan for dealing with like if I had to fight a UFC fighter, and that would be to try to befriend him during the press interviews leading up to the fight. Make sure he liked me and maybe beat me
I'd give him the juiciest jaw punch right off the bat, just done.
Oh no, I would give him a gift at the weigh-ins, like flowers or chocolates or something, and just be like, bro, I know we're fighting tomorrow. Be chill.
No, you know what? My gift at the weigh-in, my gift at the weigh-in would be that I'm 40 pounds overweight and I forfeit. That's my gift at the weigh-in. Oh, sorry,
just start scarfing down Oreos.
Sure, you take the change out of your pockets, maybe. No, I'm overweight. No, you're like jangling as you walk away.
Why are you wearing steel toe boots?
No, I can't fight because Oh, my fingers are broken. You're just...
I really gotta piss.
I wonder how Diego's doing. Like last I heard, he was
he has
had
COVID.
pneumonia and COVID, and he was in.
Diego Sanchez. He was the gentleman challenging you.
Yeah.
Okay. Didn't know.
He won't sign the contract.
He won't sign the contract though. I threatened to go to his hospital bed, but someone said I couldn't do that. So
that's a
so
poor
I said I
taste.
sent it in Minecraft, and apparently I'm all good now, according to my lawyer.
Well, he's not.
Oh,
go ahead.
No,
he's not in the UFC anymore. Like he's kind of done, right? So he should be paying a little more attention to these fight offers from these fake fight offers from YouTubers.
Did you guys get out the update on EDP?
No. Yeah. So he was the guy that got caught maybe propositioning a child for sex.
Yeah. So like this like fake Chris Hansen guy who also turned out to be a douche or racist or something, lured him to like this apartment complex. EDP is like this known YouTuber who like big fat black guy who yells into the mic a lot.
Oh, and, was this the thing that I'm sorry to interrupt, but they make like some sting video on YouTube and they were just like doing a bit on him like entire time. They were trying to I got it. Yeah.
They were like cracking jokes the whole time and like it was great.
It was funny.
Anyway, and I think that they even like you're wanting to get evidence when you're talking to these guys. You're like, oh yeah, send me your picture of your dick, because that's pretty like not only is that a crime, but it's like, oh okay, well we can maybe match this up later on. So they asked for his shit. I think they asked for a picture of poop in a toilet, and so like he had sent like pictures of his poop in the toilet to him and stuff, and like that's kind of embarrassing, right? Like kind of a little weird, you know.
It was a big poop too. That's not.
He looks like a guy who can pollute a bathroom.
It's his poop. He didn't play dry.
He has a video called an upper decker called "Filling Up the Chipotle Bathroom." Anyway, I guess this guy who's supposed to be his friend, right, got a call the other day, and it was like, would you receive a call from the Dennisville Detention Center? And he's like, on a vlog, so I did accept it. And he's just like, they're like ratting him out for everything. They're like, they found his Acura at a car dealership, and they're like, he must be low on money. He had to sell his car. Oh, and it turned out that so many people called his apartment complex and complained to the landlord that they didn't want a pedophile living there, even though none of these people lived there. He's been evicted. So he was like living out of a car or something like that. But he had to sell one of his cars. So he's living in the second car. And somehow they knew how much money he had in his bank account. And they were like, he has $3,300 left. He is in jail. He is locked up. They know everything in this crazy video. I think the video was called EDP finally in prison, and in the thumbnail it's EDP making a silly face.
That guy's life is I guess that guy ruined his own life. I mean,
oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, trying to solicit minors and like and what did he say? He kept being like, I'm here for cupcakes. She said she was bringing cookies for me.
Oh yeah, that was the greatest.
And then he's like, what about the part where she said I'm 9 and you said suck my dick or whatever? Paraphrase.
Oh, that part. Yeah,
that part. Admittedly, that we did stray from the cookie discussion briefly.
Like somebody
it was primarily cookies. Okay.
Where somebody posted the link in the Discord, they post the link, and then the next thing they write is poor EDP.
Dude, you're supposed to have no empathy or sympathy for this guy, right? Like zero. You're supposed to just, oh, dude, he tried to solicit an imaginary minor, burn him at the stake. But a little part of me, when I hear everything that's happened to him, it's like, I get
that wasn't the first time, right?
No, I don't share that sentiment. I think he deserves absolutely everything that's coming to him.
You're right. I guess I'm not
because think about it. No, I think you're thinking about it through the lens of he didn't actually hurt anybody. But the thing is, if he did, would your opinion change? And if the answer is yes, then he deserves everything he's getting.
I will say this. I think there's something to be said about luring these men when you are a grown man and you are portraying like an imaginary like 13-year-old.
So I'm with you, Kyle. They should get
real 13-year-olds.
They should get real 9-year-old girls, like that one we showed earlier with the green lollipop. She needs to be involved in these things.
Hear me out here. Like they are like. So the idea is to lure the man there, right? They're not just like,
oh, I'm with you. They'll be hot.
They don't just.
Oh my God,
Kyle, keep going. This is good.
We're just gonna.
What I'm saying is like it's not like they have like someone pretending like they're a 12 or 13-year-old girl and they're just like going about their business. They have a grown man going and portray this imaginary slutty 13-year-old girl who's like looking for who's looking for EDP.
This old fat guy.
Like the truth of the matter is EDP would have never found a minor who was into him, and it would have never been an issue. He'd have ended up jerking off online. What was introduced was this new character who also turned out to be a douchebag, who portrayed an imaginary 14-year-old or something who's like down to meet EDP. Like, if you think about it, like, he was never going to have an issue because nobody of any age is ever going to be interested.
Yeah, but you don't know that. Like, people were saying like he had done this kind of behavior before. Like the thing that like Freddie's saying that I resonate with is like you can be like, oh, I mean, if he would have showed up there and there's no kid, nothing would have happened. It's like, yeah, because he got catfish. Now, like, imagine he gets there and there is a 9-year-old girl with probably overcooked cookies that are not good to eat. Like, what's he gonna do then? Play it he's gonna end up molesting a kid. Like, that's what's gonna happen.
First thing, I don't appreciate you denigrating her baking skills.
I know that was right out of left.
That was uncalled for.
You know what? That is. I apologize. For making fun of the baking skills of the girl I made up in my head.
Well, anyway, they got him.
He's done. They got him. They got him. Mission accomplished. We got him.
Yeah, and he's in. I guess he's literally in jail. The police must have taken this evidence and put value in it.
I suppose so. I didn't watch.
I mean, I'm sure they put value in it because I think the guy who seems like he just catches pedophiles to make fat jokes, like he provided him with all the logs and everything, and I guess it showed like intent to explicitly meet up with an underage kid and engage in illegal sexual activities.
It's a shame that guy turned out to be such a tool because
he was funny.
That was funny, like them confronting him. There was some kind of a joke about like not being able to fit through a window or something like that. There was a bunch of or something about not skipping meals. Yeah. Like there's a lot of fat jokes.
Yeah, there a lot of little. I remember that. Yeah, it was pretty good.
Yeah, like they were roasting him, and he had no retort because he's just hoping they let him go.
Yeah, it was fun to watch the dynamic. Right, they're trying to roast this guy, make fun of him, make content, and get him in trouble. EDP is trying to charm his way out of the situation. But it is difficult to charm your way out of being a pedophile.
It is not working.
Yep. It is tough.
As if they're like, you're here to have sex with an 11-year-old. And he's like, gentlemen. You want to go? I got some Knicks tickets.
Front row seats. Who wants them?
Front row seats to the theater. I mean, to expose the girl to culture.
When anybody ever says, there's no bad publicity, I'm like, look at Jeffrey Epstein. Like there's absolutely bad publicity.
Dude, I was going to talk about her next. Taylor, I need an assist. Can you pronounce Ghislane Maxwell's name?
I believe it's Ghislane Maxwell.
Ghislane, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Now, so she's been found guilty. I don't think she's been sentenced yet, so we don't know how long she's going to be in prison. Mm-hmm. Is this the part where they get her to flip on everyone? Maybe.
No.
Is this the part where she commits suicide?
I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen. I mean, like the Epstein thing, like obviously he didn't kill himself. Like all those trends that were going on.
Dude,
yeah, Epstein... I know, it's wild, isn't it? Did you see the funniest thing surrounding Epstein's death is still like they show you the picture of the ex-cop who killed people who like briefly roomed with him even though he wasn't supposed to have a roommate, and it's the biggest muscle-bound man you've ever seen. Like the picture of him free, like sitting there, he's got like 6 like murderer pit bulls, not the kind you see at the park, the kind that kill other dogs, and he like beat the shit out of him. Like I think the autopsy for Epstein showed a bunch of shit. Like even the coroner was like, this is not consistent with why were his ribs broken? Why did he have like contusions all over his body? Why did it look like he had the shit kicked out of him? Like, usually when people hang themselves, they don't have multiple contusions to their skull.
Taco Tuesday is crazy, man. I don't know.
The Epstein conspiracy, forgive the term. That's his roommate.
Look, they put that guy in there.
That is a cartoon character.
That is a cartoon character that I would complain about because it's not an attainable body.
Yeah. Look
No,
at the
that's
side.
not-
Look at it. Looks like he has 2 biceps on that right arm.
Oh yeah.
And they fuse together.
Oh, it's crazy. I lost my train.
I remember the
of thought.
dogs being meaner looking. I'm exaggerating.
Nice dogs.
They're not
Look at-
normal
that's-
pit
look at-
bulls. They're
look at
over
that-
the top.
Look at that friendly ass dog right on his lap.
His name is Fozzie too.
like 15
He's just
pounds.
Oh, I was gonna say Epstein, like the Epstein suicide in quotes, is a neat little conspiracy theory because it draws the line in my mind between like, okay, if you don't buy into the fact that he was murdered, then you don't buy into any conspiracies existing at all. Conspiracy is almost adopted as a term that means like fake news, but it doesn't. It just means that people conspired to do a thing. People put their minds together to accomplish something. And this is a conspiracy theory, which again means like, I don't know, something suckers believe in.
That people in private colluded together to get something done. It's like, how do you think military operations work? How do you think the FBI, the CIA, the NSA, the government? Like,
I mean,
obviously.
I believe Epstein didn't kill himself. That's where I land on this.
Yeah.
And if you don't, then like your standards of proof are really high to think that anything other than the official narrative is on the mark.
I mean, you're hopeless if you can't see through that one. Like the guy who had dirt on everyone gets killed in his suicide protection chamber, and there's like guards who don't even work there who were there that day. The camera goes out at the perfect time. It's
the
like
camera one was big on me. Yeah.
Yeah.
The fact that the cameras broke for the murder, like, oh, shucks the luck.
rats.
We had this really weird glitch in this 3-minute window. I mean, I think the reason why a lot of conspiracies are seen, like the conspiracy theories are seen in a negative light, is because people that have the really outlandish conspiracy theories in their heads, whether it's flat Earth or some weird I don't know, Bilderberg or like all that stuff, like that sort of thing is like, if you believe in one, you are more likely to believe in all this other crap, and then that's when people just get written off as like, listen, okay, this is crazy uncle that I have. He comes over on Thanksgiving. Just let him talk. Okay. Just don't engage with him. That's what people really think about. But like, this doesn't seem like that to me. This doesn't seem like 9/11 truth or whatever. This is like,
if anything, they use some of those ones like flat Earth, like in a rhetorical way, like an argumentative rhetorical way, to be like, you think Epstein didn't kill himself? What are you, a flat earther? And it's like, there is a Grand Canyon of things between that, and you're trying to like lump anything that the news didn't directly tell you to being fake. Like, that's
do
not
people
true.
really do that though with Epstein? Because I haven't seen anybody that thinks that he actually killed himself.
I've seen people online like adamantly, vehemently defending it, like
really?
What are you, stupid? What are you, Q? Like,
I was
I've
going to
seen
say
that.
the internet generally believes that Epstein was murdered.
I remember this was like back when it happened, but I was like tweeting about it, and I don't want anybody to get picked on, but a couple like liberal guys were like, I hate conspiracy Twitter, like in like a subtweet to me, and it's like,
I love that
you're
voice.
you're a fucking loser, dude. You know what I'm talking about, but it's like really, like, this one didn't jump out to you,
right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's like I hate conspiracy Twitter. It's like, dude, you're just not critically thinking about this. I'm sorry, you're not.
Yeah.
As far as the Maxwell, the Ghislane thing you were saying, like,
then Taylor.
Oh, sorry.
Then
Go ahead.
you call him a pedophile.
that's the way I respond to every argument from now on. Just, it doesn't even, they're like, the Blues aren't that good, they're past 5 games. I'm like, yeah, lots of pedophiles agree with you.
I think
pedophiles agree, and am I right?
So pedophile is the 2021 version of the 2016 Nazi, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think
it's the most awful thing we can come up with to like stain on somebody, but they've been doing it forever, right? Like it's how like governments.
Julian Assange.
Yeah, it's how often like
that guy's fucked.
It's how they will taint someone. Like if you even go back to like, I know it's a movie, but like the X-Files movie, right? There's a shadowy figure who's stick with me. It's a movie about
timely reference, yes.
Right? Like the government guy comes to Mulder, he's like, hey, I've got some information about this shit the government's doing. And immediately, like, they're like finding hard drives of pedophilia in his house. Yep, we found them. Turns out that guy's a big kitty fucker. Like,
that is so funny. Like
Open and
the
shut
guy,
case.
the guy who invented like the 3D printed like gun or the 3D printed lower. Like he's like, I love guns and I figured out how to 3D print them. Here's the software if you want to make them also. And then like 3 days later, they're like, we found half the world's stash of child pornography in this gentleman's house, and now he's going to prison for the rest of his life. And no one is going to stand up and go, I don't know, because they'll be like, what do you like, child pornography, you pedophile?
Mm-hmm.
Like the same way they'll name bills that just increase internet censorship and overreach and oversight. They'll call it like the anti-kids getting raped in America bill, and then no one can vote against it.
That the opposite just happened.
Yeah, I'm sure they do that shit all the time.
There's a bill that made more kids get raped.
Yeah.
So here's what happened.
Wildly unpopular bill.
Apple came up with technology to stop people from passing child porn pictures. So what they did is they had a database of child porn pictures, like known sort of like, dude, this is what pedophiles get off to. And if you text it to your friend, they sort of check it in like an anonymous like hashtag. What am I looking for? Checksum way.
Mm-hmm.
And so they're not actually reading your mail. They're just sort of scanning your mail to see if it needs to be read. I'm saying mail, but I mean text.
Right.
And Apple was like, dude, so just to be clear, like we don't even know what it says. We just know if your picture matches this database of known pictures.
Yeah, extra doubt.
Right. So moving this along, privacy advocates were like, dude, first of all, what's child porn exactly? You know, how many grandmothers are passing pictures that they think of adorable of like 3-week-olds getting washed in the kitchen sink? Like, is that child porn? Like that is.
If they wanted to get technical, then they could say yes, but it's clearly not.
Right.
No. Growing up, I was always fucking naked. Like I didn't start wearing clothes until
I do my fucking.
Like 6 or 7. I was just running around everywhere naked. Like
people go to school at that age.
not in Georgia.
No,
I was working the farm.
Yeah. So anyway, long story short, and by the way, they were going to flag it, and then if it got flagged, it would be sent to a human, and that human would make like an evaluation, like a judgment call, like, oh, false flag. This is it. This is the one. This is a picture that pedos love. Let's get this guy. Privacy advocates won. Apple was like, you know what? Never mind. This is all pain, no gain. We thought we were doing a good thing, but we'll just not do anything.
So yeah, I really doubt they did that, because then the Apple board meeting, they're like, guys, let's take a minute from talking about profit margins and money, and what can we do to help? What can we do to genuinely help the world? We can crack down on this, can't we, guys? We can all do it if we work together. It's like, no, fuck no.
No,
like that was not their motivation.
No,
I don't.
They were trying to
right.
were trying to couch it behind that to make it unassailable.
I think you're what are you, a flat earther?
I don't think so. I think that companies working in a concerted way to try and get laws passed that increase their overall power in regard to people's interpersonal communication, and like that's
Apple
desirable for them.
Also
right?
has a pretty strong contingent of like, I don't know, green earth, solar panels, make the world a better place, hippies working there too. That would be all about this sort of thing.
I think a few things can happen at once. I think they can come up with a technology that will allow them to get more power, over your information. That's 100%. But then it could also do some good. If, let's say, it caught some pedophiles that were, sharing files or whatever, that would be, I think, a net positive. But the problem is, I mean, I just thought, like, so is there, it has to go to a human, right? So there has to be a person that is employed by Apple, and their sole job is to look at child porn. Like, so like, is this image, like, or is it just like looking at checksums or something? Like, how does that work?
I have no idea.
I know, right? And they always talk about how damaging it is. Apparently in Australia, this job exists where they like check porn to make sure it's okay. Oh. And these people get a ton of time off because of how mentally distressing their job is. And I'm like,
oh my God.
I don't know. Like, I think I'd be good at that job. I could do
it.
That would be
that would be a soul crushing job, because like Like
some of us just aren't meant for it. Some of us were born for it, Taylor.
You'd be like, how was work, hon? And be like, well, I saw some really upsetting things, to tell you the truth. And it's like, I can't stop seeing it. When I close my eyes, I'm seeing these horrible images.
Ghislane Maxwell to do the job, and she'll be like, "How was work? Best day ever."
she's gonna be like, I think we could make even more of this stuff. You give me an island, you give me a guy with a shady bank fund and some international connections. We can get this banging.
Have you ever seen a 4-year-old hanging dong? Today I did.
Oh my god! If anybody ever says anything like that, unironically, like the FBI needs to have all of this. Like, they just knock down your door immediately. Like, oh my god, that was
a sick joke.
Yeah,
no, obviously. Wow,
I meant sick isn't really good.
And sick is in fucked up. But
sick.
It's sick like getting an Ollie McTwist in Tony Hawk Pro Skater 98. Classic game. Turn off the gravity combo for hours on those summer afternoons. You remember that, Kyle? Did you play? Tony?
Never.
I guess I'm the youngest, but Tony Hawk Pro Skater 98 on the N64. You turned gravity off and you could just grind and do jumps with a million tricks and like go until the score bar was all the way till the end. And then you fall and it's like, I guess let's go outside. Like that's all there was in the game because it's not fun. But you were saying the Ghislane thing, like when's she gonna flip on people? She's not like, and even if she did flip, like I don't think it would be huge news. I could see it kind of being the same way as like the Panama Papers, where they found out like, hey, every rich person in the country is hiding their money and they're not paying taxes. Huge story.
Nobody
gone the next day, because it implicates a lot of people who own media companies and shit like that. And so I can see this just kind of almost serving as like a way to squash the severity of the story of Epstein, to be like, well, they went to jail. What do you want? Like the two people who did this went to jail, and it's like, come on.
I would love it if it didn't go that way. Like the three people I
too.
keep seeing really associated with her are Clinton, Prince something or other from England probably, and Trump. Those are the three people that have really been linked to him. There's all these pictures. Trump in particular was quoted as saying, like, he likes the ladies as much as me, but he likes them on the younger side. Like, he fucking knew.
Oof.
It's another one of those open secrets.
Wow.
Yeah. Like, everybody knew, but they just didn't say shit. Which is ironically a conspiracy.
Like Harvey Weinstein, yeah.
And I would just love to see her looking at literally a lifetime of jail start flipping. And then, like you said, for all I know, she flips like a circus performer and nothing happens.
Yeah.
Can they release like who talks to her in prison, or like what lawyers are coming to go see her? Because if it's like, let's say, lead counsel for the for the Trump family or the Clinton family or something went to go pay her a visit, like, is that public knowledge? Like,
I don't know.
It's a good thing you came to Taylor. He knows.
Yeah. I could not tell you. I can't imagine that would be public knowledge, but I don't know. Like, seems like we would have found something out about that.
I wonder if Cliff Hutchinson would.
Cliff Hutchinson, attorney at law. Yeah, we could. I'll tap him. I've got him on retainer. Very cheap. Very cheap.
How many video game questions?
Video game release day questions, not about anything else.
Freddie doesn't know it. Taylor plays his character, Cliff Hutchinson, attorney at law. He specializes in video game release date legislation and basically convinces GameStop employees it's okay to give us games ahead of schedule.
We did that T-shirt back in the day where it like was Cliff Hutchinson, attorney at law, and I made I came up with the tagline: "Settle for less."
You just get pre-alpha games and stuff.
Yeah. But yeah, I hope you're right, Woody. Like I hope something does come of it, because way more heads should roll than just these two people.
Late. It's getting to be too late. You guys have heard me express this idea many, many times. If you get to live your best life, never having had sex with anyone over 17, and then you finally get in trouble at 77 years old, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, do you mean like there's just a lot of old pedophiles that have gone too long without being behind bars?
Yeah,
like
I won.
Who is the Game of Thrones guy that I'm referencing? Walter
George
Frey?
R. Martin. No, Walter Frey. Yeah.
Yeah, Walter Frey. This guy lived his best life. How many wives did he have? Like 28 or something like that?
A bunch of them. Yeah.
Yeah, like what his version of perfect life he lived. He was so old. He was like 90 something. His son was like 77 and never got his chance to be king because dad lived in like 99. And then he was murdered. And everyone's like, oh, they got him. They got him in 99. No. Like what? You listening? His life, he liked his more than you like yours.
Yeah.
Maybe.
I mean, like, so what happens? Let's say everything is put out on the table. She has this crazy dossier that names every single person, and then you have pictures and video evidence and all this stuff. Like, is this the Nuremberg trials? Like, what happens, or is this swept under the rug?
I think it'd be swept under the rug. I think they would take advantage of deep fake and use that to excise a lot of people from culpability. Like, that's not Prince Andrew fucking a child. That's a deep fake of him, and those are all his deep faked royalty rings that he's wearing on his hand or whatever. Like, I feel like something like that would happen. Maybe I'm too cynical about it. Like, it would be great if some of these people got caught, because like the Prince Andrew stuff, like very, very obvious he was tied to a lot of fucked up shit.
Yeah, I don't think a rational world exists where people can say like, all right, we can all get behind something. Like, I think we had some of that for a split second right after 9/11. The country was united like a little bit, like just the tiniest amount. Then they said, okay, we had to concert our efforts towards this one goal. And then it sort of fell apart along partisan lines. And the same thing happened with COVID. Like, for 5 minutes after COVID became a thing, people were like, hey, this is pretty bad. What are we going to do about it? And then those answers came out, and then it was like partisan, vaccine, or your blah, 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 So I don't know, man. Like,
partisan lines are crazy, right? Like, if you tell me your view on guns, I can pretty well predict your view on how bad you think COVID is. And they shouldn't be linked. If you tell me what you think about abortion, I bet I know what you think of face masks. And like,
really? Because I don't know. Like,
okay.
Well, maybe it's an exception or the rule, because I know a lot of people that have differing opinions on both of those subjects, but it's like, it might be an exception to the rule. Maybe it's just my circle of friends. And I know that if you go online, it's really going to be either one or the other. There's not a lot of gray area. So
not a lot of gray matter. You had it right too.
Not a lot of smooth brains, not a lot of wrinkles in those in that gray matter.
So like Democrat and Republican belief systems don't feel like they should really be grouped like they are. Like the famous one is like, why are the anti-abortion people so pro-capital punishment? You'd think that kind of logically they people who don't like killing would not like killing, period. But no, they're on different teams. And I get that they're not the same thing. I hear you.
Yeah.
But like this one's out of date, but it used to be that being pro-smoking was a very Republican issue. They were all about protecting the cigarette companies and shit like that. And so it's like, if you're pro-smoking, you're probably pro-life. It's like, why are they linked? But again, if you told me your view on like cigarettes and restaurants, I could definitely predict your view on abortion.
I think the way I think society goes is let's say from the dark ages to now, it goes further left, just politically, like more liberal ideas. But I think people on the right act as brakes for the left. Like, society itself moves further left, and then whatever that new normal becomes, then you have the fringes on either side. But I don't think the right or the left of 100 years ago would be anything what we have today, like what our ideology is or whatnot. I think
that's a good point. And it's funny, the move to the left I generally agree with. Like, I like gay marriage, right? Why was that a problem in the first place?
Like it? You like it?
I'm a big fan. But on the other hand, I like the breaks too. There are definitely some ideas from the left that I'm like, chill, bros. Like, you're at this point, you've gone too far, and you're not right anymore.
I think a lot of people on the left are waking up to see how on their side, like on the I guess the Democratic Party, there have been a lot of fringe elements, and they've taken a lot of the Democrats' platform, and they're like, hey, I didn't vote for this. I didn't want this craziness like in my platform. So I think there's a lot of pushback on the crazy from both sides now, and we're seeing a little bit more of the centralization. Like 3 years ago, what is the phrase, like a militant centrist or something like that?
Okay.
That wasn't a thing, 3 years ago, and now it's like, oh, you're in the center. That just means that you can't pick a side. Like that's that's becoming more of a thing. Like people are more towards the center, either center left or center right. But
Oh, that's interesting. I see it the other way. I see everyone rushing to the edges and the extremes, but I hope that you're right. Yeah.
No, I mean, it could be a different way too, because I'm also cloistered in Central Florida, where I don't really talk to a lot of people. But the people I do talk to, like, everybody is fairly reasonable, even the ones that I don't agree with. Like we agree on most things.
There's the difference. You spend your time in real life, and I spend mine on the internet. So
like talk about anything. Like, you're so right, Freddie. Like, talk about anything in real life with someone, and it's like, oh, that was fine. That was okay. It was pleasant. Oh, we disagreed on something. Okay, let's not talk about that, or let's talk about it cordially. On the internet, though, like it's vicious to have any conversation. Yeah. I go to like follow like hockey accounts, and I'm like looking at their tweets, and it's like, man, these guys hate each other because they have different statistical models on the efficiency of a player's puck possession. And it's like fuck your mother. And it's like, like, God damn, there's no reason for this, friends. We're all enjoying the same sport.
Hey everyone, let's just get together and just have a good time. No, I get that. I mean,
it's easy to think people are way meaner than they actually are, and way more combative if you spend way too much time online.
So the social media aspect of things is like, I'm scared of social media. I really am, because I am addicted to it, and I know I'm addicted to it, and that sucks. So
which one?
So I deleted my Twitter app on my phone, right?
Mm-hmm.
So in my stupid mind, like, I'm going into Twitter on my browser and on my phone. And, and I know I'm doing it. And I do it. And I never derive any pleasure. I'm going there because I know I want to see something that is going to piss me off. And it's so stupid. I hate that about myself.
I'm worse. See, at least you're on Twitter, which is cool. I'll go to Facebook, and I think Facebook has...
Twitter is not cool.
Twitter, there's nothing cool about Twitter. No,
Facebook is the least cool. It is. It's
the most boomery. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
so
sure, yeah.
I'll go on Facebook, and I think after that woman came out and exposed them of being intentionally kind of fighting via the algorithm, they cleaned it up. I see less politics than I used to. Cool. How do I handle that? Spacebar. Just scroll. Go down and down and down until I find someone that I disagree with. And it's like, fuck him.
Yeah.
Dude, the way I've used the internet for a pretty significant while now is like, if I'm going on like online or Twitter or Reddit or wherever, it's like I have an idea of where I'm going. It's like I got into archery as a hobby. So like I'm going there. And I just go straight to the archery forum, or I go straight to the hockey one, or like I'm getting into Rubik's Cubes now. So I went to the Rubik's Cubes one called Cubers. Yeah, dude, this is funny. Just
that's
last
his thing now. He's got the we thought he was gonna be Strawley against the corner hat guy.
No, I'm gonna be a Rubik's Cube in one hand, flipping a coin in the other guy, toothpick in the mouth. I'm three guys. So like I go and so now I'm into Rubik's. It's so just yesterday I was hanging out when my wife was there, my brother was in town, and I was sitting there, like, she was asking like what we wanted to do for like plans that last night, and I was like trying to remember the algorithms on this because I just got it yesterday, and I'm trying to figure it all out. And she's like, my God, Taylor, like you're really into archery now all of a sudden, and you're buying a bunch of Rubik's Cubes, and you say you want to learn how to do Rubik's Cubes fast. Are you actually autistic? Like,
did she say that?
She was like, did I marry an actual autistic person?
Is there something wrong with you? Like,
no, there's nothing. I'm gonna be. I mean, there's no way to be cool doing one of these, but I'm gonna try. The
best part is, like we were talking about it privately, and like somebody was, I was like, did you get a speed cube? And I was kidding, and he's like, I got the Speedmaster Hyper 5000.
I didn't do that. What I did.
Taylor, show us the action. Show us how it spins.
Look at how smoothly this spins.
All right, fun fact: you can't get it back now.
I can't. It's just gonna take me about 25 minutes after the show, and I'm gonna have to be sitting here being like, okay, I need to make the white cross on top. How do I? Okay, what's the algorithm to get this to here? Okay, I need to figure that out. It's rewarding. Like, even though I'm looking online to like tell me how to move everything, and I'm going super slow. Like, when I get to the end, it's like that feels really good. Like,
and then you watch a video of a Chinese 11-year-old doing it blindfolded in 32 seconds. And
I watched the world. Apparently, there's a guy who is the best in the world at this, and he just broke that troublesome 4-second barrier.
4 seconds.
He did it in like 3.9 seconds.
Did you see the Netflix documentary on it?
I just randomly heard about it from being on the Cube Reddit, and I'm gonna watch it. I'm gonna check it out,
dude. All right, so it's pretty good, but here's there's this dude, and he's compared to a Rubik's Cuber, like, he's cool. Like, and better yet, he's normal. So amongst the other Rubik's Cubers, he's like pulling all the pussy. Like, he's a really nice guy. And then there's another guy, and he's literally autistic. Like it's this thing. It's all he can do. He's I'm gonna call him mildly autistic. Like, he can speak, but if you were to meet him, you would instantly know he has autism issues.
Yeah.
And he worships the other guy. And it's interesting to see the other guy take this sort of like, I don't know, paternal sort of helpful thing as the autistic one beats him in like competition after competition.
It's very sweet.
Yeah, it is very sweet. What happens, I guess, typically in the life of a Rubik's Cuber is they are the best in the world, but you have to practice this for like 12 hours a day to stay on top. And eventually, you know, they discover girls and get an actual career and become not as elite as they once were.
And I don't think it pays well. Frankly, I don't think it pays really anything. But it's neat. It seems like
people were coming out of the woodwork like, you should get Colin a Rubik's Cube. I'm like, that just feels some kind of autist racist.
Being an autist.
That is.
You tell me not to get him.
That's like, yeah. It's like blackface for autistic people.
Yeah.
Right.
This is our word. Yeah.
Yeah. This is our toy. This is some neurotypical asshole was playing with the Rubik's Cube at the airport today. I saw him talk to a girl while he was doing it. This piece of shit.
Then he made eye contact with another grown ass man. It was wild.
Dude, like, it's the same like pattern you go to. The same thing that happened like a few months ago when I got into archery, where like you go there and you watch like an incredible video of a guy's form, like form check, and then comments. I'm watching it like, that looks like he should be given Legolas lessons. And then you go in the comments and it's like, Olympic archer here. You fucked up everything and you're terrible. Like, the same thing with cubers. I found a video. A guy's like, hey, it's nothing much. Here's me recording at home timed. 10 seconds and 12 seconds, but I'm looking to get it lower. 10 seconds to finish a Rubik's Cube in 12 seconds, like rapid succession. And I thought it was incredible. I'm like, this guy's about to make his...
In 10 seconds, he finished it in 12 seconds?
Yeah, so
doubling down on that. Okay.
He mixed it up and then put it down, put his hands on the timer thing, and then did it, finished it in 10 seconds, and then immediately after he was done, mixed it back up, put it down, timed again, and then so like rapid succession, like over the course of 30 seconds, he did a 10-second solve and a 12-second solve. And I was like, this guy's incredible. Like, this guy must be like one of the guys on this subreddit. First comment: these are some of the worst turns I've ever seen from someone getting your time. What are you thinking? Your OLL,
garbage.
There's like names for like the algorithms. He's like, your OLL passovers and your PLL passovers are pathetic. I mean, thank God you have fast spinning speed. Otherwise, you'd never get below 10. And it's like, dude, be nice. He's he did it real quick.
that guy's real good. He did the thing real fast.
I'm at 25 minutes right now.
I don't. Yeah, exactly. I'm not gonna go there anymore because it's just a bunch of people posting pictures of their collections of 1,000 Rubik's cubes and then them solving it in 5 seconds. It's like if I could get to below like 3 minutes consistently, I'm in. I've got my party trick basically. Like
one of the problems with places like that is asking for advice. You're like, hey, you know what? No. I need a surround sound system for the living room. I'm like, whoa. The first thing you're going to have to do is decorate your living room in sound deadening cubes like Tile and Kaler have behind them.
Yeah.
Tile and Kaler. Okay.
Tile and Kaler.
And then, the next thing you're going to have to do is whatever, like change your floor and your ceiling and do this and that. And you can't have a couch. It's like, no. I just wanted speakers. I'm not making any of these other sacrifices.
Right.
But
it's like, what's something for a normal person? Not someone that needs the utmost of anything. But I think that's the case when you do anything that requires any sort of skill on the internet. If you say, hey, I did this one thing, you're going to have everybody that's like, I was a soothsayer for 5,000 years. Yeah. And I'll tell you that you have no idea what you're doing. First of all, your form is shit. It's dog crap. And it's like stuff like that just drives me up the wall, because if you're trying to show people something interesting that you're doing, or you're learning a skill, like you can say in the video, hey, I don't know how to do this, but I'm learning and I'm going to share with you what the experience is. Like, people still dogpile you about not doing things like, I don't like, what do they get out of it?
It's just like,
it makes perfect sense to me. I do it all the time. People are like, you know what? I don't know how to masturbate. And I'm like, all right.
All right, pull that penis out. Well, you jacking me off isn't helping, sir.
Well, it's not hurting you, so we'll just keep going.
Something that's like also interesting on like big forums, whether it's Reddit or whatever, is like when you do know something about what the topic being discussed. And so like I do this all the time on the hockey one. It's my favorite sport, the only one I follow very, very closely. And like a big hit will happen or something, and immediately the entire like hockey forum will be like I'll click on it to be like, man, I wonder if everybody else noticed that he clearly caught an edge right there and didn't mean to put his knee into that guy's, like, he didn't mean to slew foot that guy. He didn't mean to knee him in the head. Like, look, you can see a clear edge work mistake there. He must have hit a nick and he fell into him. You go on the chat, and the top like 3,000 upvotes and a bunch of fucking rewards is like, he should be suspended forever. This is brutal. This is like barbarism. I can't believe that there are good people here who think this is okay. Rethink yourselves. Like that ridiculous Reddit speak, which is the most insufferable shit ever.
Be better. Yeah.
Be better. It's like, go fuck yourself. And it's like, and then like you read something like that and it's like, shit, if I were in the Rubik's Cube or the archery or in a forum where I didn't know anything about the topic being discussed, I would look at this top comment and think that I gleaned some sort of information from it. But I'm in the hockey one where I do know what the fuck's going on. And so I can just go, oh, all these people whose comments I'm reading about this sport that I enjoy, they're mostly retarded. They don't know anything. Yeah. And then it'll be like a comment like way down below. It's like, did any of you guys play hockey?
I had a similar experience.
No.
So there was a time when I was that guy that you're describing, the expert that is you, but it was cycling. And then Consumer Reports did a review on which bikes to buy. And it was like, this is horseshit. Yeah. Has this guy this guy had the level of expertise that a 9-year-old would have. Like, I believe he could ride a bike, but didn't know shit about cycling or bicycling or or whatever. And it just, now it's like, I don't know how to trust your opinion on dishwashers, because I don't know shit about dishwashers.
And I like those listicles that you're talking about, where they say like the top 5 whatever. Every once in a while, it'll be like the top 5 bikes, and then you click on the author's name of the article and you see his other written works, and it's like 4 days ago this guy ranked the best kitchen blenders. Like, there's no way he knows enough about all of this stuff to be authoritative in any way. Richard, thank you for joining us. How are you?
Oh, hello.
Super quick. Richard, gun guy. Freddie, car guy.
Oh, hey.
How you doing? I'm also a gun guy.
You're also a gun guy, Freddie?
I'm also a car guy.
No,
awesome.
Look at this.
Oh my God.
This is,
you got chocolate in my peanut butter.
That's a great scene. He just executes both of them on the car.
Have you guys ever tried, Is it called Bumble Friends? Help me. I'm close on this.
I've never heard of that. I know what
I
Bumble
came
is.
really close once.
You almost tried it.
Yeah, because I was going through it as a dating app for a while, and I saw the friends thing, and you make connections that way. It's like, who is using it?
Dude, so I listened to a podcast, and this guy was a collegiate wrestler, a bro, and he laid it out really nice, and I agree with him, having been in bro culture before. Bros know how to be friends. You know, a bro walks into the room, his friends fucking cheer when he walks in the room. They're not afraid of being homophobic. They show actual affection. Like, bros know how to be friends. And when he was a collegiate wrestler, and then as I was a swimmer, it sucks, right? As a swimmer, you just spend your fucking face in the water looking at that black line, suffering. That is the bulk of the sport. And it's bonding to some extent. Wrestling is the same sort of thing, right? They're in this room. It's too goddamn hot. For some reason, they're climbing ropes to the ceiling while in the L position. And it's bonding, right? They're all being tortured together, maybe like boot camp, which I have no background in. Anyway, he graduates college and his friends moved to different areas. He was an elite wrestler, so they all like came from different places to wrestle there. And now he doesn't have bro friends anymore. And it's hard because he doesn't have an environment to like form them to create it again. And he's like, how exactly do you make friends as a grown-up? So he hit you guys don't know what this is, Bumble Friends or something?
Yeah. It's like BFF.
Bumble BFF.
Yeah.
And I don't know. Like
I will say that,
Okay.
like, if you're using a dating app, I don't know. It just, for me, it comes across weird initially.
Yeah.
And I've actually been thinking about this a lot because shout out to all the guys on Reddit. Like, I say this every time I come on PKA. Like your fan base is so interesting to me because like I went to the Bitcoin developer meeting in Austin and ran into this dude there. And he's like, dude, I love your stuff, blah, 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 blah. And it's like, okay, so where do you know me from? Because it's so diverse, like, because my tech background, the comedy stuff back in the day, my YouTube stuff. And he's like, oh, I watch you on PKA. And I'm like, shut up, dude. That's awesome. That's so cool. But,
nice.
you know, I'm a big proponent. If you have like some kind of interest, like, you got to get off the internet. You got to go to these in-person meetups. And that's kind of taken some of my own medicine on that. I was like, hey, like, you want to go to a car show? I'm into crypto and stuff like that. So I've been going to dev meetings for Bitcoin, Ethereum, and all these other different things. It's like, I feel like that's a better route than using a dating app because you're kind of already lining up interests.
Yeah, that makes sense. I could also see quite a few guys on the Bumble best friends forever side of it also wanting to fuck you. But they don't want to be on the on.
I'd say
on
that's
Grindr.
most of it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Dude, hypothetical me finds it more awkward to like put yourself out there for a friend than a girlfriend. Like, I feel like the girlfriend is sort of an established dynamic that's supposed to have. If I was out there with a guy getting coffee, seeing if he liked dirt bikes too.
That sounds sad, man. That sounds so sad.
There's nothing sad about that. You'd be like, Jack, you'd be like, hey, where you heading, honey? Oh, I've got a play date. I'm meeting Brian today. He's 47 and he's a retired orthodontist.
An Aquarius.
Yeah,
but I mean, how often are you going out for like coffee?
I've never
chill
done
with
it.
somebody. It's like
I've never done it. No, I've only heard a podcast about it. But dude, at the end of the podcast, I have probably one really best friend that I meet in real life very often. He likes dirt bikes and flying like I do. But he lives like 3 hours from me. So we only get together like one or maybe twice a month. And I'm like, I would like to have a best friend in Raleigh. Should I hit Bumble BFF? You don't make best friends lifting in your home gym.
That is true. But that's part of the. I like being alone lifting in my home gym. But I get what you're saying with the whole. I like what you're saying, Richard. Like, go to a physical place where it's already a foregone conclusion that you have a similarity with them. If you're into guns, go to a gun show.
That's
and just
exactly it.
Go to a strip.
Hey, let's go shooting.
Wait, you like pussy? Oh man. You
No, you get on the Bumble
dude.
BFF, but you're to a straight strip club.
You just keep doing that, sitting next to like
there.
sad people at a strip club. I think we're gonna become fast friends. And he's like, get the fuck away from me.
Wait, you carry singles? I carry singles.
Wait, you're depressed?
I do compartmentalize people though. Like I have noticed that, like, because I'm always reluctant of fucking up things that I really like. So like, for example, the gym, like sometimes I won't mix certain friends and different verticals, I guess, because you run the risk of, pissing somebody off, and then like you shit where you eat, and that's like, now the gym's ruined. I got to go to a different one.
And there's like the gym for me is like a solo thing anyway. I don't want to be having conversations. I don't.
I
be,
love
like,
CrossFit,
chatting.
dude.
I've never done that.
For me, like if the pandemic has done anything like for me, like it's to let me know that it lets me know that like I rely on community for fitness and I rely on fitness for diet. And like if those start breaking down, like it just spirals out of control and I start drinking liquor like crazy.
Dude, I broke my pinky. Diet went to hell.
Yeah. Really?
Because
Are you serious?
Yeah. And I also hurt my wrist. It went to hell is a bit of a stretch, but definitely my discipline shifted.
48 trillion
because I couldn't lift. I'm sorry, Kyle, I talked over you, but yeah. You said your diet relies on fitness. I maybe I'm paraphrasing.
Yeah. And then my fitness relies on a communal aspect. And the thing, a lot of people will give me a hard time about CrossFit and everything. They're like, no, I'm actually like, I'm fairly strategic about it whenever I go. So like I'm, for better or worse, you debate it all day long, but like I don't do kipping or butterfly pull-ups and stuff like that. I'm really strict with everything, but it's the act of being in a class environment that drives me. And it can be 80-year-old women in there. It doesn't matter. I'm not trying to compete for regionals or anything. It's just the fact that somebody's in there holding me accountable. Otherwise, I won't hold myself.
That makes sense. That's how you're wired.
Like it if I'm at the gym and nobody's there. That's why I like to go at like 2 a.m. because like nobody's there and it's quiet and like just looking around and seeing like no one's around to like distract me or judge me or like I can fart out loud. Like I can do whatever I want. I like that a lot better.
But you're lifting judgment thing, Richard. So I used to do Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu a lot. And I was like really into it. I did it like 9 hours a week or 12, something like that. And as like a regular and a guy who was, kind of competent at it for whatever, the instructor would demonstrate the moves we were learning on me oftentimes. And then you miss 2 classes for whatever reason, and he's picked someone else. And it was like literally one time it was like, yeah, Woody, I moved on. Like you've been demoted in this class hierarchy because you missed it. Like I'm holding you accountable. I'm no longer demonstrating on you. It's like, I miss our cuddle time.
So are you guys like, do you consider yourselves more introverted or extroverted?
Introvert.
I am an introvert that does a good job temporarily faking extrovert.
Yeah, that's what I like to do. Yeah.
Same. It's exhausting, but I can turn it on.
Yeah,
I don't really know. I do like going out and being social, but I like my own time. Maybe I'd say I'm probably more extroverted than Woody and Kyle. Maybe, but I still compared to like true extroverts, I need a lot of alone time and like recharging.
Yeah, I feel good. I go like 2-3 weeks without seeing another person. I'm like, that was nice, right?
Oh, yeah.
Kyle sees me and Woody once a week or twice a week for a month, and he's like, "This was a nice, relaxing little break."
I think it's a self-selecting sample because I mean, we do this stuff. We put ourselves out there, and we're talking to a camera or talking to just a select few people, but this goes out to hundreds of thousands or millions of people. And it doesn't really hit you until you're in a crowd with those people, and then it becomes real. So this is like, I do YouTube because like I'm an introvert. I love just talking to a camera. But like if I have to go out, like I do this really big convention called SEMA. It's essentially like a CES for cars, right? So there, everybody knows who you are if you have like just a little bit of notoriety in the car space.
Sure.
So you can't move anywhere without somebody wanting a picture or just talking to you or something like that. And there you have to turn it on. and it just gets emotionally exhausting. So, you know, like if I was in a place like a CrossFit gym, which I mean, I don't do that, but but if I did, like I understand the holding accountable thing, but like I think I would value just having my own space to do that, like for nobody to bother me way more. So it's like I maybe that's the thing that I need, though. Maybe just I need somebody over there, whether it's an 85-year-old granny or not, to just say like, hey, you know, get your shit together. Come on and do this.
Even the granny, she's not the one. She's focused on her own stuff. So what's crazy, what I personally found is I go 60% if I'm in my home gym. I'm like, you know, I'm sandbagging. That workout will take way longer. Whereas if in a structured environment, those people aren't paying attention to me. They have their own problems to sort out. So I go like 80%, 85%. I never go 100% because it's like, who am I trying to impress? I want to be in there as many days as I can, keeping loose and everything else. It's not about like setting records or anything like that. It's about being healthy for me. But I sympathize with Kyle there though too, because whenever I was like going more lifting, you know, you in LA, it would be like, shit, dude, you have to wait for a machine like 10, 15 minutes. You can't superset doing that.
Yeah, do anything like that. The workout would take 3 or 4 fucking hours. It takes an hour anyway, and I'm by myself. Like if I have to wait, it would take forever. I don't even know how you do normal sets.
Yeah, and then it throws you out of your rhythm.
I've been working out pretty good. My lifts are at
you guys are jacked. Sorry to step over you, but you guys are fucking jacked.
my lifts are mostly at new highs, but I slack in between sets too much. I like to chat with my friends while
I don't think that's no. I think that's good. I think the longer the time between sets, the better.
Well, I'm really killing it.
Then I have a couple of fat friends that are wildly successful because it's been years between sets.
It's been 8 years since my last set.
All right, I think maybe 10 minutes 12 minutes is where you want to like get the next set in. But like,
oh, that's a lot.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong with waiting. Like you make the workout last as long as you want. I'm going to try a lot more volume. This next little program I'm starting on. I'm looking at a few different lifts too. It's gonna be fun. I'm looking forward to starting.
Yeah, gotta spice it up.
Been pretty disciplined. I don't want to get too. Been pretty disciplined about avoiding injuries, but I don't want to go deep into my actual workouts.
So just as a layman coming into it, because I used to go to the gym pretty regularly, but this was years ago, and did diets and lost weight, but then kind of gained it back, just eating like crap just because I have no time for anything.
It's fucking delicious.
It's delicious, but it's also it's horrible.
It's also fun. Yeah.
It's fun and delicious, but also it's killing me. So there's that little thing of it kills you. But I mean, like, what do you do? I guess it's a really sort of surface level question. It's like, how do you stay motivated? But like, it's not that. It's like there's something keeping me from going to the gym or doing exercise regularly, and I don't know what the fuck that is. And I'm trying to figure out, like, how do I get from here to a more healthy version of me and keep that going?
How spiteful are you?
How spiteful? Yeah, Kyle got spite jacked, but like for me, like with lifting, like it's all momentum. So like if I haven't missed a workout in 3 weeks, 4 weeks, 5 weeks, like it's like a foregone conclusion. Even if I'm like tired and feel like shit, it's like I'm not gonna mess up my streak. Like I'm not gonna miss this. But like like this week, like the Christmas week, last week, like missed a bunch of workouts, and so that first one back is like what's one more to miss really? But you have to like know that option to quit is going to multiply and become more options to quit down the road. It really, like when I started lifting like really regularly pretty hard, like it was probably a month, 2 weeks to 4 weeks of like forcing myself to do it. Like I really didn't want to do it that much. But once I like started, I lost just enough weight to like see and put on a little bit of muscle mass, those beginner gains. Then it's a feedback loop of like, oh shit, like you always have this idea of like, oh, I could be like a big muscular guy if I put in the time. And then before you do it though, it's like the back of your head, like, no, that's something for other people. That's what those gym rats do. And then you start to get towards that And you're like, no, this is fully attainable. Like anyone can do this, and I could be a person who achieves this. Not that I've done anything even remotely close to what Kyle's done with his transformation, but just, first couple of weeks, force yourself to do it. And then hopefully if you're of the mind that like myself, Woody, Kyle are with lifting, you want to keep doing it because you feel good. Like it's not something you dread. Like at the end of the night, my sleep is way shittier if I didn't get a lift in that day. And I'm really frustrated.
Compulsive. I'm really compulsive. So like the idea of missing a day is like a kind of I don't know, it would be good. I guess it feels the same way it would if like someone doesn't flick that lock the 8th time to the right or something like that. Like I wouldn't miss a day. And also like I do TRT, so like I get really fast gains and stuff like that. If you're not seeing results, like why would you keep going? If you bust your ass for 2-3 weeks in a row and you look exactly the same, like that would be impossible to stay motivated. I feel like if I bust my ass for 3 weeks, it's like, oh shit, all right. So in 3 more weeks, double this, or oh no, it's even more. So triple this. It's crazy.
I don't think the TRT helped you cut body fat though. I'm a little bit stronger. I got stronger in the last year. I just did. Yeah. But I must have lost 30 pounds of fat. And that to me is my bigger aesthetic improvement than muscle.
Yeah.
gain.
I think I dropped something like that. I went from like, what was it? Like 34% body fat to like 8.5, I think, body fat. Something like that.
That's a little bit of a change. Yes.
9.5.
I gained and lost 60 pounds in 3 months. Like Mac from It's Always Sunny.
Or like a year, but yeah, pretty much. Yeah, it's super fun. I enjoyed it because like I told somebody I always wanted a chemistry set as a kid. My parents would never get me one, so now I'm my own little chemistry set over here with all my supplements and syringes and nonsense. I take so many goddamn pills, and the diet is so ridiculous now. Like I was just looking at my phone. I was like, do I have enough buffalo meat? Because like, do I have enough buffalo meat for the week?
Buffalo meat. If you're not eating tiger meat, Kyle, are you even trying?
Yeah,
I eat like 10 pounds of buffalo meat a week, so it's like we gotta make sure we've got plenty.
I don't know what your motivations like outside of the your work and everything, but I try to gamify life. If I can't gamify a component, then generally I don't really follow it that well. So like I started with MyZone, Whoop, and all these other different kind of digital things to help me kind of track progress. And I feel like, like MyZone was a good example. I remember 1 month I had the flu and it was like the very last day and I had like 500 MEPs to get. And I was like, fuck it, I guess we're going for a run. So it's like, it's one of those things where it's like the gamification holds me accountable because I suck at self-motivation.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
I mean, lifting kind of has an inherent gamification with like the weights going up, like the incremental overload.
And then I like that as well. Like I like treating it like I was an RPG character, right? Like it's a lot, because if you think about it, I think those of us who play a lot of games can relate to this. We will spend so much goddamn time making sure that our guy has like better skills at jumping or running or swinging an axe or something. But in our own lives, we're like, who needs to run and jump?
I had Marathon Pro, but I couldn't run a mile.
Yeah, right. So like adding the DEXA scans in every month was like this sort of thing where like every month I'd get this like digital scan with all this hard data, and you could see the fucking lines, one line moving up and one line moving down, and you could like overlay that with like the gym charts and watching like strength go up, and it's the math of it all is really fun to look at.
How often are you doing blood work?
It depends, at least every 6 months or so. Like something like
Are you using any software or anything like that, like Inside Tracker or anything like that?
For what purposes? The blood work?
Yeah, just monitoring levels of stuff. And
so I get like full panels, and I've got like, because I work with Derek, I've got like not only his expertise, but like several doctors and like people overseeing everything. So they take a look at everything and really fine tune my diet model and my supplement intake to make sure that everything from thyroid to liver and kidneys and all my levels are like really good.
Have you modulated the dosage on any supplement to see how it impacts your recovery or performance or anything like that?
A little bit up and down. Like I'm not on a crazy dose of TRT. Like normally like 150 milligrams, I think is pretty standard. And I don't go above 200, like somewhere in there. When I first started on it, I just wanted to see how I was going to like react to it. Like I didn't want to like break out in acne. I did eventually get some acne on my shoulders. That's like been the only side effect really. But otherwise, it's just like, I don't know. It feels great.
Do you use anything like a MyZone or a Whoop or anything?
No, I track my my lifts in the gym and everything. I track like my weight. I take pictures.
He bought a new paper notebook. He showed it to all of us. He was very excited.
I'm so fascinated by y'all's journey. Like, I want to know your heart rate variability, your resting heart rate, how it's changed over time and stuff like that.
Like even bone density went up. Like my bone density, I get like Caucasians and black people have different bone densities, and I have gotten into black people bone density levels from the. It's a combination, they said, of the TRT and like the lifting, like because it makes your
his swimming is suffering.
Yeah,
I was gonna say though, your dancing is.
You should see my credit score.
I'm glad you went there because
if I'd known what happens when you get jacked, oh my god, I can't. That
was funny.
Pulled over left and right. It's awful. No, everything is better. I took an RMR when I first started, resting metabolic rate, and it measures like exact amounts of O2 and CO2, like fluctuation. So you get like exactly how many calories you're burning within a given time. And then they do a little math because you sit there and don't move an inch. You basically try to fall asleep in the chair. And just with diet, we raised my RMR by 900 calories in a month.
Like that is so insane. I remember as that was happening, you would like give us updates in our group chat, and you'd be like, all right, Monday I'm up to 3,300 calories, and by Friday you'd be like, we're pushing 3,900.
Oh,
like,
no,
you okay, I'm exaggerating, but you escalated very quickly.
I went up 100 calories a week based on like what my body would do to sort of like get my metabolism to like be able to like handle that and not get like super fat. But because you're gonna gain a ton of fat, like as you're gaining the muscle anyway, you're eating at a surplus of around 500 calories ideally. But my body had to catch up to that, so I started with 2,500 and added 100 calories a week until I really got to like how much I could stand to eat. That was the limiting factor. And 3,600 calories of clean food a day is all I could stand to eat without vomiting or just feeling queasy all fucking day. This time around, I'm gonna try to get higher. I want to try to hit 4,000 calories a day. So I'm going to integrate some, like another shake for some of my calories. And for breakfast, I'm going to try like cream of wheat or cream of rice, something that digests more quickly. And just make sure that everything is all about digesting things quickly to try to get that food in. Because it's not that like I don't want to eat it. My stomach's just already full and it's time to eat another goddamn meal and it sucks.
Yeah.
Sounds fun.
I'm gonna break. I'm going real hardcore this time. Like I want,
as opposed to last time where he was just fucking around.
Yeah, Freddie. If I don't know, Freddie, if you haven't seen the photos, just look up FPS Kyle.
Oh no, so I've seen the photos and they look like you look like Photoshop, like for real. It's insane.
Derek asked me one time. He's like, did you touch this up or anything? Because no. All right, we're making progress. Good. Good.
I don't see how that's not progress. You're there, dude. Like, just maintain. Just like you're good.
Yeah, you're at the top of the mountain.
No, I want to get a lot bigger this year. So the protocol, the idea that
I was gonna say you're kind of a pussy previously.
Yeah. Kind of. Yeah. So like
looking small.
I look small and weak, and I know
a
it.
Waif model,
all the time. I know it. I know I'm weak and small.
You're gonna blow away.
The breeze blows him away.
The wind could just blow me away like a leaf in the wind. I'm so inconsequential inside and out, and I have to lift more. So the idea is, I think like 8 meals a day. I'm doing these like taco bowls of like buffalo meat, so that I can like eat them like every 2 hours or so, like throughout the day continuously. I'll just have them stacked and made, and just a timer goes off and I eat another one. And like most of my meals will be like that, and throw in some fish every other day, and my cream of wheat breakfast, and literally like 8 or 9 fucking eggs, and that's about a diet.
You're gonna need a lot of Delta 8 to stay hungry enough for that.
No, actually, like Delta 8 has like kind of crushed my appetite from smoking.
Really?
A bit. Yeah, when you smoke a lot of weed, it does the same thing. So I'm going to talk to Derek about something to increase appetite, or maybe the doctor as well about something to like increase appetite, because that would help it tremendously. I know there's a few things that do that. I don't know what they are. I'm not an expert, but like what category of like drug or supplement they fall into. But I know there are things that do that.
That can't be a big market.
With an appetite.
It's a big market, and people.
What is the opposite of a suppressor? An appetite impressor?
An appetite augmenter? I don't know what it would be.
Stimulator.
Yeah. I don't even want to like handle the pills with my hands.
It's some kind of a peptide or fractal or some nonsense. I don't remember what it was. MK277 or something. I don't know. If it's legal and it works, I'll do it though.
No, I need to be on that Mexican ephedrine,
Mhm.
like Mac to tell me.
They know
slim
something we
down.
don't for sure.
Some of those size pills.
Yeah, some of the size pills.
And I think I'm going to mess with the diet. I think, or not with the diet. Obviously, I'm messing with the diet and the supplementation. I'm adding a few more things, but with the workout, I'm going to try to like continue to focus chest because that's my weakest area, and I'm going to try to make the delt silly this time. I read some stuff about some different kinds of delt work involving what do you call it when you like get into a position and hold?
A static lift or something like that.
Like you sort of like get basically like dumbbell side lifts where you're just holding the weight out. Like I don't know what you call that.
Is it called plyometrics, or am I messing that up with something else where you're just like pushing against a wall?
That sounds like
diamond hands
stuff. In any case, I was
sits.
I was looking at this workout that involved like these long periods of like holding the weight static in these like side with these side dumbbell stuff and I don't know. I'm gonna add some stuff to the workout regimen basically, and instead of an hour, it'll be an hour and a half because like I've got plenty of time. It's like the workout will be over in an hour, and I'd be like I could do more, and I just make up what I did at that point. This time, I think I'm just gonna make an hour and a half workout. So, just knock that out every night.
Workout can be 2 hours if you chat with your friends between sets.
Yeah, I don't do that. You know what I do between sets, Woody.
Well, you have to replace your notebook, your paper notebook, with an Apple.
I fight the invisible demons in the bathroom with my copy.
You pace around like a crazy person.
I literally do like fast walk circles around the gym between sets, and I knock out like another 2,500 steps, like just doing that.
That's what everyone should do at the gym. Like when you see a guy finish like a set of dips or tricep push downs, and then he just sits down and gets on Instagram or his phone. It's like, what do you do? Just at least pace back and forth a little bit.
No, I immediately like even though I've got the
attacked
belt on, I do the weighted dips and I've got the weight belt on. I unclip, throw it over my shoulder, and start doing my fucking laps around the gym. Like there's no excuse to
dude. Like yesterday, I'm lifting in my basement. And it's my gym, so I can do whatever I want. I'm like doing, incline press and also listening to some guy like named Jay Perm tell me how to do a Rubik's Cube. You could never do that at the gym. Everyone would hate it.
My favorite, it's my gym. I can do whatever I want. Is I bought a special curl bar for inside the squat rack that's extra wide. And I just do curls in the squat rack all the time.
That is nice.
I'm kind of jelly of that. I'm thinking about bringing some of my own stuff because I've got a really nice curl bar, nicer than the gyms. If I say anything, if I bring my curl bar,
you're gonna bring a curl bar. You're gonna look like a real goober walking in with that.
Yeah,
I bring plates already.
Kyle, can you put the curl bar in a pelican case like it was a rifle?
Oh,
and then open it.
When I open it, like it's foam cut out, so it like
yeah.
And then when you eventually do go in with a gun, they won't stop you.
For like one of the most difficult things in weightlifting is when you hit those plateaus. Like Derek immediately was like, and order these, and it's these micro plates. They weigh like, I think 1/4 of a pound each. They're so thin, these Olympic sized plates, and they're tiny. But I slap one of those on every week, no matter what. We just keep going, just add on each side. Like you fail, you're gonna fail harder next week then because clink. We're adding another.
I
find a way to
bring those.
I make progress even if I don't make progress. Like let's say I do 12 pull-ups this week, right? Whatever it is. Next week I do 12 pull-ups more slowly. It doesn't look like progress, but it is. And
yeah, sure.
It's
more work. It's time and attention. It's it's a lot of things.
Or better form can be another thing. Like if I add 5 pounds, maybe the form drops again. Well, we're not adding 5 more until the form is money. And then
I'm gonna go get my DEXA scan soon. Like it's like in a day or two, and I'm gonna start the whole new diet and everything in a couple days. So I'm looking
January 1st, right?
Yeah,
January 1st. Did blood work today.
It seemed an easy way to like keep everything. Like when did you start? Oh, I think it was like May the 3rd. I was like, no, it's January 1st. It was like the first day of the year. So that'll be.
My start date is October 29th. And you know why? That is the day I got my Invisalign braces and my diet involuntarily started. When you get Invisalign braces, if you want to have a snack, you have like a 10-minute chore of like taking the braces out, having a snack, brushing your teeth again, brushing your braces again, putting your braces back in. It's not worth the cookie anymore. That was the beginning of the weight loss process.
I need braces. So I don't want to tear us from fitness talk, but we're going to hear from a couple of wonderful sponsors tonight. This episode of PKA is brought to you by Lucy. Lucy Nicotine is a company founded by Caltech scientists and former smokers looking for a better and cleaner nicotine alternative. Finally, tobacco alternatives that don't suck. Researched and developed for 3 years to be made for people, not patients. Lucy has created a nicotine gum with 4 milligrams of nicotine that comes in 3 flavors: wintergreen, cinnamon, and pomegranate. I said it every time, but cinnamon is the way to go here. Lucy also has a lozenge with 4 milligrams of nicotine and cherry ice flavor. Each and every flavor actually tastes great, and it's convenient and discreet. Their products can be enjoyed anywhere, on flights, at work, on the go, or even in the gym. It's 2021. Get rid of your cigarettes, unplug the vape, throw out the dip, and get some Lucy nicotine gum or lozenges. This is the real deal. A subscription to Lucy comes direct to your door each month. It's so simple, and you don't have to leave your house because Lucy has delivery down. Painkiller Already listeners, go to lucy.co, and use promo code PKA to get 20% off all products in your first order, including the gum or lozenges. That's lucy.co, and use promo code PKA at checkout. Also, we have to give this disclaimer. Warning, this product contains nicotine derived from tobacco. Nicotine is an addictive chemical. So head over to lucy.co and be sure to use promo code PKA to get 20% off all products in your first order, including the gum or lozenges. Lucy.co, promo code PKA. Check that out below if you are interested. This episode is also brought to you by Blue Chew. Fall is here and we could all use a stiff breeze. That's right. This episode is sponsored by Blue Chew. Guys, confidence can take you far in life. It can also help in the bedroom, especially when it comes time to step up to the plate. That's where Blue Chew comes in. Blue Chew is a unique online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis, but in chewable tablets and at a fraction of the cost. You can take them anytime, day or night, so you can plan ahead or be ready whenever an opportunity arises. The process is simple. Sign up at bluechew.com, consult with one of their licensed medical providers, and once you're approved, you'll receive your prescription within days. The best part, it's all done online, so no visit to the doctor's office, no awkward conversation, and no waiting in line at the pharmacy. Blue Chew's tablets are made in the USA and prepared and shipped direct to your door in a discreet package. So if you could benefit from extra time form, Blue Chew can help. With a special deal for our listeners, try Blue Chew free when you use the promo code PKA to check out.
Just garbled for everybody.
Yeah.
Taylor?
Oh,
It's all right.
Yep.
It's all right.
Like garbled?
Still garbled. Yeah, I'm not sure what's happening here.
Don't worry about it. Go to bluechew.com and use promo code PKA.
Yeah, that's what you need to know. And click on the link so now your video is 240p.
Did somebody turn on a microwave?
What was I gonna say? Oh yeah. So it's like free Blue Chew, and then $5 in shipping, and you can have a harder dick. I know the problem you're running into. You're taking dick pics. By the time you've taken your shirt off, because you're not fucking Winnie the Pooh, and you get your grip and everything, it's not as hard as it was before, and it's an unimpressive pic. Get your Blue Chew, you'll be photo ready.
What promo code do I use to get that?
PKA.
All right.
Yeah.
Done.
And then I guess we'll do lock and load when he comes back. I wonder if he has an ad read for it.
I'm looking for it.
Are you? Is it a new one?
The one that guy had made for us, right?
Yeah, we have like fan fiction lock and load ad reads.
That's awesome.
It is awesome.
That is so cool.
Yeah, it really is. I really want to get some for a few of my friends because I mean,
tell me more about your relationship with your friends.
It's the perfect gift, you know.
Which one?
Lock and load.
Did you? Oh, okay.
No, the gift that keeps on giving, really.
Dude, we were in the this is not a lock and load ad read, but we're in the Patreon hangout, and I won't dox who it was, but he's on lock and load, and his girlfriend has no idea about the product or anything. Apparently, she's legit angry because she's leaking for like all day long because of the voluminous delivery system that he has now. And it's comical.
Well, okay.
I'm trying to find like he paid someone on like Fiverr to like do a whole thing or somebody.
That's awesome.
Can't remember where he sent it. I'm like scrolling through all my DMs.
I want to see it.
I didn't. Oh, where did I? Oh, I put it in our chat. That's right, because you saw it. Let me look in there.
Oh, okay. Then that was a couple.
Well, while you looking there, what was your favorite thing at SEMA?
So I had a car that went to SEMA. I had my McLaren 675 LT that I completely rebuilt. But yeah, I mean, there's a lot of really interesting things at SEMA. There's the Elon Musk Tesla and Tunnels thing.
I was gonna say I had 2 Teslas they would not let me bring. I had 2 companies. I was actually gonna leak it here on PKA in October, but things didn't pan out. I took a Plaid Model S, full illumination kill switch, so it goes completely dark. It's got infrared lights on it, so we launch it 0 to 61.9 with MVGs. And I do ride-alongs with people, but here's the thing: is took and mounted an M134 in the front, so we get up to 140 miles per hour and it's awesome. And then with Model X, we took and mounted 2 of the micro guns inside. So when the doors come up, it deploys them out, and they're like, "No guns at SEMA, sorry." And I'm like, even SHOT Show's like, "Nah, you guys really aren't on brand." I'm like, what?
They're like, "No Teslas at SEMA."
Yeah, no, it's exactly. I was like, you guys had a Volkswagen bus with a minigun. This is a Tesla with a minigun.
So one of my friends, his name is his channel is Rich Rebuilds, and I
reached out to him.
Yeah. So
I've watched a lot of his videos.
Awesome dude. So he got a Tesla and he put a V8, like a Chevy V8 in it, like a small block. And we were trying to get the people at the Teslas and Tunnels thing. We're like, we have this Tesla. It has to go down here. Like I can just imagine this like thing with a NASCAR sounding V8 reverberating throughout the tunnel. Blah, 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 blah. Like that is we were trying with all our hearts, and like there were a few people that were like, yeah, we should do it. And then whenever it got to upper management, they were like, "What are you, nuts?" Like, no. So
yeah, people get weird about people having fun.
No, you can't have any fun.
Sorry about that. Can you hear me?
Yes. It seems fixed.
Yeah, you were talking about lock and load.
Yeah, we're really curious about that.
Kyle has a ad read he wants to show. Zach's downloading it. I don't know why we don't just play it.
Because I don't know anything about it.
I'm guessing better. Oh, you don't know anything about
me
lock
neither.
And load?
Is that a type of pastry?
Well, we have to fulfill something real quick, so grab that. And we've got a special deal for our listeners. Try Blue Chew free when you use our promo code PKA at checkout. Just pay the $5 in shipping. That's bluechew.com, promo code PKA. Get that first month free just for $5 of shipping. Visit bluechew.com for more details and important safety information. There you go. Sorry about that. That sucks. I felt like that was going so smooth, and then I hear, "Is he garbled?" says for anyone else, and then I'm like, me, and like moving back and forth, like, trying to see.
All right.
What is
this 1 minute long? Yeah. Sit back.
Hey, friends, it's me again, Dr. Wadsworth. Well, today I'm coming to tell you all about my new favorite product. It's called Lock and Load. Are you sick of dribbling like a chimp? Do you wish you were a real man? Have an overwhelming desire to fire rainbows like Woody? Well, lucky for you, I have found the solution. With only 9 mildly uncomfortable pills a day, you can now take out the neighbor's cat from across the yard. Thanks to hours and hours of hand callousing research by paid professionals, you can too. So buy Lock and Load today.
That's great. I like how.
Why is there a heart rate monitor?
There's someone like
someone's about to die in the background.
Yeah. Like, did you hear like the like someone's on a ventilator in the background dying?
He's an actual COVID doctor.
COVID ward, but he stopped a minute to talk about the benefits of Lock and Load.
Oh, old Mrs. McGillicuddy has triple pneumonia. Don't pay no
Take
heed
it
to
from that guy. He's dressed like a doctor.
That's Woody's cousin.
He said he was a doctor.
That's perfect.
They don't let you dress like a doctor if you're not a doctor.
I don't think that's true at all. Yeah, so lock and load. At this point, I watch porn, and 4 out of 5 of them are just not even real men.
Not even close. Take it from Dr. Dick Cummings and get yourself some lock and load.
That was Dr. Wadsworth, actually.
Dr. Wadsworth, yeah.
I wonder if
blowing your Wadsworth
written
No, but
wrong,
use her-
spelled on purpose.
Use the code. I think you get 20 or 25% off, and it also applies to all of Derek's stuff on there. And frankly, he makes the best supplements out there. I'm about to order his protein powder. He said it was good. I'm gonna try the chocolate peanut butter. I don't know. That's the kind of shit I like. But I'm gonna try to switch to their protein powder this time around. I'm sure it's fine. And I always do their pre-workout.
Dude, their pre-workout has made a genuine difference for me. Like
That's best.
Yeah. Now Kyle and I disagree on. I like the stim pre-workout, and Kyle likes the no stim, and then he calibrates whatever stim he actually wants.
Yeah.
I'm not that. I just take the stim and fucking roll with whatever I get.
I mostly like the no stim, especially when I'm doing my cut. Like when I'm bulking, like I've got a box of stim, and I'm just gonna use it as for the remainder of this, because like when I'm cutting though, I'm trying to like use those stimulants around my cardio every day, and I don't want to be like taxing myself by doing stimulants twice a day.
I would imagine having the stims on the cut would be easier because it makes you not hungry.
Exactly, that's when I use.
Oh, okay.
But no, so Kyle likes to control his own stim dose, whereas I take what I get. I could see an argument for both.
Well, see, I only want stims once a day is basically the thing, because I don't want to be taxing my system like that. So I want to use the stims around cardio, not lifting, and I split the cardio and lifting when I'm like cutting weight, like by 12 hours.
His pre-workout with no stim, obviously no caffeine, right? Like
yeah,
that's the one I would want. I don't want a shit ton of caffeine or
I take the caffeine.
beta alanine. That'll stress me out.
Like I have a
beta alanine.
That shit sucks. Beta alanine is the worst. It doesn't help. It makes you itchy.
Butthole medicine, and I don't want any.
It makes your whole body itchy.
I've never tried it. Derek also doesn't like it, so he doesn't put it in it.
Yeah, tons of people hate it.
Dude, I don't know. The Gorilla Mind shit, you will never find like 1 milligram of creatine and then pretend there's creatine in it. It's always maximum effective dose. That's why Lock and Load's 9 pills. Kyle's laid it out there. We have competitors that sell an ejaculate enhancer, and it's 1 pill a day. That is an imaginary ineffective dose. We take 5 in the morning and 4 at night. You know why? Because we want you to come like a fucking elephant.
Yeah,
dude. One of my we got a bunch of bottles shipped to us. Obviously, and I need to get another one because I'm pretty much out. I took one of the free ones and I gave it to my dad because he was like, oh, this friend of mine would think this was the funniest shit in the world. Can I give it to my friend Dan? And I was like, yeah, of course, you can take a bottle. And apparently my dad's friend thought it was like uproariously funny, and he bought like 10 bottles as stocking stuffers for like every male in his extended family.
Good. Because everybody gets it. Yeah, everybody gets it. It's the perfect gift.
It is. It's really fun for all the women in your life. Get Lock and Load.
It's a party at your house, and everyone's coming.
Yeah, everyone is coming.
I see what you did there.
Everyone's coming in a big way.
I had a question for Freddie. You buy cars. Typically, the cars are like budget priced, and then you fix them up and make them extremely good.
Yeah.
Does your YouTube channel sell the cars? Like do you have a line of people wanting that car by the time you're done?
Yes, but I never really. I'm horrible at selling anything, so I don't sell it. I just have. I'm like a car hoarder. What you would call it. But yeah, I just keep them because it's all stuff that I could never afford usually. So when I'm done with it, number one, I don't know if it makes it any more appealing to anybody to know that I worked on it, but I wouldn't imagine so. And I also wouldn't want to sell it to anybody. So I do have a shit ton of emails from people that want to, buy my cars at a certain price. I actually made a video saying I'm selling all my cars and this is what I want for them, just to see what the market's like. Because the market right now for cars is insane. It's crazy. So I had 2,000 emails and, with people wanting every single car that I had. And it was just, it was a lot. The thing that really gets to me is that anytime you sell anything when you're more or less like public figure, is that you're scared of them then going and making a video saying, I bought this from Tavarish or to Freddie or whatever, and he screwed me, or this wasn't as he said, and this is how bad the car is. And like, that's in my mind, and that's just a huge liability. And I'm like, I don't need that for whatever, even if I make a profit, it's not going to be as much
or
as
if they crash it and they
sue
you.
Exactly. If they crash it and something's not up to par, or they think that's like, it could be completely their fault. And I try to be upfront with everybody. I sold one of my cars recently. It's like an old Mercedes that I drove every day for like 4 years. That was my daily driver, and I sold it. I said every single thing that was wrong with it. Like, I tried to fix everything that I could wrong with it. But even at the end of the day, I was still on pins and needles. I was like, I hope he gets home all right. Hey, are you okay? Everything good with the car? That sort of thing. So I'm super paranoid about all of that. That's why I don't sell them. I just store them here. I look at them and drive them.
There's a motorcycle guy named Jake the Garden Snake. I enjoy his videos a lot.
Mm-hmm.
And he had a line. He's like, a farmer can't get attached to his cows. So his content is he'll buy a bike, then he'll customize it. And then sometimes he sells it afterwards. So the whole time he's customizing it, I'm like a shopper. Like, do I want this one? I could, he would sell it to me. And,
oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah. And his craftsmanship is really, I don't want to go on and on. This is probably not interesting, but he's a trained motorcycle mechanic.
Yeah.
If I work on your bike, there's probably a zip tie on it. Like, it's not that great. When he works on a bike, everything he does is done just so well. Everything is lined up, like everything's painted, and I can't explain the detail he goes into to make sure that everything is better than factory.
Yeah.
After he touches it. When I fix something, usually the part I did is not as good as factory.
Right.
And so anyway, to buy the things that he worked on, you'd probably be happy.
So, I mean, the thing with those really insane builds is that people don't care about the details. Like, they really don't. What people care about in any video is that there's a story that they can follow. So you want to have a beginning, middle, and end. So I start out my projects with like, here's this car. It looks really crappy. And then I try to, spoon feed people along, because a lot of people that watch my stuff, they're not really into cars, or this is their first kind of foray into, how cars work. So I try to give them like information that they would want, like essentially like I'm talking to a 5th grader about, how this works and why this is important and why I think this is cool. And then at the end, there's like a car that looks pretty cool, I think. But I think that's the way with anything that can get really, really, really technical. Like, I'm sure with guns, one of my friends, I don't want to name drop, but I guess I have to. Matt Carricker, he has a really big gun channel, Demolition Ranch, and his storylines and his storytelling are so good, because his videos are short, but he makes them super funny. He has these skits, and he talks about the guns in like a technical sense, right? But he also does like interesting, like mythbustery stuff with them. So, it's the same thing that you did, Kyle, dude, I've watched you for years. So that kind of stuff is like exactly why people want to watch, because you don't have to be 100% into what you're watching. You just know that, this is a story and it's interesting and I want to see it to the end.
Yeah, you want to appeal to as broad of an audience as possible, right?
Yeah.
While staying true to like the people who are there for the nitty gritty. It's a fun line to walk sometimes, but you don't want to open a manual, but at the same time, you don't want to sit there and talk about MOA. Unless you're specifically selling something about its MOA or something like that. I'm sure there's people that would be interested in that. But
it's you always want the audience you don't have.
No, I want kids to watch me blow shit up, and old men to think it's cool and then buy it.
No, you want all the viewers of the Makeup Girl channels to be your core audience, because then your CPMs will explode.
And all the pussy.
Freddie, I was going to ask you this earlier. You were born in Russia. You speak Russian. Were you ever even close to being fooled that Kyle was a real Russian, or were you like, clearly got a guy memeing?
That's a good question.
That's actually interesting. When I first saw it, I had an inkling that I'm like, something's up. My spidey sense is tingling. I'm like, I don't know. But your your accent is very good. There's a few like embellishments that were like a little over the top. That was like I think it's just, but I think it was like that from, you know, you obviously thought things through.
Yeah, I was trying to make it comical, but at the same time, like a lot of like those embellishments were like, that's how that Ukrainian fuck sounded.
Like, oh yeah, for sure. No, you did a great job. There was never like something where it was very obvious that this was a dude named Kyle. Like this was like, maybe, you know, I don't know, because there are some people that sound like that.
His big stuff, I agree. If you saw all of it like me, there was a bit of a journey. The very first FPS Russia was almost a Barat character. You know, I remember a mysterious man dressed all in brown left a box outside his door, so he hid inside, not sure, you know, what this deal was with all this. He's describing a UPS man. Yeah. And it, you know, that was the original FPS Russia. He wasn't a zombie hunting gangster. Or whatever.
Yeah.
No, he was a fish out of water in America. That's the whole idea. It was like,
I remember that. You do like commentaries on like, you know, whatever, Crossfire on COD 4, and you'd be like, and I don't understand why the hell they be so rude, you know, the delivery driver or whatever the fuck it was.
He had a black girlfriend named Lamisha who was like unfaithful to him. There was all sorts of nonsense going on. It was
he didn't understand it.
Yeah, he didn't get it. Yeah.
You know what I think sort of gave it away? It wasn't the actual accent. It was whenever you have somebody that comes from a different country, there are certain mannerisms and styles of speech that they don't understand, doesn't apply to this culture.
Oh yeah.
So, so like, let's say like in any other culture, like let's say even in Russia, they would go like, you look sick. Like, are you sick? Like, you wouldn't say that now. Like, if you say you look sick, that's an insult, right?
Yeah.
But over there, it's like, you look sick. Is there something wrong with you? Like, that's a perfectly fine line of questioning. But over here, there's like, what do you mean something's wrong with it? You want to start a fight? You know,
yeah. I had no basis for any of that stuff. I really just put it. I had those two guys I work with, the two managers, and one of them was Dmitry, and one was Sergey, and one was from Ukraine, and one was from Russia, and they were from slightly different generations. And the Russian had fought in Afghanistan, and the Ukrainian had a rich family, so they had paid their way to get a doctor to like write a note to get him out of going to Afghanistan, and that was a big divide between them.
Oh yeah,
I imagine so. The guy's got to be jealous.
It was like class warfare. Like, and the funny thing was, the guy who had to go fight, he's the big boss, and the guy who like was the rich kid, like he's a salesman with me. And so it was interesting to see that dynamic, because Sergey had to just listen to whatever Dmitry said about the war. He would talk about like catching Afghanis praying, and wait until like they were like at a certain part of their prayer to fire his sniper shots. He would talk about all sorts.
That's dark.
He was one of those war veterans who was shook up and didn't like to talk about it. He was more like when I tell people about going deer hunting.
Dude, like I obviously you only know your personal experience, but in my personal experience, like I have a number of friends who all joined the military. A couple were in very intense situations. Like they were not, like they were grunts. Like one of them was the guy who has C4 and carries a shotgun, and he's the guy that places it on the door and blows it, and then he goes in first. They called him a front man, I guess, in his little unit. And like all the guys who were like not quite as close to the intensity of it, they want to talk about it all day. Oh, I did this and I did that. That guy, a very close friend of mine, has been since I was a very young kid, went to kindergarten together. He never wants to talk about it. He will talk about it like sparingly if he's wasted and someone asks him. But other than that, if anyone's like, what was it like shooting someone in Afghanistan? He's like, what the fuck, man? Like, why would you even say that? I don't want to talk about that.
How do you answer that question? Like,
that's like, I guess I hyperbolically picked up an offensive question no one would ever ask. But like,
no,
people absolutely do ask.
Question they do ask. I've seen it.
Okay, well then that's uncouth. Then I'm sure I've never seen him be answered or asked that directly, but I'm sure
I watched someone ask Dakota Meyer that to his face. It's
the always classic. What do you feel when you kill someone? Recoil.
Oh my god.
Yeah. No, the real answer is like, dude, really depressed and sad. And like you think about that person's family and their life, and you think about they were doing what they thought was right, and like you get the real answer from someone who's been through it, and it's like, oh, this isn't at all like those fucking guest on the Joe Rogan Experience stories. Like this is.
I don't mean to transition to?
No, go
Did
for
you
it.
want to go instead?
I
I've
was
been
gonna
the
say,
opposite. Oh, go ahead. You go.
I
You
bet
go.
those guys who are like, they'll tell you all about everything that happened, and like, it's not that they're like talking about like a football game they won in high school or anything, but they're happy to talk about it.
Yeah, everyone's different.
Yeah.
I've saved a guy. When I was a lifeguard, I saved a bunch of people, and one in particular was an older Asian dude. And after I plucked, I'll tell the story long because it's probably been like 4 years since I've talked to him, 5 years. And Kyle, don't smile.
I'm not smiling because I like in my head I was imagining like, what if he saved a kamikaze from Pearl Harbor? No, I'm not being mean. Go ahead, please.
He saved baby Hitler.
If he was a successful kamikaze, he couldn't be.
Here's how it went down. It was at the end of the day. We're on the lifeguard stand, and we see this guy head into the water. He's wearing glasses and a shirt. He's Asian, but he's built like George Costanza. And anytime, like, you're watching everybody all day long, just like sort of getting a grip on who needs attention, who doesn't. And our term for guys like this is like, he's a customer. This guy, might be a customer. He might need to be saved. And whatever, he's flopping around, everything's cool. At the end of the day, you pull the rowboat and the lifeguard stand up to the top of the beach so that the tide doesn't sweep it away. As we're doing that, we don't watch the crowd as carefully as we would all day long. And at the very end of the day, there's this can, you sort of wave this big red thing in the air and whistle goodbye so that the crowd knows they're unprotected now. And that matters because people drown all the time. Every year, but literally no one has ever drowned in like 130 years during the times the lifeguards are on duty. So anyway, we see this guy and he barely has one arm out of the water. He's just waving it like, and it's like, oh fuck, like that was the guy. I know this guy, and he's going under. And at this point in my life, I'm working out like 4 hours a day. I'm swimming in college. Like I'm the guy that he needs. So I'm very excited about this. I loved rescuing people. and I go out to, by the time I get to him, he's underwater. I dive down, I pull him up. I had this speech I would give to people about like how to hold it's called a can. And it's just, maybe you've seen the Baywatch guys spin it on their hand or whatever. I would give it to him. I have him hold it like a kickboard. This guy, his English isn't very good. And he is in no condition to like understand speech. He grabbed the can while laying on his back and looking in the sky and just stayed like that the whole time. And I'm towing him in and he's like bobbing in and out, facing the water. And
was that a fine, like that did that make it much more difficult for you that he was doing it that way, or not really?
I was good at this.
Okay.
Yeah, he
kind of sucked for him though, right?
Yeah, it wasn't ideal for him, but like he's getting back to the beach. So I get him to the beach and like we kind of part ways and it's cool. All right. The next day we're working the same beach. It's whatever, same partner, same meet. He comes by and he brings his wife and his 2 kids, and they all thank me for saving the dad. And they bow.
Oh, I was going to ask if it was a bow.
Yeah.
How far? All right, because it matters.
I don't recall. I don't think I've ever been bowed to any other time in my whole life. And
did you bow back?
No, I was. I sheepishly smiled and like said it was nothing or my pleasure. Like I didn't know how to handle it socially.
My pleasure, like you work at Chick-fil-A and didn't just save his life.
But
you really could have used $500 right about then.
No.
Could have given him a promo code for lock and load.
So that was like 30 years ago, and it's one of the most impactful things I've done with my life.
That's awesome.
That's an awesome story.
Yeah, that's really cool.
I just don't remember that story. I asked about the bow because there's this Larry David episode where like the Chinese guy the Japanese man fucks up his order and it spills everywhere. And as an apology, the guy bows to him, but it's just like a little bow. Like if this is his spine, like boop, gives him one of those. And he talks to another Japanese person. He observes 2 Japanese people having an interaction, and one bumps the other. Ice cream cone hits the ground. Very, very good. way down, almost flat. Like he was like almost flat.
Very
and
apologetic.
Him. He's like, "Hey, I noticed you knocked his ice cream and you apologized. And you bowed." He's like, "Yeah, that's our culture." Blah blah blah. He's like, does it matter how far? Oh yes, like that was a respectful bow. As I was like, oh, you'd never give like a little bow. Oh no, that is a shit bow. That is a shit bow. That is a disrespectful bow. That is a spite bow. And it goes back to the Japanese person. Like, you gave me a shit bow. I heard you gave me a shit bow. That doesn't count. I want a real bow.
That's funny.
We should have bowing in our culture.
We were talking about the negative impact that they'd had on the sniper, and the inverse is true, and that was kind of the bow on the end of my story. Like, it
makes
had
a lot of sense.
Hugely positive impact on me.
Yeah, that's awesome. No, that must feel really good to know that, like, maybe he went out and did some good in the world. Or
even if he was just dad. Like, I'm sorry, Kyle. You probably had a joke. I apologize.
Who cares?
What were the? Okay, so you're lifeguarding. Was there ever a time that like you got distracted by something when you're sitting up there, and like minutes go by, and you're like, "Oh fuck!" Like, I have not been watching at all. Thank God nobody drowned. Or were you pretty astute?
I can recall something similar to like, so when you're a lifeguard, you're pretty much watching the edges, right? This is where the people are drowning. If a 8-year-old somehow runs into trouble and then you're right next to them, an adult in waist deep water, that's never a problem, right? You just hold the kid's hand or something.
By edges, you mean like the further out part?
This is the periphery of the crowd is where all the drowning happens, at the farthest points and the deepest points. And apparently, allegedly, some kid got into trouble like 18 feet from us, like right in front of the stand, and I don't know, a foot of water or something. Is this a toddler that fell over? I can't tell the story very well. I didn't see it, Taylor. All I know is some parent yelled at me for not watching their kid well enough in a foot of water. And
what did you say? And I hope it was, watch your own fucking kid.
Can you swim, Dick?
I wasn't the senior guard, and he had to do all the social shit. Well, for whatever reason, like, whoever's been a lifeguard longer has a huge impact on like the seniority of the chair, and so I didn't have to deal with any of it. But
how many times did you actually have to go out? Like, or what was like was it every week you had to? Was it every couple days? Was it a rare occurrence you actually had to like jump down and get into the water?
Yeah, so it'd be like 30 times a year. I did it maybe 35 times a year. I did it for 4 years.
Nice.
Okay, that's more than I thought.
Definitely saved some real bad people.
In the hundreds of people, potentially.
Yeah,
like low hundreds. Yeah.
Like, you definitely saved the pilot to Epstein Island or something.
Yeah, statistically, you did save a pedophile.
Yeah, I thought that's where Kyle was going with the guy that he saved.
And so, how do we weigh the good that Woody has with the evil that Woody has clearly done? Woody is a saver, as he's known on the beaches of New Jersey.
Woody's swimming out there to save someone. He saves Dick Cheney.
Uh-oh.
I'm sure in the future he'll be a wholesome politician.
No war crimes, none.
Go off and have a very fruitful life, sir.
Yeah.
So I have a question. So you guys, I mean, anybody in the public eye, I have an issue with charity. So it's not that
Me
like
too. They fucking suck.
They suck.
I take issue with charities in general.
I don't want to give nothing to no one. No, I mean, like, I like giving to charities and charitable causes and stuff like that. But the problem is, anytime I mention it, you get a lot of pushback from people that say, oh, you're just doing it for clout or taxes or something, or just like whatever. And then they call your, your motives into account. But I'm just wondering, like, I consider that, like, I'll take that versus, me not talking about this and then getting the word out there. But like, I just don't know if is there a way where everyone wins, or like, I don't know.
No, there's always going to be vindictive, horrible people who won't let your good deed go unpunished. But sorry, go ahead, Richard.
Yeah, no worries. It's weird because I've danced this line for a really long time, and it's weird because I always, like I say, I'm a reluctant narcissist, and I feel like you, to a degree, need to be on social media to be successful. And I feel like one of the things that people are struggling for, particularly in the U.S., is a sense of purpose. In a lot of ways, there's a lot of people vying for being part of something, and I feel like with us who are doing seemingly well, you have to find ways to I don't know. You need wins, right, for other people, and you can take those tax write-offs. And you can pay someone else to do certain things. But I think ultimately at the end of the day, if you're not finding ways to give back to, and I don't mean just people, like it could be dogs. Like I've rescued dogs and shit like that. Like this one dog that I have now, and it feels kind of gross even talking about it, right? Because the motives in those moments weren't for me to get some type of social recognition for it. It was, hey, we're at a shoot at the Angeles Forest shooting ranges. I have a Samsung deal today. Fuck it. I'm going. This dog is emaciated. It's got thousands of ticks on it. I'm going to rescue this thing. I'm taking my camera guy, giving him my credit card and saying, hey, take this to the vet, and whatever needs to be done, like scan it, see if it has an ARFID, see if it has an owner and everything else. It's like, no, I feel like there's these points in your life where you'll know where you're like kind of being tested to a degree. Yeah. And, some people are religious, some people spiritual, whatever it is. Like, I feel like not everything is convenient in life. And if you always go for that convenient thing, be it like a tax write-off, you're doing it for the wrong reasons. Like, I think that you'll have plenty of opportunities in your life, be it financially. I feel like more times than not, it's time than anything to make a difference. And you can balance that, right? Like, the more you gain social recognition and stuff like that, the more it kind of feels gross. But I think that you have an obligation to find a way to give back. Otherwise, what's the fucking point? Like,
yeah. I agree. So YouTube, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
How long have you been on YouTube?
Oh, about 5 years, something like that. Okay. Yeah. And sorry, getting off that tangent, but you talking about saving that one guy just reminded me of people saying, well, if you give to charity, like you can't save everybody. It's like, yeah, but you can save that one guy, and I bet it meant a hell of a lot to him and his family.
Well, I'll give you another example. So whenever I moved to Los Angeles, I was homeless for a little while, and I ended up renting a porch downtown Los Angeles. It was converted like into like a bedroom. It was no joke, a 5-foot by like 10-foot porch in this.
So $3,000 a month.
It was $400, and I was bartending and everything. Like I was struggling to make rent at the time, right? I hadn't started working construction yet and everything, and I went to this McDonald's, and I was in the drive-thru, and this guy, and again, like even talking about this right now feels gross because I'm talking about it. So it feels like I'm gaining some type of notoriety for it, which takes away from that moment. But I feel like it's been 15 years, so it kind of, it's played out. But this guy comes through and he's like, hey, you got any work or anything like that? You got any spare change or whatever? I'm willing to work, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, another panhandler, like saying that he's willing to work for food. All right. I tell you what, Saturday, I got some painting that I need done. Can you help with that? He's like, yeah, man, I'll work till my bones hurt, blah, 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 blah. I was like, okay, cool. This is a Tuesday. And I go about my week and everything. And again, like I'm working a few jobs. I'm landscaping and bartending and everything at the time. And Saturday rolls around and I completely spaced out. And I was like, oh shit. So I run down to the McDonald's, and I come through the drive-thru, and the guy is sitting out on this table, and I pull up, and he's like, I'm ready for work. And I'm like, holy shit, this dude, like, he's legit. Like, he came back. He wasn't just looking for a handout. He was willing to work. And so I was like, okay, well, how much work you got in you? He's like, dude, like, I will work until I can't anymore. He's like, I already had a biscuit. I'm good. And I was like, okay, so how much you want? You want like 5, 10, 15 bucks an hour, or like what? And he was like, I'll work at least 8, 9 hours. I was like, all right, cool. Here's $200. And he's like, all right. And he goes to get in the truck. I was like, dude, I don't have any work. And he's like, yeah, but I'm ready to paint. I was like, you don't understand, man. Like, I don't have any work. I was giving you the money. I just wanted to see if you were willing to work for it. And he's like, dude, I really needed this. Like, I really, really appreciate this. And like I'm getting emotional now, even thinking about it.
Of course. Yeah.
But it was just one of those moments where it was like, I had, a couple of jobs. I had saved up a little bit of money, like I didn't have reliable transportation or anything, but like, I feel like we're all in this together. Yeah. So at some point, if you, you're saving money, or you're, on this fucking, this hill, you're not willing to help out, your fellow man or whatever. And I sound like I'm giving a fucking sales pitch or something, but it's true. It's like, at the end of the day, if you're feeling lost or you're searching for something, fucking go spend some time helping other people. Like, it doesn't have to be a religious thing. It doesn't have to be a spiritual thing. Just be a good neighbor,
It's one thing I always I do this every single time now, because it's more of a selfish thrill than it is like an altruistic thing, even though that sounds a little bit weird. So anytime I go to Starbucks or anything where, like a fast food thing where they allow it, I always pay for the person behind me. And it's so simple for you to do. It's like, it's $5 and it absolutely makes the person's day behind you.
Dude.
So
can I tell an asshole story?
Before you move off of that. So I've done that before, and I shit you not. I was in the drive-thru not like 2 or 3 weeks ago, and I forgot my wallet. And it was like a 5-car line, and I got to the fucking window, and I'm like, I am so sorry to waste your time. I forgot my wallet. And they're like, the guy in front of you paid for your fucking drink. And I'm like, shut up. This is the coolest thing ever.
That's karma, man.
Yeah, that's awesome.
You're getting
I got
universe
2
has been
quick
kind
stories.
to you.
One I'm an asshole, one I'm not. The asshole one, and this one I didn't do, but I got my booster shot for COVID, and
so you got 6G,
and the flu. I got them in the same day. Anyway, because I'm an idiot, I went to the wrong CVS to get my COVID shot. They're like I went to my local one. I don't know. They're like, you need to go to the one on New Bern Avenue. All right, cool, no problem. I go to the one on New Bern Avenue. Surprise to me, there's 2 on New Bern Avenue. So it was already like I skip lunch to make this thing because of the way scheduling worked. And it's like, go from store to store to store. I'm famished. I've had breakfast, but it's like 4 p.m. now. And, I didn't have much for breakfast. So I want to buy just like some cashews or something, because I'm me. And I just need a snack. The people checking out in front of me are completely incompetent. They're running their car. They're not figuring it out. They don't know what the fuck they're doing. And in my head, I'm like, what are the social implications of just fucking shouldering them out of the way and paying for these goddamn diapers? You're like, I'll just throw my cashews in it. And they had some expensive shit.
Yeah, the new price of your diapers is 1 slap.
Like, I am so goddamn hungry right now. I will pay for your diapers if you get the fuck out of the self-checkout. There's nobody working the cash registers or anything. The only thing available was the self-checkout. And instead, because I honestly thought it was like a bigger asshole move to buy their shit than to not, I put the cashews back on the shelf. But and then there's the other area when I'm not an asshole.
I'd have stolen the cashews.
You deserve that.
Dude, I seriously considered that. I was in Utah on this paragliding trip, and I'm checking out my stuff, and I can't find my wallet. I'm searching. It's in my backpack, I think, and I'm just it like 4 or 5 minutes goes by and I can't find my wallet. I don't know where it is. And my food is like, I don't know, $20 or whatever. And eventually the guy behind me just hooks me up. He's like, you know what? This guy, like, I got it. I'll pay for it. And I'm like, no. I'm sure it's in here. I just can't find it. And he's like, it's not a problem. And he buys my food for me. Anyway, I continue to search for my wallet and I find it. And then I pay for our meals. Like I reverse Uno this guy. I pay for my meal and his. And he's like, no, you don't have, like, you shouldn't. I'm like, you've already proven you would do it for me. Like
you do it for me.
Yeah, that's exactly what I said. I was like, you have already demonstrated that you would do this for me. I have found my cash, and he was young, so the vibe I got was that the money meant more to him, you know, because he's young, and so I reverse Uno'd him and paid for our food. That's nice. The one in which I'm not an asshole.
Nice.
But to answer, if I were to,
I think I pay for his food at like a fast food place or anything. My dad and I buy people groceries a lot. Like, there's always some lady at the fucking grocery store that can't afford her shit, and she starts putting potato chips back, and I can't fucking. I get as sad as I get when I watch those Chihuahuas get their first wheelchair. Like, those two things will make you cry.
I don't know. I don't know why those videos make you sad. I love seeing those little pups and how excited they are when they have their wheelchairs.
They need to race those things.
You want me to cry in public? You show me a Chihuahua getting its first wheelchair, or a white woman who can't afford a bag of carrots.
You know what would be funny is a dog with no legs and it's like a 4x4.
Oh.
Just a remote controlled dog.
No, it's just
terrified.
Now it sits still and hopes there aren't any declines nearby.
Put him on fucking cat guns RC track and jump in.
Look at the joy when little Chester felt when he got all his wheels. He still can't move.
I hate that, and not only does it, like you said, it's annoying if somebody's just in your way. Like I'm always like in a hurry, even though I don't have anywhere to go. But like, still, I want to get to my next thing, whatever that might be. And like, I've been there before where I'm just like, Jesus Christ, I'll pay for it. Can we just move things along? I can't remember where I heard it. I don't remember if it was a comedian or a tweet I read or whatever, but it was something like. The lady couldn't get her card to work or couldn't afford her groceries or something like that. And he's like, so I stepped forward. I was like, I'll get it. Don't worry. And she was like, I have a boyfriend. He's like, bitch, I'm not trying to date you. I'm trying to get your broke ass out of the way so I can watch the game.
Bitch, you think you're in my league?
Date somebody that can't afford Fritos?
I wanted to take a shot at Freddie's question. I've done a couple like public fundraisers on the internet, and then I've done some that weren't even fundraisers. Like I ran for King of the Web. It was $7,000. I just took all the money and gave it to charity, and every single time it was turned on me, and like it became a negative thing for me personally. I felt like and over the years I've become much more fiercely protective of my own mental health. With regards to social media and YouTube,
and I don't have and to recognize.
Yeah, so I don't do public charity stuff anymore on YouTube because I don't.
They'll find a fault in the way you give money away.
Yeah. When you get to a critical mass of people following you for any reason, there will be some who hate you for everything you do. You could like cure cancer, and they'd be like, "He did that selfishly."
You're
somehow
most altruistic, and they're like, "Oh, what's his
angle?" I will say your time is arguably more valuable than money in a lot of ways. Those opportunities will find themselves. Like it may not be paying for the groceries; it may be helping load them. There's little things that'll present themselves. I'll even take a selfish jab at myself, and like, with the coffee company, we struggled. Just because there's so many organizations that do exploit certain narratives to profit off of them. So we like separated our charitable organization from the profitable one. So it's like we work with people and organizations directly so that we know that they're making a significant impact in those communities.
Mhm.
So they may not make social media and everything, but fortunately we do get to see the impact of the communities and stuff like that. And that's super important. You know, because again, at the end of the day, I feel like, you know, it's funny. I've been thinking about this a lot in the last like 5-10 years. I used to refer to myself as a pessimist that was trying to be optimistic. And now in the last, I would say probably 2 or 3 weeks, I've shifted, and I don't know what happened in life, but I would consider myself an optimistic that's skeptical of certain things. And it's like internally, it's a great thing. It feels good.
Yeah, it seems like a healthier mindset to be in.
Completely. And it's like, you know what, we may be on this rock hurling through space, and it may end at some point, you know, 500 million years from now, or, you know, 10 years from now. But the fact that I can make a difference in some positive way, like in the short term, fuck it, I'm going to do it.
I have a question. Oh, Taylor, do you want to go?
No, go ahead.
So I wrote down, what is a reluctant narcissist? By the way, no way narcissist is spelled correctly.
Wait, how did you spell it?
NARCISIST.
Not enough S's, but close.
You missed a few, but it's all right.
You're on the right track.
You were on the path.
So
solid
what's
T
a
minus.
reluctant narcissist?
So I feel like social media rewards a certain type of narcissist. You have to have a certain level of understanding and enthusiasm for yourself to be successful in marketing to the people who like that same thing. And I, in the past, be it consistency and schedule and uploading on YouTube or social media, I refuse to play in that and do it, because I feel like I'm feeding this level of narcissism in myself, because I'm the primary character in that thing. And maybe it's because there's a fear of me being a narcissist, or what. So I say I'm a reluctant narcissist in that, I'm constantly stepping in and stepping out.
You have to do that, and you have to amp yourself up for your job. Like you're forced to do that, but you don't like the way it makes you feel. You feel like it's almost like,
yeah, because much like the charity thing, I feel like when there's the focus.
Did everyone hear that?
What was that?
It's kind of like the charity thing. Whatever it is that I'm doing, it feels gross if the motivation's just self-gratification.
Wait,
there's
Zach, are you
music.
playing music?
Someone's got music. We got to turn that
Kyle,
off, or YouTube.
It's not you, right?
YouTube will hurt us for that.
What is it?
Someone's playing music.
I absolutely do not have any music.
Well, I don't know how to play music.
I don't know how to put audio on the show, so I know it's not me.
I don't have that ability, I don't think.
I do not have YouTube open. No.
I've got one
I have
tab.
YouTube open to Freddie's channel on videos, so I know it's not playing through that.
Yeah,
No, definitely not.
I don't know what
I
that
don't-
could
Well,
be.
hopefully it's done.
If I play music, it doesn't come through on the show.
Yeah, if I watch a video, it just comes through my headphones.
It
'cause I
has
have
to
set
be
up
Zach.
that way.
Zach
I
thinks
don't
it's
know.
coming through someone's speakers, but
Maybe.
Regardless,
Kyle, you're not owning up to it, are you?
I don't know how it could have happened.
we would know if that Ed Sheeran song came on that it was Kyle.
If you heard music and it wasn't Ed Sheeran, it definitely wasn't me.
Okay.
Kyle's all about Ed Sheeran. He wants to fuck him.
That's true. Yeah.
He wants to be.
He wants to be
His
fucked by
plan
him.
is to
Sorry, I
be
missed
friends with Taylor Swift so that Ed Sheeran fucks him.
Is that the Lord of the Rings connection? He was in the Hobbit soundtrack.
Oh no, he was also in Game of Thrones.
Oh,
That's what I'm thinking.
Oh, was he?
Yeah.
What
Was
was
he
he?
in Lord of the Rings, Ed Sheeran?
No, he's
the
too young for that.
second Hobbit movie. He was the soundtrack. Yeah.
I will never watch those Hobbit movies again. In my head, they have been deleted from the canon of Lord of the Rings. I don't want them associated with the original films whatsoever. Horrific.
They have some good qualities.
What?
The second, so the second movie, I really didn't like the first one. The first one was like it felt like it was 10 people telling a different story, and it's just going all over the place. The tone was all whacked out. The pacing was bad, and
Every
and
time you're about to learn something new, the dwarves are like, oh, and it's like, fuck. Can you stop singing?
They seemed like the worst characters ever. They were unlikable. There were no redeeming qualities. But I really liked the second one.
What was Legolas doing in there?
Legolas was that was stupid. That they really shoehorned that guy in there. But I think I love the dragon parts, man. I thought that was awesome.
I mean, the dragon parts where it was whatever the famous actor is who does the dragon's voice, and then
Benedict Cumberbatch,
Bilbo, whoever the actor who plays Bilbo, I like him.
Yeah.
And so, like, I thought those scenes were good, but it was literally just him kind of bantering. And ironically, that was one of the closest to form as far as like what Tolkien wrote in The Hobbit. Like, everything else was out there willy-nilly. Legolas is there with his non-existent in the canon girlfriend or some shit. And then like you get the conversation between Bilbo and Smaug, and that was good. You know, what was it? Benedict Cumberbatch?
Yeah.
He had a very, very good, like, authoritative sounding voice for Smaug. I like that.
I thought it was very well done. What I didn't like in the third movie is that they just tied that up in a bow in the first 5 minutes. Like they left that on a cliffhanger, and Bilbo was like, "What have we done?" And in the first 5 minutes, I was like, "Oh, they just killed the dragon. Okay, good."
Well, they were fucked because they took a story that is tremendously less dense than Lord of the Rings, and they tried to make it into an epic of similar size on film.
No,
and so it's like there's just not enough to talk about. The Hobbit is shorter than all three of the Lord of the Rings books individually.
Yeah,
like it's not that dense. So I just didn't like it. I'm dreading what they're gonna do with Amazon and Lord of the Rings. I think they're gonna fuck it up so bad.
You want to bet?
Yeah, because no matter what, if a subjective bet, let's do $1 million. I
have to admit.
Oh shit!
If I don't like it, I win. Yeah, because
you see the Patriot on Amazon? They killed that.
No, what is that?
I haven't even heard of that. Is that a show?
So good, so good.
Yes, sir.
Patriot. It's about a narc or non-official non-official cover. Guy in the agency.
Oh, it's a comedy show. I
haven't heard of this.
It's dark comedy, but it's great.
Okay, I'll look at it. I like Barry. Barry, I wish Barry was. I guess maybe they're out because of the pandemic. Have you seen that?
No.
Yeah, Barry is very.
Is it on Amazon?
Maybe it's Showtime or something like that. Barry has who's the actor from Saturday Night Live? What's his fucking
Chevy
name?
Chase?
Yeah,
it's his name is Bill Hader.
Chris Kattan.
Asking Taylor.
Andy Samberg.
Chris Kattan. That's
Kattan. Chris Farley. Yes.
Bill McDonald.
It's Bill Hader.
Bill Hader's a hitman, and somehow or another he ends up in acting classes. I think maybe he was like stalking like the next person he was going to kill, and they were in there. But it turns out like he's talented, like, and he's just like, I think I'm going to try to pursue this acting thing. And you're like, but you're a hitman. It's like, I can do both. So he's trying to be an actor and a hitman at the same time. And it's a lot of he's very unassuming. And then you watch him handle a firearm, and it's like, oh no, they're dealing with James Bond. That's right. There's a really emotional scene. I won't spoil too much, but like, he's there with a friend of his who didn't know he was a hitman, and now the friend has seen some hitman shit, and
What's
he
it
can't
called?
take it.
Barry?
It's called Barry, and it's funny. Like it speaks to like some of that like introverted conversation we were having earlier, where like someone who is really nervous about one thing, you know, isn't nervous about all about the other. Like in Barry, like they'll be like, you have to kill 3 people, and he's like, okay, whatever, like I'll go do that. And then he's in his like improv class, his acting class, and like you have to do a monologue, and he's like stressed as shit for like a week straight. He's killed 4 people within that week, but it's like he'll murder someone and be like,
it's exactly.
And they'll be like, are you okay? Like, are you stressed out, Barry?
Yeah.
What's wrong? He's like,
exact same thing with
I've got this presentation.
Yeah. Most guys that I know that work for the agency in some capacity love that series. They love it.
So that's, it's like the reverse of the plot of Team America: World Police, where you have an actor that's trying to be a secret agent.
Yeah,
and they're like, yeah, you could do both. It's fine.
Yeah, it's similar to that. That's a great movie. I watched it too many times when it first came out, Team America World Police, and I did that thing where you like overdo it, and now I can't go back and watch it.
Do you know why they did the whole thing with Matt Damon?
I think they tried to get an actual puppet face that looked like Matt Damon, and there was a mistake in the production of it, and he looked retarded, and so they just had Matt Damon be retarded in the film.
They asked Matt Damon, they're like, "Have you seen World Police?" He's like, "Yeah, I've seen it. What do you think about the part with you?" He's like, "Well, I thought the whole thing was great. I don't know why I talk like that." But I went with it, and they told him, and he's like, "Oh, that's hilarious." Because like we've never had a problem with each other. I think Matt and Trey are geniuses. I didn't know why they made me like that, but it's good to know it wasn't anything personal.
Matt and Trey are some of the consistently funniest guys, like writing and fully running a show on their own.
Did you like basketball?
I did like basketball.
It was good.
Funny.
Yeah. What about Orgasmo?
I don't like Orgasmo.
Orgasmo wasn't that good. It's like they were getting their feet under them.
Yeah, the concept was funny. The execution wasn't great.
That like dialogue though was there in basketball really good. Like that the way that how vicious it is between like Matt and Trey and Squeak or whatever his name is. Like that's just.
And you can hear Trey or Matt. I think it's Trey. Like randomly throughout the movie, he'll be like, "Guys, what the fuck's going on?" And like he'll say it like the way Cartman is before they like tinny up his pitch.
Yeah,
I think what happened with I mean, have you guys seen any of the new South Park stuff?
I like them.
I don't have Paramount Plus, so I haven't seen any of the new stuff.
It's all right, man. Like I don't know if it doesn't hit the same. It's sort of like Always Sunny. Like I watched the new season, and there were a few times when it was pretty funny. Like they were trying to get back to old form, but they've done this for a while.
Yeah,
and it really does show. And I like that they're going into different directions. Like the last episode where it got a little emotional. I think that was fine.
The last episode of Sunny did.
I haven't seen it.
Oh, I haven't. I watched the first couple episodes of the most recent season, and like literally the first two. Like I was sitting watching with my wife. And we're both like, it's probably my favorite show all time. I love Sunny. I've seen all of it a bunch of times. Same, like I was watching it and it was like, this doesn't even feel like the same show. The characters are so different. Their pacing and their lines is different. Their opinions are different. Like it was just like,
give it a few more episodes. The first two were a little weird. Yeah.
And it's not like it's a calamitous fall in this season. It's been a pretty steady march downward for the past 4 seasons or so, which is expected. You're gonna run out of material. That's the way it goes. Yeah. But like I was rewatching just this week. It's the show I'm just like running in the background right now. Like rewatching like season 4, 5, where like they're having to smuggle heroin up their asses to get Charlie's or Mac's dad out of jail, and it's like this is what I love about the show. Like this is the prime kind of the peak.
So they have some of that in this season, and actually I like this season a little bit more than the last one because I didn't think I would. Like the first 2 episodes I think were a little dry for sure. But then it got a little bit better with their like just absurd situations, which I think they do very, very well. And their acting has gone really well. Like they're not this season, but the last season. Where what is it the one where Mac comes out to his dad?
Yeah. He does like the dance scene. That is funny. That is very funny.
Yeah, but that's like, but it was also like they tried to do the emotional route where like obviously that was like very emotional. Like that. I think that was very well done. I like that they're branching out and doing their doing new things, but it definitely like I don't know how long they could do this. I don't see another 3 seasons.
Their last leg of it, like, and it's. Like the way you said, like they do their wacky stuff so well. That's what you watch shows like Sunny and South Park for, is like the silly out there wacky scenarios. And like, that's a reason that South Park has gone downhill. I haven't seen all their new specials, but I have seen like the Tegrity Farm shit. And
I didn't really like
after one episode, when it became apparent that Tegrity Farm was going to be a new angle, it's like, this isn't funny. It wasn't. It was barely funny when you introduced Randy starting a weed farm, and now Stan being removed from his childhood pals. Like, what the fuck? I get it. Randy has become the funniest character as the creators have grown up.
I like the special then because like they kind of put an end to Tegrity Farms.
Well, I've been over it for 2 seasons. Or
Well,
however long it's been
really
going.
Yeah.
like when it's kind of a story that gets told, and it's like sort of, yeah, and then that happened. Well, yeah, and then everybody was on fire, and they shot each other in the eyeballs. Yeah, and then they caught on fire again. Like things were real bad at Texas Farms. Things didn't end well. And then the very ending, I thought was hilarious. I really liked what they did with Cartman. I thought that was the strongest bit in this last episode. I didn't love like the older version of the boys. I thought it could have been zanier. I guess it was kind of like, yeah, that's probably what they would be like. They're just normal adults.
Yeah, they're just perfectly fine. Yeah.
Yeah, like they weren't like wackadoo or anything. They just kind of become normal people, except for Butters, of course, who.
I think what happens is, South Park has always been a parody on, real life, but real life has gotten so utterly insane that like, what do they parody? Like what I think the turning point for me was the election when they had Garrison become president, because I thought right then, I'm like, they can't do anything else. Like there's nothing that can be crazier than this.
Because the problem was they didn't think that Trump would win, and
nobody did. Nobody, not even Trump did.
Nobody expected. Look at the betting markets. Yeah, some people made a boatload,
and they had this big like storyline built up that was going to involve Hillary Clinton becoming president, and then it didn't happen, and they had to like think on their feet and like make this whole like story that was 3/4 of the way done, like go in a completely different direction, the same way those maniacs who wrote Lost season 2 did.
I mean, for like an episode or two, I did think that them using Mr. Garrison to make fun of Trump, I thought that was funny. I think they had some good lines, some good jokes.
If he died the next episode or something, or like been impeached or whatever for like coming on an intern, like get it over with. Like
But that's how I feel about the Integrity Farm shit. Get it out of here. Get past it. It's just not that funny of a premise.
Well,
and you go back and you watch like early seasons of South Park, like you're immediately reminded like why people fell in love with the show. When they're like canceled, I think it was like season 7 when like Earth the show gets canceled. And they're all like up there. They're all up there in like a space, and they're sitting around like, and they're all like, "Wow, guys, it's crazy. This is like the 2nd time we've all been to space." And Cartman's like, "This is like my 5th time." And it's just so funny, and it's like we've taken it, and it's like, and the voices are so bad when the alien comes out. It's just Trey being like, "We've taken shapes that are much more palatable to your human eyes." It's just like a taco shitting ice cream.
Yeah, stuff like that. Do you remember that episode where they inadvertently discovered like warp space travel with the like, it was like Randy, he put like a piece of depleted uranium into the toy
for the boxcar derby or whatever it was.
Yeah. And then like there's this elaborate ruse set up by aliens where it's like this guy Baby Fark McGeezax wanted to and then at the end it's like, what are you, insane? Like, does this sound real to you? Baby Fark McGeezax? Space jail? Hello.
Space jail.
Yeah.
See, and everybody's different. Some people I'm sure like the full season arcs more. I've never met one, but like it's just better when they do the one-offs and the silliness, and in that way with every episode, like you don't know what they're gonna do going in.
Did you guys watch the Witcher season 2 of The Witcher yet?
I have not watched season 1 of The Witcher yet.
Oh my god, you really?
What's it about?
What?
I think it's about a witch.
What the fuck are you people?
Oh, that's awesome. Henry Cavill.
Yeah,
Henry
really
Cavill.
Good. It's really good. I like
which he's here.
Yeah,
everyone act cool.
Yeah. Hello,
Henry. You would recommend it, Kyle?
Yeah,
season 1 and 2.
Yeah, for sure. It's great.
Doesn't it quit prematurely after 2? So I'd just be starting a show that.
Well, I mean, it's not a cliffhanger, but not on like a crazy cliffhanger. It's they're like, all right, and now we go do the other thing. You like Lord of the Rings.
Oh, the show's still going.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought that it got canceled for some reason.
Wildly popular show. Like it's gonna keep going.
I try not to watch any shows that aren't done. Like I make very, like, there's some exceptions like The Expanse and Always Sunny, but like I don't want, because I've actually never seen Game of Thrones. And I did this specifically because I wanted it to be over, and then I wanted to see what people thought of the last season, because I don't want to get to 5 seasons into this shit and then go like, oh well, I guess I wasted all my time.
Yeah, well, that's what we all
years
did
in advance.
What was that?
You predicted that it would suck 8 years in advance?
No. I just wanted to see. It's the same thing with Breaking Bad. Like I got into it right when they were at the season finale. That way, when I saw people say, "Oh, this was great" or whatever, then I go, "Okay, well, I know I have something to look forward to." Versus if something keeps going, then they kind of lose the plot. They write themselves into a corner. Whatever happens into, like plenty of shows do this, or they just straight up get canceled. Like
I can't
my wife and I.
imagine like
Yeah.
So you're 32 years old and you think, I'm gonna save this for when I'm 40.
It's not 8 years. I mean, it doesn't have to be 8 years. Like The Sopranos, stuff like that. Like there's a year and a half between seasons, and people love that.
Hey,
So
I get it. And you know
Yeah.
what? You know what did it for me was 24. Again, like I moved to Los Angeles, and this was before kind of DVRs, a little dating myself, I guess, but 24 season 1, just my entire life, Mondays, 8 p.m. revolved around that.
Mhm.
Because if you missed it, you were fucked. Like you wouldn't get to see like a repeat throughout the
Yeah.
week or be able to see it on YouTube or anything. Like I think it came out in like 2002 or something like that. Or I don't know what it was, but
Yeah.
anyways, I was like, screw this, never again. Like I'm gonna wait until the season's over and I'm gonna get all the DVDs from
Mhm.
Netflix when Netflix was
Yeah.
mailing out DVDs and get the whole season and just binge it. Same thing with Sopranos and stuff like that. But I felt the same way, with Dexter and Lost. People's reactions were so visceral about like having invested so much of their life into that
Yeah.
series, and they were angry. And I was
Yeah.
like, yeah, screw that. That ain't me.
Yeah, I haven't seen Lost either, and I haven't seen Dexter, and I will not watch a show that that is not over yet. And you can tell that there are some shows, like even if they are over, they went 2 seasons more than they should have.
Yeah.
We watched. God, my wife and I, we watched The Mentalist. And it's like a crime drama thing where the guy is everybody thinks he's a psychic, but he's not actually a psychic. He's just a mentalist, and he does all this sleight of hand stuff. And it was a really interesting way of approaching things. So it's not like from the supernatural. He was actually debunking a lot of the things that people thought were supernatural. And it was very analytical, and it's like he's kind of like a house character, like a Sherlock Holmes character. But at the end, like him and his detective partner, like she is kind of straight man to funny man type thing, but he ends up marrying her, and then that dynamic just like shifted, and it was so weird, and it broke the show. And I was like, they needed to end this last season. This makes no sense.
But did you watch Game of Thrones?
No, so I've only seen like one episode, and I'm like, there's too much in this for me. Like that.
Oh no, it's definitely worth watching, I think.
Nah, I'm not. That's a huge time investment. Like maybe at some point, but I'm not ready for that plunge.
Yeah, well, whatever. I mean, fantasy is one of those weird things for some people, but like, I don't know. Like, I feel like Westworld, like things like that, where it's kind of a intellectual, like kind of, I don't know, thought exercise in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
Where like kind of the Matrix was that for me the first time I saw that, where it's like your brain just goes on all these different if this and that, or like what ifs, and like Westworld season 1 specifically was definitely like that.
Right.
I feel like you do yourself a disservice not to kind of go down that creative avenue.
Maybe,
if
but
you have time to consume content,
Mhm.
I feel like you do yourself a disservice by most shows don't end strong. Like
you can stop.
Yeah, Breaking Bad is one of the few exceptions that really did end strong. But like Dexter, I enjoyed all of that. And even though the very last episode of the entire thing maybe had room for improvement. I mean, I didn't hate it as much as other people, but I didn't love it. It was still a good series. Still liked it. I liked it more than Kyle. Okay.
Yeah, it was bad. The whole last season was insane. The season before that was pretty bad too. They should have probably ended. They should have ended right after the whole thing with John Lithgow's character, and after Rita passed away and everything. That should have probably been the end.
Imagine a show's goodness, big vocabulary here, is measured under the bell curve, right? Just because you know, like it starts okay, like The Office does, and then it peaks and it's amazing, and then you get down into the other bosses and stuff, and it you know, that trails off on the other end of the bell curve. That doesn't mean it wasn't a good journey, just because.
I think it in some ways it does. I'd disagree a little bit there because with a good story, like a very, very basic element of storytelling is like you want to have, you know, it's tension and release. You set up a problem and then you solve that problem at the end. If that problem's not solved at the end, all you got's a fucking problem. So like people feel like, all right, well, I still have all these questions and they haven't been satisfied. So what am I doing with my time?
That's a simplistic way of looking at it, in my opinion.
Oh no, it's definitely simplistic for sure.
Because what's life? Life is all these things that never get tied
but
up
we're
in
talking about a TV show. We're not talking about
Still, like The
nuanced.
Office. The Office is one of the greatest fucking comedy series of all times. Even if you checked out at season 4, you're like, it was worth the ride.
Sure.
You could stop at season 3 and it's a great fucking thing. Like Jim and Pam get together and it's all over. you could stop on that episode where Jim comes back from New York, pops in the door and asks if she's free for a date. Like you could stop right there.
Pre-screen with somebody and say, "Hey man, where should I stop?"
I disagree. I think there's a lot of good content.
Oh, there's seasons of good content, but you could have stopped right there and it would have been perfect.
And I don't think if you stop a TV show's arc in the middle of its bell curve, I'll do How You Met Your Mother, which maybe follows the same thing, right? It's fabulous in the middle, and then look, after the peak is just as good as it was before the peak. You just expected it to go on a continuous upward journey, but it's still good to me.
Mm-hmm.
I think that you can enjoy both halves of the bell curve, even if the last episode didn't end like you wanted it to.
Yeah, I mean, Sopranos, I don't like how it ended. I would have chosen a different end for Tony, but
I get that too. Yeah, I wasn't thrilled with the ending, but like a lot of people were like really mad about how that ended because it gave them. It's like somebody was telling you a story and then they walked out of the room. You know, because what happened?
But those people didn't pay attention. You know?
Right. They didn't. But
they didn't hear Tony's conversation with Bobby in the boat an episode or two before.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they haven't been paying attention for years. You know, everything just goes black, don't you think? Yeah, probably so if you're lucky. You know, and that's what happened. Tony got shot because he was fucking with New York and everybody else. Somebody walked into that diner and shot him. You know, there's so much. I've seen all those theory videos. You know, there was back when Christopher had his dream and the guy told him 3 o'clock, right? 3 o'clock. Now Paulie's up all night. 3 a.m. He's scared in bed. He wants to know what 3 o'clock's about. And they're like, the shooter was at Tony's 3 o'clock position. I'm like, all right, I don't know about all this nonsense.
yeah.
Something about the 3 to 4 o'clock hour, man. That's when they get you.
That's the witching hour.
The aliens get you at 3:30.
Yeah.
And people don't like watching Meadow Park. I think that's the best part. Like watching her park and like more and more tension is building as she like fails to fucking park and like you keep cutting back to Tony eating fucking French fries or whatever and like everything the camera focuses on, you're like, it's like clearing a building. You're like,
more than one person enters through the door with that bell on it. And every person, if I recall correctly, every person that comes in, I'm like, is this a guy?
Yeah.
No, okay. He seems like a non-player.
Yeah.
Such a good series.
Yeah.
Ozark too.
Ozark is awesome. Yeah.
We were talking about this the other day. My opinion, and I think someone said this to me, so it's not an original, but Ozark is the best show debuting right now. Like that's still ongoing.
I can't wait.
Season two, it's rare that season 2 of something is better than season 1, unless you're talking about like procedurals are often like that. They get their shit together. The characters like now have personalities after season 1. Star Trek.
Jason Bateman is just fucking awesome.
He's an amazing.
The acting in that series is just
everybody's. The kids are good. Both
Curb
kids
or not Curb.
Arrested Development.
Arrested Development.
Yeah. Ozark is very, very good. I seem to be the one guy in is it Heroes? What is it called, Kyle? The TV show I like from Amazon.
The Boys.
The Boys.
Oh, The Boys is fantastic.
I'd be more excited if The Boys dropped than Ozark, but they're both very good.
I would be more excited for Ozark. That is number one, the show I've been following the most.
I like both a lot. I feel like They both do similar things. They have that popcorn quality. I really just like to watch him do his thing and launder his money. And I like that little blonde girl. I want to see her call somebody a motherfucking cocksucker or
I
something.
don't know shit about fuck.
Yeah,
and her southern accent. Kyle and I have critiqued this before. She drifts from southern Missouri, Ozark to Georgia to Florida to Alabama.
Listen,
I'm every kind of
I will
Southern.
say this: like I've gone through like that used to be a pet peeve of mine in LA when people would do southern accents because I felt like there were 4 in just the Northwest Georgia, Middle Tennessee area that I could pick out from the pocket to inner city and everything really well, from choice of slang terms to how fast their cadence was, where their resonance was in their mouth and everything. But hers is phenomenal compared to half of the people on like Yellowstone or what's the
I haven't seen
or like
Yellowstone.
you listen to what was her name? Tom Cruise's ex-wife, Nicole Kidman, and Cole
Mountain.
like
He's Australian though, and they can usually do it. The Australians
there's like a little drawl with Australian that you can go to Southern. I feel like.
And
But you're like, it's funny you said Yellowstone, Richard.
Yes, it turned into.
I love it. Yellowstone season 1 was arguably one of the worst written shows ever. It was the acting, the dialogue, everything was so bad. It's like, why do you want me to hate the mother? Like, there is no reason to hate the mother. And it's just like so many things
Why
about
did
it.
they want us to hate the mother?
It was so weird. And
Were
then
they
like
setting her up to be a bad guy?
Jamie's such a bitch. Like, why is he acting such like a beta? Like, it's so weird. and then like season 3 rolls around. It's like, oh, this is fun. This is fun.
Like Rip is my favorite character.
4 is great.
I want to watch the Rip show. I love the daughter whose name's escaping me, the redhead who's fucking hot and gets naked inexplicably a couple times.
Nice.
I didn't know there was nudity on that channel, but I guess so. And but I love when like she's in trouble and like Rip's on the way. And
yes,
like she's getting beaten the fuck up. But I'm just like,
oh yeah.
Can I jump in?
And then
she's defiant and brave. She's getting beaten the fuck up, and she's like, "You call this a beating?"
Oh yeah, no, she's getting. Can we spoil here?
Wait, she's getting
raped.
I don't think it happens.
No, it doesn't.
No, she's getting raped, and she's talking about how small his penis is.
No, she's not getting raped. I promise you. She's like, pull it out, show it. He can't get hard, like because she's talking so much shit. She's she's like, show me that thing you were cursed with. I'll floss my fucking teeth with it. Yeah, get
it out. That sounds like a fantastic show.
And he can't. That's why he's beating the shit out of her because he can't get hard because she's talking so much shit.
His dick's not working and he's mad.
He needs her to cry and scream.
BlueChew.com code PKA.
Yep. And so she's
going to say that.
Defiant there. And so like, but meanwhile,
this is a consensual pill. What's funny with the whole Yellowstone thing is like. My grandpa liked Longmire. My grandpa, for Richard and Freddie's benefit, grew up in southern Missouri, no running water, on a farm. He was a cattle rancher, farmer most of his life, trucker too. Very, very stereotypically southern Missouri. And like I was like, oh, I know you love Longmire. My friends really like Yellowstone. I bet you would like that. It's a farmer show. And he's like, I couldn't stay into it. And I was like, why? Why didn't you like it? He's like, they kept doing shit you'd never do on a ranch. You'd never do on a farm. There's a scene where they're putting fence posts in. Like, and he's like, he hated the way they were handling the cattle and ranching side of it so much that he dipped out. And he like was telling me over Thanksgiving all the ways that's not how you actually take care of cattle. And it's like, and he's
even
in
I
that
could see
boomer
that.
age where he's like,
so let me jump in. I have never been a goddamn rancher. I have to get that. I need this. And they made fucking moving cattle from one place to the other look like jet skiing. Like it's an action scene, and they're all with their fucking lassos and horses running around and ATVs. I don't know. And I'm just like, this can't be what horses are like. They're playing, and they're like, you know what? Let's play cowboy poker. Apparently, you let a bull fucking ram into you, and whoever stays at the table wins. I highly doubt they play this on a
You wanna
typical.
you wanna
That
link?
sounds insane.
You haven't
So-
seen that before?
Here's the thing. Seasons 1 and 2, I completely agree. And this is what I was telling someone the other day. It was like, you can tell the point in which they got enough ratings where they said, hey, we're going to hire subject matter experts, consultants, and writers, because season 3 and season 4 are fucking fun. Now they may be embellishing to some degree. And here's the thing that was kind of funny is like, sometimes I wake up 3 o'clock in the morning, can't go back to sleep, and I think about random shit. And I've been looking to buy a place for the last 5 years in Texas. And my realtor reached out to me about a year and a half ago as a joke. And she was like, hey, here's this ranch. It just went up for sale. And I open it up, and it's the largest private land sale in the history of Texas. It's 2 counties. It's like 260,000 acres.
Wait, you can buy 2 counties?
Just it was a joke. It was a
God
joke.
bless America.
Oh.
It was a joke. 260,000 acres or whatever. And I was just kind of like, and this is what I wake up in the middle of the fucking night thinking about. And this was a year ago. And for some reason, I was like, I wonder if that sold. It's like I forget how many. It's like 150 million or some ridiculous number.
Mhm.
I was like, okay, so I get on Google and I start looking around.
Bill Gates probably bought it.
So funny thing, Taylor Sheridan, the co-creator and writer on there on Yellowstone, has it under contract right now. Guess what the fucking ranch was that was for sale? The 4 Sixes, which
Oh.
he tied into the story on Yellowstone.
Yeah.
And I was like, mind blown. And then they show a picture of him. He's the fucking character on the show, riding the fucking horses. And I'm like, oh my God, my mind is just blown. This is so cool. It's like the worlds are like coming together and everything. It's like,
so I haven't gotten far into season 4, but I know that they sent the guy
Jimmy.
They sent him down to that ranch. Are they going to follow him down there and we get some?
I feel like there's going to be a 4 Sixes spinoff.
Cool. I hope so. I'll say this, like, I think the show came out like a couple years ago, right? So like when I was in prison, it was super popular. Like,
Really?
When it would come out, that was one of those shows where the TV was reserved and everyone brought their chairs into the media room and set them up like movie chairs, like in rows
For Yellowstone.
for Yellowstone. And it was.
Do you watch it, Taylor?
No, I've never seen it.
Okay, so just
Me neither.
kind of, this isn't really a spoiler, but the guys who are branded, a lot of them come from prison. So when they get out, they're recruiting them to come work the ranch, and that's kind of like their second chance.
Okay.
Yeah.
That helps. I did not know that.
Yeah, it was very popular in prison. I didn't watch it in there. I just picked it up like recently. I think a girl recommended it or something like that, so I picked it up, and it's pretty good. I didn't mind the first 2 seasons as much. I did find it to be like, Jamie's the son, right? The fucking Navy SEAL badass.
No.
Which one's
Jamie's the DA attorney.
He's the worst. Yeah, he's the worst. Yeah, who's the Navy SEAL kid?
Yeah, I forget his name now.
Yeah, he's for like the first season. It seemed like he couldn't take a step without
like Jesse from Breaking Bad with nice hair.
He couldn't take a step without getting into a fucking gunfight. Like he would just be like, "I'm gonna go get some milk, honey," and he like sees like a van where a girl's being raped by 2 men, and of course he's got to go kill them both.
Dude, I love that. Like, that's not the part that turned my grandpa off, because if he like saw a rape scene, he would hate that, and like that would be more than his sensibilities. But it's like something that he bitched about. He was like, ranchers and farmers would never get in an argument at night. You're fucking sleeping. There was like that. Apparently, there's a bunch of dialogue that happens at night, and they're up till midnight, squabbling and doing all that. And he was like, "That's totally unrealistic." He didn't.
There definitely has to be the suspension disbelief, just because if not, the body count of people in Montana is astronomical.
Yeah,
it's more than the population of actual Montana.
They're like killing all of Helena or whatever.
It helps that kind of the point is that like you've got all these people from California coming in to like and they're raising the taxes and everything, so you can kind of explain it away that way. And then you got the Indian casino there, like or what do you call it? Reserve.
Yeah.
So they can explain some of that away. But you're right. Montana is a fucking. I'll say this: when I found out he was dating the governor, I was like, yeah, that fits. I'm not blown away that he's dating the governor of Montana. like how many people
Casey Dutton.
That's like being the mayor of a medium-sized city.
Yeah.
So is there anything that like you see on shows that to be untrue, but it's because it's like your hobby, whether it's guns or cycling or whatever, and it just takes you right out of the movie or show that you're watching?
Anything to do with hockey, any movie to do with hockey, I'm just like, that's not how this sport works. No one would do this. Like, and it's not like you need to know that much, but for some reason, because hockey is so much less popular than football or baseball, like the director of a football movie, a baseball movie, like they kind of get it right for the most part. Like they do some silly things, but hockey, they do shit like knuckle pucks, like that don't make any sense.
What are
like,
you watching? Youngblood's pretty good.
Youngblood?
You don't know that one? It was with who's one of the male actors, very handsome, never ages, Parks and Rec.
Oh, fuck, it's Chris Traeger. That's the character name. What the hell is his? Rob Lowe.
Rob Lowe is the star of Youngblood. He's young at the time.
Oh, okay.
You might like it. It's fun.
I need to check that out then.
I try not to let the gun stuff bother me, but and like a lot of times if it's sci-fi or something, it's just like, oh yeah, that's that magic ammo in there.
Mm-hmm. Sci-fi, you gotta suspend the disbelief.
It's just materializing projectiles. That's fine. But like, I don't know. One thing that always bothers me, and I don't even know why they want to fucking do it, is like why do they put that safety noise on a Glock? Like why are they letting me know that he's taking the safety off his Glock? And then that shotgun pump.
But a Glock doesn't
the
have
pump.
safety.
Yeah.
How expensive would it be for somebody to go get another 870 out of a closet and do this like next to a microphone? Oh my god! And they pump it so much it must have 100 rounds in it.
Why not chamber that round so you have an extra one?
Yeah. Have you seen the YouTube video where like they're parroting that? And you probably know the guy that made it. Like everybody, but he just keeps doing it. He's just shucking more and more out till there's piles of them on the ground. Like, you better back up. Why are you still cocking that? You better stop. Why are you? How many are in there?
I like when it comes to the gun stuff. Well, really everything. It kind of goes full circle on the life perspective thing. Is like I feel like. As long as somebody's not portraying thing in a negative way that kind of brings it to the masses with some kind of skewed perspective where it's like a semi-auto being a full auto or something like that. And then they're shooting up a public place or something like that, where it's like, hey, whoa. That's completely unrealistic. And you're trying to push some type of ideological BS narrative here or something like that. That's what doesn't sit right with me. But if it brings people to the table that are from a different demographic that they may get excited about it, like John Wick, if people see that and they're like, fuck, dude, I want to go to the shooting range. Like, fuck it, dude. Like, John Wick's a bad example because it kills it, but
pretty good. Yeah.
But it's like, if it gets people excited about something, fuck it. We need more enthusiastic people in the world.
What do you think's I know that you just admitted it was kind of a bad example, but did you see anything in John Wick that you thought was outright like the things to me that are unrealistic is the amount of damage obviously that he absorbs, like the gunshots through body armor that he's just eating, and
it's a suppressors.
I've seen that, when you take the clay and you put the soft armor on it and pop it, like to see the deformation that it creates on clay. So you see a bruise on somebody, and that does not tell the story of the deep tissue damage that a gunshot on soft body armor
or
does.
even broken bones, the damage that something traveling, even borderline subsonic. You got a 45 ACP on something that's his clothing was like bulletproof, but still it's flexible, right? So if it hits anything and is like clavicle or something like that it may not penetrate, but it's going to break a bone. The kinetic energy is still there.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. The clay, it's breaking everything it hits, especially ribs and shit. And I've never had broken ribs, but I imagine I've been told it's a little hard to run all night with broken ribs.
You know what? I don't care. I just want to keep seeing him reload through scenes. It's so much fun.
It's good. I love his reloads, and they get better every movie. Like you can tell he just keeps practicing and just keeps running those drills. And I really appreciate it when my favorite part, maybe when he's running the Benelli in the tunnels in the second movie. That's my favorite fucking part of all.
You know what I appreciate?
Running that fucking Benelli. Oh, it's he's
so good.
so clean with it, and like I don't remember if he's shooting slugs or not. I remember what he was shooting, but it was real fun impacts on the target.
I think he was mixing them. So like he was stacking like a slug and then buck
Like
and
he was
slug.
a gun. Yeah.
I need to watch those movies. They
So
sound fun.
Keanu Reeves a little older than people might guess. I think is he 57? How old is Keanu Reeves?
He's 136 years old.
Him and Tom Cruise drinking the baby blood.
And I'm really sensitive to how people move. Like Liam Neeson probably is a really good example of a guy who moves like an old person.
Yeah.
And then he got fat, Italian guy, action star, kind of a joke. No.
Fat Italian action star.
Seagal, yeah. Steven Seagal, Liam Neeson. The way he's move.
Italian?
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Anyway, like if you would have watched them jump off a kitchen chair, they would do it like a guy who's very old. I pick up to that I think more than most people do. When I see girls who are models play action stars, I fucking hate it. You know, I need an athletic woman to be an action star, not a really pretty one. And Keanu Reeves still moves like an athlete into his 50s, and that's cool.
He looks tremendous for 57. I didn't know. I would have guessed like late 40s for him.
No,
you're right. I just looked
it
up.
Okay.
57. He hit it on the dot. He looks great.
You've never seen any of those movies?
I saw John Wick 1, but I know there's like 4 of them now.
Honestly, like look, I think you can care about the plot a little, but mostly it's an action movie, right? Like it's just fun to watch.
I can't remember what it's about. Like his dog dies and then he kills
they kill his dog and then he has to kill everybody else.
Remember fucking Reek from Game of Thrones stomped his puppy out that his dead wife just had given him, and then
shit, that was Theon.
Yeah. So he has to come back and put a hurting on like the entire Russian mafia and like clear the whole city out of them. So he kills like I don't remember how many it is. It's dozens and dozens of people in the first movie, like over the dog. And they keep saying it was a fucking dog, and he'll usually kill them before they can finish the word dog. It's a good movie. And
that's
the
good.
second one, I liked Halle Berry, and was it the third one that had Halle Berry?
Yeah, and funny story, I haven't even seen that. We watched that like kind of reacting to because I had Mike Ritlin, who former team guy that worked dogs. And we watched some of the dog segments on that, and everything was like, oh my God, the handling and everything on that was the bite work and everything was exceptional. Like I love when they bring on consultants, like clearly there wasn't just some random prop guy saying, hey, I'll just do this or do that or whatever, bringing on it was great.
They brought dog trainers in and choreographers in
and they worked those scenes to be like legit. It was fun.
They make those Belgian mouths look like fucking ninjas. It's so good. It's so fun to watch. I mean, they kind of are. Like one of my favorite videos is like watching comparing a German Shepherd going after this guy who's like barricaded behind chairs. It's training video, but bad guy barricaded behind like stacks of chairs. You know, like the kind of chairs that you would take in a dining hall or something. They send the German Shepherd in, and he like runs between all the chairs and beats the shit out of the guy, like fucking 120-pound German Shepherd or something. And they send the Belgian Mal in, and it just leaps over all of the chairs, runs over some of them like Legolas off of like stones.
Don't even reference that.
It was the best scene in that movie.
That was sickening.
A guided missile of a dog, Kitty's dog, like Dak, has bitten me before, and it was just a warning bite, but it was awful. He grabbed my
still
cat.
has him.
Oh yeah. It's
I remember when you got him.
Soon.
I went to this place in Paducah, Kentucky, where they train these motherfuckers, and I was there to film some shit. And they've been having the dog beat the shit out of me all day in the suit. And I was so impressed by the dog. I was like, "Do you have any of these things for sale?" And he's like, "Well, my fully trained dog, like Samson here, is $12,500." And I'm like, "All right, well, not that then. You got like a retarded one or something?" And he's like, "Well, Dak out here was actually named after Dakota Meyer, and he's 15. What was it? 2,500, I think, maybe 3,000, something like that. He's got about a year's worth of training, and he knows like 8 German commands.
And all his training is how to attack you.
Yeah, he hates you though, specifically.
We haven't got to defense yet with him.
Can I jump at my favorite part of the Dak like story arc? You know where I'm headed with this?
Yeah.
Kitty wanted to neuter the dog, and Kyle was the only thing standing between his testicles and that doctor for a while.
You might breed the dog with somebody else's dog and get a puppy.
Well,
Until eventually Kyle's like,
too.
"You lost an ally, bitch." Then,
my mouth still has his.
Oh, that's great. Yeah, the fucking. I think that like I've seen it in girl dogs because my dad always had girl dogs, but they always get fat and lazy when they get fixed, and I was worried that would happen to him. But like after he bit me, I was like, fat and lazy would be a good thing for this motherfucker. Like,
yeah, not muscular and aggressive.
Mm-hmm.
He's got too much tea.
But that was a long time ago, though, too. $12,000 for a KNPV or Schutzen, or depending on like where and who and what lineage and everything. They start at about 20 or 25 and go up to 150.
Yeah, that's been
$150,000.
Yeah,
7 or 8 years ago or
what
something.
the fuck is that? That's got to be a way to launder money. Nobody's
Yeah,
buying
yeah,
a dog for 150.
So here's the thing.
That's like buying art.
Here's an interesting thing that I didn't even think about.
Is that an NFT of a dog?
If you want to get NFTs, I will unlock that fucking can here in a second. But
well, you got 3 minutes. Go after it.
if only we had time.
Darn it.
As far as the dogs, the U.S. has been like one of the largest purchasers of Belgian Mouse for such a long period of time. And COVID, because we've been taking them from the cream of the crop overseas, be it the Netherlands or Germany, wherever, they can't breed them because we're buying all of them. So they've suffered in the amount that they've been able to actually breed and kind of keep their kennels full. And now that COVID's hit and everything, there's actually a really big shortage in the ability of getting these really like kind of stud genetics of these Belgian Mals and everything, because we've kind of fucked the system for so long from buying all of them and everything. I didn't even think about that till one of the trainers was talking to me the other day. He's like, dude, I've been trying to get one for like a year and a half now, but none of the kennels have it. So
that makes sense. I would never think of that though.
I think Dak is getting good and old, slowed down. So
awesome.
About a year or two, I'll be ready. I'm gonna get myself I'm not gonna beat that dog to death or anything, but I kind of wish I could. He's been a piece of shit over the years, but he always looked after Kitty, I guess. But he's always hated me.
I like the way you're thinking, though, right? Yeah, like 10 years ago, that dog could kick your ass, but the tide is turning. Now Kyle has all the tea.
Yeah. I'm gonna take his CBD supplements so his hips go bad again.
Once they flip that switch on the aggression training and everything, like there is a threshold. Like you got to make sure they haven't passed that point. And like mine is, he's a sweetheart. Like I can kennel him for any period of time and he's fine. But if he wants to go out and play and stuff like that, like you hear of these stories of people like that just nightmare dogs because they saw that they're the iconic working dog now and everything, and they just get them from people who are just breeding them not for their characteristics or traits, and they're just like, here you go. And they're just fucking nightmare dogs tearing everything up.
I kind of want a dog, but it won't be a working dog. I'll get a lazy dog. I want somebody to chill, just to chill on the fucking couch.
Get the kind of dogs I have. Chill as shit. I love little dogs.
I worry about little dogs because I don't want them to get like, I want them to be like hardy enough that like I could drop something on them, like nothing crazy. Like if I broke the laundry basket,
when would that come up?
All right, if you're doing the laundry, you got a big laundry basket full of like towels and stuff folded up, and you take it off the dryer and go plop it on the floor casually. I feel like if I drop it on Fozzie, he's fucked up. He's not gonna die.
Yeah. If you drop that on Teddy, my littler dog, who's 12 pounds, Fozzie's the big guy at 16, 17 pounds. But
so I'm thinking like a 25.
Both of them would get fucked up by that. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe little dog, little fella.
You need a Great Dane. You can drop your laundry on my Great Dane. He'll just pop his head up with fucking underwear hanging off his ears. Like,
there's a huge amount of middle ground. Get a little dog. Little dogs are so nice. When I'm sitting there watching TV late at night, Teddy runs over, jumps up on my lap. All he wants to do is snuggle for hours and hours. That's all he wants to do. It's just be attentive and be a cute little thing to pet. And that's nice.
I can't believe we don't have time to talk about NFTs.
Oh no.
That's right. We don't have any more fantasy talk tonight.
Yeah, and I wish we had an hour for ugly, overpriced
We
cartoons.
already covered fantasy.
Ugly overpriced cartoons.
See, it's so frustrating to me right now. It's so frustrating because I see the parallels of the iPhone when it came out in 2007.
Tulips.
And so, don't be a boomer. Don't be a boomer.
I can't help it.
So here's the thing. The problem is like your reaction right now is it's because you've been exposed to passionately ignorant people who don't understand the full value proposition.
You're with us.
Take that number and add one.
PKA.
I don't know how anything works.
This sounds like Gary Vaynerchuk.
Like you like no, like it reminds me of people in social media in like 2009 and 2010 who went around peddling views, saying that they were an influencer. It's like, just because you get views doesn't mean you're an influencer, right? One doesn't necessarily mean the other. The ability to convert people, yeah,
you're not an influencer until thousands of people are ejaculating more than previously.
I would much rather have a thousand people who are buying dick pills than a million people who are watching something and not converting. But like NFTs, yeah, some are digital art and everything, but like the value proposition is game changing. It's fucking game changing, and I'm so excited.
The food will tell, and nobody else can have it. And I'm very proud of it.
Yeah. Well,
what do you have? A unicorn with what?
With a poodle tail.
With a poodle tail. Do you bought an NFT?
Yep.
See, everybody's like doing these cash grabs right now with digital art, and it's so frustrating. Like I'll give you a quick kind of like glimpse into my world and what's been going on over the last year or so. It's like NFTs, like when people like try to explain it, like the people who are listening, their eyes will gloss over. Like, Woody, I know you get it from a coding standpoint, right? A non-fungible token is a unique thing, right? But the value proposition goes way deeper than art. It's proof, right? So it can be proof of ownership, like some people are saying with digital art. It can be proof of what I'm looking at is brand loyalty, proof of stake, proof of, mining, whatever. There's so many different ways to prove, right? So I'll give you an example from some value propositions. I can mint NFTs to coffee club subscribers. Say somebody's been subscribed to us for 6 months or something like that. Every single month, I mint them a token. Okay, cool. I can unlock digital experiences for them. I can mint them or airdrop them coupon codes that are unique to them. There's so many different things that I almost don't want to get into and kind of like reveal the whole roadmap. But it's the value proposition right now is being bastardized by cash grabs, and it's so frustrating to me.
Yesterday, I bought a jacket and like a insulated hoodie type thing. And I had a 40% off coupon, but I was thinking to myself, this fucking coupon sucks. I wish it was unique to me. The value proposition on a 40% coupon that no one else could use.
Here's the thing.
Why is this good? Why do I care? I haven't heard anything you said that has value.
Okay, check this out. Let's use Black Rifle Coffee as an example. Okay. You've been buying coffee from me for 6 months, and the brands look at things like churn rates. Like, how long is somebody subscribed to me before they drop off, and what am I willing to spend to retain them? Typically, there's a lot of middlemen that kind of take money from you, be it Google, be it these third parties who verify, somewhere in there that these people are purchasing coupon codes, blah, 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 blah. It's like, well, if I can tie your wallet to purchasing on, our website after 6 months, instead of giving $200 to all these middlemen, fuck it. Here's $200 I airdrop to you to use in the store. Go ham. Buy a bunch of shit. Thanks, Woody, for being a valuable customer to us. Or maybe I'll take and I'll, unlock certain experiences like avatars and shit like that, or guns or things like that in the new Call of Duty, because I can prove that you've been a valuable customer to me for 2 years, and I will spend more money on retaining you than what you would get from, some type of BS coupon down the road.
But none of that stuff requires NFTs.
Yeah, it sounds like a gift card thing that you could, instead of just going through a middleman, you just do it yourself.
This is a Subway coupon, like a Subway frequent flyer card.
No. Because
it's the new way of doing it.
So an NFT being a non-fungible token it's proof, right? So it's non-fungible. Like if I were to give you a coupon, you could go and duplicate that thing or give it out to other people, right?
No, it would be tied to your account. Like the example you gave was you said, hey, you buy from me instead of all these middlemen. And now because you buy from me directly, I'll give you what I would have otherwise paid the middleman and get some loyalty out of you. All right, cool. So that's information that you've tied to my account as I purchased directly off your site.
Sure.
Why are we NFTing? This is just frequent flyer miles with more steps.
Yep.
What's the extra step?
The NFT.
No, you get that automatically.
I mean, you're
not having to purchase.
Found a more complicated solution to an old problem.
But you would get.
But there is a process to making the NFT, correct?
I don't know.
Yeah, Taylor, how would you implement this?
I don't understand how it works.
No, I would just tie this to your account on my store.
Yeah.
Right.
Right, but that would make it so it was inclusive to my store. By using certain chains, you'll have interoperability with other ecosystems. And that's where so I'll give another example then. Say PKA has their own store, right? I could take and verify that you've been a customer of Black Rifle, and then I could give you a deeper discount on PKA or something like that. Or I could airdrop people a coupon or reward them however, right? So it's like
a QR code.
No, because you wouldn't have to do anything. It would automatically apply that based off of your behavior.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
I don't get it.
I think you're going to need 3 or 4 more hours to
explain to me how my coupon works.
Sir, this is a Wendy's.
I am
This is gonna be so fucking funny in like a year when we have Richard back on and it's wildly successful. It's like making huge business changes. I told you guys.
I'm interested in it,
they
but
bought
I'm
them out.
Hold on it. So yeah.
Yeah, well, you definitely keep your eyes in the gaming and merchandise kind of world, because the thing right now, the frustrating thing is there's a lot of people out there who are looking for cash grabs, and they're clinging to the digital art thing and the utility component moving forward, where brands are able to verify brand loyalty, like Nike's, Adidas, and everything else. They're going to provide Kanye, whoever, be it like, hey, you bought 6 sneakers from me. I can verify that you bought them at this point in time. Cool. You're going to get first access to, this concert or whatever. There's so many value propositions that
but companies already do that. Like companies, they've done that for decades. So like loyalty programs, and like you can send people checks if you really wanted to. That's really, like, they can spend that money anywhere. The issue that I have with NFTs is that it's not even that the technology or anything. Like I understand the utility of technology. It's great. You can use it. Like it's a different way of approaching of a solution to a problem. The issue is that they are almost entirely pump and dumps. Like it's all it is right now. Like people are they have this, like, I don't know, it's a monkey smoking or something, and it's just a picture, but only one person can own that monkey smoking picture. And
I agree. Those are total cash grabs to a degree. Yeah.
But that's a feature, not a bug, like that's exactly what it's meant to do. And there's no method of weeding that out other than just saying, hey guys, maybe you shouldn't do this because we can put these into coupons, like that doesn't seem like a very good argument to me. Like I would love to get into NFTs because there's a lot of ways that creators can use NFTs. Like, let's say you made your very first video and you made that into an NFT. I bet you someone would pay money for that NFT, like just, an NFT of ownership of your first.
Yeah, maybe
video
we
or
could
something
get
like
into
that,
some of
right?
this stuff offline because I don't want to like completely throw
Yeah.
everything out on the internet.
No, but
like,
I'm just saying, like,
I think
I'm a
the
little
frequent
skeptical.
flyer thing is kind of there, but it's a little short-sighted because it's centralized when you're doing it that way.
Yeah, it's not
you
exhaustive. It's not.
You have to do it through Delta to get those Delta frequent fly. But when you're on like say
I kind of see what
Ethereum,
you're saying. It's a frequent flyer miles program, but it's single sign-on ish.
But it's so
You can just
there's
send people
many,
checks and they just have
you're
cash.
verifying a lot of different types of behavior. So if they're supporting you as a creator, that's verifiable. It's verifying or proving behavior.
I follow.
That specifically with creators is going to go a long way.
Mhm.
And
No, I get it. I get it. I'm just like I just hate the surround, like everything surrounding it.
exploitation,
Just seems so scammy.
oh, it's total, and it's so frustrating when people are fucking copying the code, like quite literally copying the code of other like programs or products, and then they just change skins here and there. It's
we
so
need to
scummy.
do that and sell the PKA logo with a poodle tail.
Yes, please do.
Make millions.
Mhm.
Those exploitive fucks. How do they do it? I mean, specifically.
Specifically, how? But where do I find those photos? Which one of those ex-girlfriend porno sites is it on?
Yeah,
If
So
there was
many
if there was an NFT of Kyle being jacked, I mean, that would go for some real money.
I know. I already own it.
I've been saving.
Like ballpark, how many views do you average a month?
You know, important thing. I
me?
own all
Yeah.
of Kyle's dick pics.
So I did
stolen.
about 10 million last month.
Okay, and how many subscribers?
About 2 million.
Okay, and then how many? How long have you been doing your channel?
About 5 years.
So, is there any more value to you as a creator to reward those people who have been subscribed to you since year one?
Maybe, but those subscribers also, I mean, it's a revolving door. Whenever you have subscribers, you gain, but then you lose, and then people get, it's not like everybody watches. It's just that some people, they forget they're subscribed to you and they just move on. So
what about people who are active in your community, like people who have engaged?
Yeah, but there's already things on YouTube, like there's memberships and stuff for YouTube, like they have that inbuilt. So like again, I get everything. I'm granting you every single point you're making. I'm not saying any of this is untrue.
Do you have to pay for the YouTube component?
Yeah, you do.
But what if you could verify those people who have been actively engaged since year one? Like, would you be willing to spend more time or communicating or rewarding them in any way, shape, or form? Like meeting up with them, being like, "Hey, dude, thanks for fucking showing up every single week for the last 5 years."
The
Dude,
meetup's gonna be a hard pass for me.
No, even if it's like a chat or something like that.
Yeah, I have an NFT of you. Can I come in?
Yeah,
because I feel like you're able to distill down. You're able to distill down those people in the community who actually really care about you and are curating and creating something more than just a passerby who's like, "Oh, cool video, dude."
Yeah, but then we have memberships and Patreons because those people are actually supporting you by giving you money.
Yep.
So
what I like to do
is those people are taking a cut.
I'll have the fan masturbate for me, and if they have a huge voluminous load, I know that they've been with me for a while. And
if they can fill one of these up,
that's all it takes.
I will busts.
I'll say this as someone who's definitely, and Kyle could probably contest for this. It's like doing automotive stuff, that's great. Like, but when you do stuff that may not be politically correct, like firearms, when you have a centralized entity like Patreon that says, "Hey, bro, we don't really agree with you doing firearms content."
Oh no, I get that. Yeah,
like it's.
I've done
when
gun stuff on my channel. Yeah, it's I know what that's like.
Like taking as many middlemen out and being as in control of your financial and creative destiny, I think that's important.
Cool.
Yep.
Well,
I agree.
What are your guys' channels that you would like to pimp?
You go first.
PKA Reddit.
Anything but
And Freddie, where can everybody find you?
You can just go to youtube.com/Tavarish, Tavarish, or just look up Fast and Furious Lamborghini. You'll find my videos.
Very cool.
All right.
PKA 576.
I like a load.